have rewind capabilities on it?
Alright guys, apologies about the delay there. Had a 5 minute delay on. So this is map number 1. I'll have to change the team names after. The boys are now known as Bandits. They've been picked up last minute from the event by another organisation, obviously known as Bandits. Map number 1 is fiery. You're going to hear the players in the background. You'll hear all the emotion. I've got the Bandits pretty much right across from me, about 2 tables away, just in front of LOGITECH. But map 1 has been an absolute screamer. Point blank, slowly on their way back into this game now, but Bandits have had a significant impact on this map so far. But map 1 Fortress has been pretty good so far, so apologies for the delay there. Just had some issues this morning with being able to get set up, but we're here and we're ready to go. So Bandits ready to try and break in here, but point blank setups have been getting better for the last couple of hills now. Problem is they need to continue this on. They've fought right back into this game, but it could very easily slip back out. Communication from the side of Bandits right now is absolutely passionate. You'll hear it at moments through the stream. You can hear them absolutely going ballistic over there. They are enjoying themselves. Elements is having a bit of a rough one this game. It took him a while to get back into the rhythm of things, but he is making impact plays at points. So it's now down to point blank. They've fought their way back into this quite well. They just need to be consistent for the rest of this map to be able to be successful and take map number 1. But this is really anyone's game at this point. Zach has been lighting it up all game so far. In fact, he did drop a 6 streak just before, and that will be a successful one. But on the back end of this hill with 20 seconds left, you've got to imagine these guys more than likely aren't going to push this any further, but instead try and lock in maybe a spawn trap here. It looks like with that kill there. Oh, no. No, I thought they might have opened up an off spawn there for point blank, but they are still locked in the back of P3. They got a 25-point lead here. Bandits have done it incredibly well so far. They've gotten themselves in a good position, but really just that last hill, from what we've witnessed anyway, where they haven't had the control that they've had for most of the game now. So Salim on screen, trying to lock down the middle of the map here. He's going to get pushed from the right, just out of field of view. And the kill coming through P2 there from Imagine was big, because now it opens up that part of the map. But Rain inside of the point. I think he was up top in doubles, found himself 2. Player in the back now falls. That's going to leave 1 inside of the hill. Zach already on that rotation as well, just going to work over towards next, but now being suppressed by that gunfire. Going to back him up just slightly. Still in good position here for the initial on Anvil here. Both teams with the potential to win on this hill, but we know it's going to be mixy. We know it's going to be scrappy. The level of passion in this game from both teams has been immense right now. Absolutely elite from everyone. But it is coming down to the wire. Point blank only need 20 points now. They currently have the hill. Rain from up top. Some good shots there. Zach getting picked up, which is going to put the pressure on Bandits now to fly into the point and find some kills. Elements at least broke in, but unfortunately Cronus still alive over at open, looking to find 3 there. Coming right down to the wire, but the Bandits, they don't have much time left to work with. They've really got nothing left here. It's going to come down to this last player in Rain. We're going to hop off the point. That should do it. That will do it. Not sure how much of that you can hear, but that's Fatty standing up, yelling across the stage to these players of Bandits. We'll get the names fixed up after this game. Had to quickly rush in here, get everything set up in the matter of minutes. At the end of the game, though, Jarzen leading the way for kills for the lobby. Zach had an amazing start, just started slowing down towards the end, but Some clutch moments at the end, unfortunately for Bandits. They don't pull through. Hopefully that should be working now. Apologies for any audio issues.
It's embassy car. Ready.
So, start the map, can. Fuck, come over there and fucking skull drag his own can. I'm getting my book out.
Alright guys, map 2. Again, apologies about the audio if there are any issues early on, but hopefully they should all be rectified now. Players have been forewarned from some of the event organisers now, just about some of the aggression and passion that they're bringing, that it's reaching outside of the stadium. So they have been warned. Whether or not they listen, that will be something completely different. But either way, we're on map number 2. Point blank, Bandits going at it. It was point blank for map number 1. Very, very close hard point in the end there. Jason's been able to jump inside bathroom there to get that first blood on Elements. In fact, Zach then trades back there with a scope. Looking to get that second one there, damn near almost connected. Was lucky to get away when he did, but Jarzen now been spotted. Rain picks him up now, so that's going to open up the map a little bit, but he didn't expect Cronus to be so close. Nade from Zach will pick him up in the end. That's going to leave Salim and Fatty. 1v1. Bomb is down. It's down inside a PD as well. So no time to work with here, but I think Salim's just going to go. Doesn't really have a choice here. Fatty playing his time, playing his life. And that should do it for the round. They'll secure round number 1 there. Point blank. Round number 1 on the board. It's interesting to see Zach on the scope though. I mean, of the players on that team, it's kind of hard to look at these other players and really try and find any other scoper, but we've seen Zach voluntarily pick points throughout cups, especially those Sat days where he has gone on top of it and done quite well in saying that. So Zach actually already trying to work PD here. That nade from Imagine picks up Rain for first blood. Zach busts through the door there to find Imagine. That's a big first kill. 1 health for Zach. He'll keep his life here. Elements was able to pick up Jarzen as well. So they work both ends of the map now. They should have these players stuck, and now last alive is Cronus. He's got a lot of time to burn. He's actually in a decent position here because these players are trying to figure out where he is. Well, now they know the location, but they've got to get on their bike, get this done quickly. Zach up top, going to get it done. Salim just electing to let him go, try and win the 1v1. Zach's quite happy with that kill there. It's good. I'll get the webcam on at some stage for you guys so you can see a little bit of the venue and sort of where I'm set up. Unfortunately, there is a bit of a time schedule for maps to get going as well, so it may not be in between rounds, but we will definitely work something out so you guys can see what the sort of setup looks like, where these players are, and just how immersed everyone is in this event. Round 3 starts here. Just heard Salim say, I'm not used to this, but he still picks up Jarzen there for first blood. Good opening there. Still the line of sight. He's got Cronus. That is a dangerous angle to Chell. If you're an AR player, he gets the nade over. Unfortunately, doesn't have quite the Tom Brady arm there. Not going to connect on that. A couple of players here just trying to find an opening on the map here, but the bomb in the hands of Rain. Not really moving too much. Thought Cronus might have heard that player bust out the door there, but Zach was able to sneak up behind him from up top. Spots that player on the cross there, and in the 3v2, the snipe from Salim in the back will pick up Fatty, and now all down to Imagine. 3v1. Very, very winnable from here, actually. In fact, this player above him is in a good position here to get a fast trade, but he's playing it this well, but he's going to get pinched in the end. That'll be Salim on the scope. I think he picks up 3 for the round there as well. Seems quite happy with himself just over there. It actually wasn't Salim that picked up the scope, it was Zach. Nonetheless, though, still finds half those kills of the round. So it looks like they'll be trading between, maybe sniping and subbing between each other and just sort of work that out. The Bandits now take the lead off that round. A couple of players cross, but unfortunately the shot does not hit. Zach from down bottom middle here. I think that stun's going to fall short, which is no issue at all, but they're going to have to readjust their setup. Obviously not a whole lot of cover in the middle of the map that you can work with. Now, I'm not sure if that shadow goes through the wall, but I think it does for Zach there. Jarzin's going to peek in and get a massive kill. In fact, that's first blood this late into the round. Salim's still with that scope in hand. Fortunately, maybe not in the most ideal position here, but Jarzin now follows with another one. Player up top, just going to get backed off for a second. That second player will be there immediately for the Chell, and now Element's kind of pinned down on the bomb here. Actually does well to stay alive. 1v1. 8 seconds left on the time. He won't get the defuse. So point blank steal, one back there. Elements did as good as he can, but with the time available, if he had another 15 seconds to work with on top of that 8, could have been a slim possibility, but point blank doing enough here to level it back out. Point blank now. Seeing what they can muster up here. It's Elements who now jumps out behind those doors to get the first blood. Fatty in a tough position here. 28 health. He will be pressed. Both players there able to work a kill together. 3v2 now for Bandits. Are actually in a pretty good position here. They've got that bomb in hand. They have the ability to play very passive and find another pick here to make it a 3v1 and get the bomb down. Or they can go aggressive and really switch up to either one of these sites here. But the approach seems to be just to hold the bomb and try and find one more kill. Imagine probably in the best position here. Falling down is probably not going to be optimal for him as he now gets spotted. He'll be pinned down from up top. Cronus does lend a hand though. Cronus was able to find a kill there. Looks for the second one. And Zach had some choice words to say there about that as they pick up that last kill. Between Rain and Zach up top there. You see Zach flying out behind. There was no way he's probably ever going to walk out of that with his life. So we are trading rounds here at the moment. This map number 2. The best of my belief, I still believe we're doing best of 5s today. These will decide the winners and losers, starters for both those brackets. We'll get an update on scores on the Altered Edge game at the end of this one here, but Zach has opened up the round once again with first blood. Continues to wreak havoc on the map now as he starts 8-3, proving to be a very valuable asset for his squad here at this LAN. But now point blank, giving themselves a numbers advantage here. Rain does pick that one up now to level it out. The tag's in the back. Will stop him from making a play just for the moment. But that bomb has gone down on that bottom level, which looks like it is in bathroom. Salim and Rain a little bit split, as are these point blank teammates here in Cronus and Imagine once again. Left here to try and work something between each other. Clearing a lot of corners. A lot of spots you can play in on this map. Cruddy angles, cruddy corners, but this is the choice now that Point Blank have made. They will elect this A side here. Imagine we'll get this bomb down, and now Bandits looking at an opportunity to start rotating over to this site. They are split up, so no trade will be given for either one of these teammates. One-on-ones, both sides of the map there. Rain does get tagged up. Salim still has that scope, and I think Cronus spots it. So he's given the information here to Imagine, who pounces down on top of Salim. Leaves it down to Zach. Now, this is very winnable for him, but Cronus' position here is just going to play his life and burn so much time. Zach's really not going to have a chance here to win this round, so he will play for that kill, which he'll pick up there on Cronus. And now Imagine last up. Round will go to Point Blank, but Rain... Sorry, I believe I was calling him Zach earlier in the round. It is, in fact, Rain. Will play his life in the end. And, yeah, still a very back and forth game so far. Switching rounds. Hard to tell which team has the advantage here in this S&D. Scoreboard-wise suggests maybe Bandits, but there's been a couple of rounds here where they've gotten more kills, but the OBJ prevailed. As per that Elements 1v3. Little rounds like that, if they swing your way, makes the biggest difference in the end here. But Jarson gets picked up by Zach once again, picking up that first blood. There's such an influence when you're able to take a player like Jarson out so early in a round. Imagine get some shots down, just trying. See if he can find some wall banks here. Fetty has gone back to that scope. A 3v4 here. Bomb goes down for Bandits. B-bomb selected as per usual. One player spotted hitting through the back here, but they don't have an idea about them being two players here. Imagine does find that kill on Rain, who I believe was on Palms. Cronus tries to make a play through PD, but he's been spotted and called out. Fatty hopped off the bomb. I'm not sure how long he had on that bomb there, but I don't think it would have been enough time to defuse, but I feel like there may have almost been a chance there to slip a ninja through. Bandits, though, make the most of their man advantage in that round again, and off Zach's first blood, capitalise on another round to take back the lead again. Zach is having a blinder of a map. 10-4 from him, and still quite a few rounds to go if it does go the journey. And speaking of Zach, he has literally just helped himself through. Spots the player in the corner. Doesn't get the kill, and now Elements has been left on it. 1v3. He was able to almost pull something off before. He does spot that player there, and I don't think the glint has given away his position there, but that shot will. So these players will slowly collapse. Elements making a read there on Jarson. Jarson with the shots right across that plat cat area, whatever you want to call it. Submachine gun at that range. Hits his shots. And maybe for the 5th time this game, level back out the scores here. So no team really pulling away with an advantage. Really only just in that hard point in the bits we just missed from the stream delay. So it's been an incredible effort between these two for a first round to decide losers and winners final spots. But the opportunity here for a winner's start for either one of these teams is incredible, because Mammoth and Altered Edge sit on that opposite side of the bracket. And Mammoth were playing some really good Call of Duty yesterday as well as Altered Edge. And there is always an opportunity for either one of these teams, if they lose, to go out in straights. Elements in this cheeky little spot down bottom, just feeding his teammates some information here. Sure, the volume in this arena is not too loud at this moment, so headset volume with or without EQ will be beneficial in these moments where not a lot of action is happening. In fact, got quite a bit of a stalemate there between both teams. Even though Rain did fall for first blood, and now Zach and Salim fall, so that's opened it right up here. Elements has not moved from this spot. In fact, 25 seconds left. We'll find Jarson, and still got 3 players from point blank here, and highly doubt they're going to lose the round here. Fatty will ice up there, and he'll actually give point blank the lead back now and put them on match point to quite possibly go up 2-0 in the series. As we said before, I believe we're sticking with the best of 5 format from yesterday, which, if that is the case, instead of a best of 3, this will not be the final map if point blank do win it. However, Bandits, they are still not out of this right now. They definitely have the potential to win rounds, and This is going to be a very heavy round here. There are a lot of players around this B point. In fact, a few are just going to reposition here. Try and value their lives. You can hear the comms. It's this snake here from Fatty. This is going to be hard for Salim to hit, even for the best of scopes. Missing there is not going to help. That nade will pick him up. In fact, the snipe will pick him up. Jarzen will be there for a trade. Rain's able to find one. Players are kind of pinned on the bomb, though. One's going to have to try and stretch this defuse. Elements pushes Cronus here. He can't win the gunny. Last player up, Zach. 9 health. They've just got to burn a little bit of time here, which is exactly what Imagine does, and I'm sure Zach is not going to be happy about that one. Although he cannot do much. Point blank. Ice up there. They take late control in the S&D, and they go up 2-0 in the series. Yeah, once again, guys, apologies. The event has specifically asked for the delay to be on by that much, so even with the downtime in between games, I'm not able to update the Nightbot myself. Otherwise, we would be heavily spoiling results. But yeah, it looks like Altered Edge did lose their matchup to Mammoth. I believe it was 3-0 from what I could see. Although this match did start around the time that they were on their third, so I've actually got a few players from B&E coming over now using AV8 setup. But got Craxy, got Craxy with us here if you want to say hello. Got Tatters behind us as well. Got all the boys here. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing alright. I'm pretty sure Tatters said he wanted to say something.
I believe he actually did.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got anything to say?
What's good, lad? I'm good, lad.
Nah, how'd you guys rate your performance yesterday? What do you guys reckon?
Got smoked.
Yeah?
Yeah. Got the pool of death as well. So.
Yeah, the pool's hard to even up. The top 4 teams here are, yeah, they're at a different level, to be honest, but it's hard to sort of split the pools to make them as even as possible. But yeah, so these guys and ZX were eliminated yesterday. I think ZX didn't even win a map, from my belief. I think they got double 3-0'd.
They didn't win a map. That's right, Pezzo.
Did you guys end up stealing a map at all?
Oh, from Zach, Rain, Gamer, and Elements, or from Mish, Stocker, Plasma, and Spawn? Right.
Well, yeah. So double 3-0s by the sound of it, but
Oh no, every map was game 5.
I believe, are we getting a these guys in downtime?
so we can, because they want every setup out of here by 5.
Yeah.
So to have it done by 3, the only way we get the best of 7 is to have, I believe, 2 hours or an hour and a half left of leeway.
Yeah.
So we,
which accounts for in-game issues and
like
internet and
it
stuff
all just
as
keeps
well.
going through that, yeah.
Yeah.
But I believe he asked me before how much an average best of 5 goes if it goes all 5. I mean, well, per game, like with the break between maps, like 15 minutes, like 15 times 5. Calculator. 75. 160.
Alright guys, so there's no official bracket with a thing that I have access to, but it's 4 teams that are left. LOGITECH are starting in losers. They will be playing the loser of this matchup between Point Blank and Bandits. And then obviously the other side will be the winner of this match versus Mammoth. Unfortunately for the next series, whoever loses will be out. They will finish top 4. There'll be no double chances in losers. Winners, there will be a second chance run. If that winner's final match does have a loser, they will get a second chance against that winner in the Altered Edge match next. So we still have a few matches to go. We are on a schedule. Setups do have to be out of the venue at 5 o'clock here in Melbourne, so players don't really have a lot of downtime. They've allowed a little bit for leeway for any in-game issues or PC issues, but other than that, just waiting for these players to quickly do what they need to. I think they've had a quick drink break and we'll get stuck into map 3 in just a sec. But we'll quickly turn the cam on while we've got some time. We've got Craxy here to my left.
Yes.
Got Tatters here to my right. I believe we have AV8 just behind here. Over on this side here, so right here we've got Altered Edge just playing here, and opposite them we have Zach's team in Bandits. Now it's going to be a bit hard to see, but behind that BYOC LAN, right up the far end on the right side, you have Point Blank, and then sitting just next to this sign here is where Mammoth are playing. If my cable was long enough, I would walk around and show you guys. But yeah, so that yelling you can hear in the background, we have other esports here as well, which are playing. I believe Tatters just said it's Rocket League, so they will have to be careful with the noise they make, because we already had a forewarning here. Well, Zach's team got the warning for certain language and volume at a LAN, you know, of all things. So my goal is, I'll quickly show you. So off to our right here, we've got, so this whole arena here has got seats, and then that's the divider to the other side of the arena where they had the ceremony. That TV there will display multi-esports at times. So the volume may get loud at points later in the day, but map 3 starting up. So we get stuck into that. Point Blank have that 2-0 lead. They win this, they will start in winners. Otherwise, Bandits have a 3-game run from here. It's got to be a reverse sweep in the series. It's going to be tough. Their first respawn, you know, arguably you could say they probably should have won it with the way they had that start. Point Blank, they figured things out about halfway through that hard point, and things changed. And even in that S&D, we saw control going both ways. So in saying that and mentioning control, now that we are here, I do expect similar results here for both these squads, but an early 3 down on offense here for Bandits. Element's sort of banded to just play his life in the middle of the map here and hope that his teammates can get up and try and work some map control here, because he really has no other option here but to play his life. He did try and run through that point, so his location given away, and they know a general idea of where he's playing, but not currently in a threatening position right now. Cronus playing sentry over this A side here. Has Slim maybe dead to right there with that nade, maybe just falling short. Literally one bullet away from picking up that kill there, but that's a 4 dead. They'll only throw a couple of plays here and put 2 on the task of finding some of those spawn kills to back point blank right into their spawn. But this A point looks like it may be gone unless Jarson can get a last second contest in with Fatty and find both these kills. Does well enough, but Salim coming up clutch in the end to get that point. Gives them about 1:30 here with plenty of lives to work. Point blank's goal here, not to get locked in that back left spawn trap. We know the moment they get stuck there, it's going to be incredibly difficult to get out of. And Salim trying to be the one to direct that there. Unfortunately on his own, will get found, caught, dealt with. This now gives Point Blank the opportunity and try and put the pressure back on them. Looking to get their spawn trap, some green control here. That's a 3 down. A late 3 if that. Buddy very close to streaks there, but Zach doing well to find his 3rd of the map so far. We'll take him out of action. Cronus still about halfway there himself. He's worked himself all the way up to green to get a spawn trap going, but may not see anything for a little while here. Map positioning here for Bandits. They've taken control of the middle of the map. Point Blank just happy to give it up. Play around the outskirts. It rewards him in the end. That's a late 4. Leaves Rain alive here, but he has to hold up. 6 lives, plays 16. Now make it 5. Not a whole lot to work with here. They've really only got 1 more push at it. And got to get 3 ticks. Or try and at least secure 1. As best as possible. Elements here getting back down by the snakes from Fatty. Still gets the kill in the end here. 3 lives. Will jump on just in the nick of time. Jarzen always there. Ready to go. Finds that kill. Zach last up, but nowhere in action. That'll be Point Blank taking the first round. Managed to hold a lot of their lives too in the end and just limited to 3 ticks. You could argue that's a very good defensive hold from them. But now it's Bandits' turn. I think the goal with these guys right here is we saw their teamwork in the first 2 maps work really, really well together. I think even having a word to them before from that event manager has taken a little bit of life out of these guys. But they can fight back if they get a couple of rounds on the board, even take this map. You can imagine they will get up and let them know about it. But starts with a good defensive hold. They do have 3 ticks on Point Blank here, and the goal obviously will be to defend this B site with as many lives as you can give. The A site though has always been very favoured on this map. As the opening hit here, Point Blank have taken a good amount of time to at least step onto it. They've given themselves an opportunity here. First tick will go. You see those spawns there just behind AC for 3 players here. Salim really the only one up the map. Element's getting picked, trying to go on his own there, but that's the sort of thing we mean here. Now if Bandits are wanting to be successful in this matchup, their breaks and their caps need to be worked together. The solo play in most cases doesn't tend to work. So if they can get themselves in positions, work some team plays here, they've got every opportunity to win the round here, and that's a massive kill out of Salim there to find Jarzen. Again, another player there you have to try and limit in engagements on the map, already sitting on 13, and he's found 21 for the map so far. In terms of engagement, you can make that 23 there. But with that A point gone now, Point Blank have 1:10, and their live count is looking much better than Bandits did at this point last round. However, these amount of lives with this amount of time may not mean a whole lot here in the end. So you really have to make the best out of your time. That's 2. Rain's been able to sneak up through field though, and that was problematic. It redirected the attention from a few of those players. Kind of put a stunt in Point Blank's cap. But 3 players off of spawn here. Point Blank still not willing to get onto this point. I think they were concerned about that 4th player in his location. But Element's starting to heat up now. Trying to spark some life in the team here. As you could probably hear his comms in the back. They know how important it is to get this winners bracket start. And their defense has been nothing but impressive so far. Also limiting just those 3 ticks. Point Blank. Jarzen alive. Goes for the chull. That's a disrespectful win there. And that's 3 down as well. Last player alive goes down. This is the perfect opening for Point Blank here. They get some bodies onto the point. The nade's coming over, so no trophies for Point Blank being expended there. Maybe didn't have access to any at all. But Cronus's life here is very important as he finds 2. Rain's life just as important, but he has no other option. He's got to get on this point, dance around, try help his team as best as possible. But Point Blank in the end, after finding that kill, give themselves a 2-0 lead. Looking to finish this series now. If they can finish this next round. You could hear the disappointment from a few of the players from just in front of me as they couldn't finish out that round there. But if you're Bandits right now, you've got to keep composed. They still have the opportunity to turn this around. We've seen reverse sweeps all year on many different maps, including this one. You are never written out or written off until it is absolutely over. If there's some positives to take out of this series so far, Point Blank are looking very strong and looking like they are the real deal and the threat here today to take that prize pool, that #1 spot at the end of the day. It's going to be a bit of a mission from here for them to win this series. But it's still mathematically and spiritually possible for them. Just have to get a few things working their way. This offense has to be huge. They didn't have too many issues with the A point last time. It's just been the B point and how many lives they used to get this A point. But that is an incredible start there. Cronus has been able, I think they know that Cronus is here, judging off the call-outs here, but they don't check the corner. They lose a life, find the kill. Still down 3 lives here as Salim is really struggling at the moment. Just only 7 kills to his name. But he can definitely be that player that can get this squad back into the game. Zach has also been definitely one of the better players this weekend so far. Talent does not need to be spoken about that people have not already seen, but he is definitely just as good on LAN as he is online. We can say that for sure. But these players do need to help each other out. Elements has definitely had a much better game so far here. Zach's team nade will take Salim out, which is not going to help him in the kill department at all, but 18 life to 11 life advantage here. There is an opening here for Bandits. They have got Point Blank, unfortunately, spawning right next to the cliff, which is not the ideal spot that they wanted for that spawn, which has now put them on the back foot. Zach has to do a lot here in 27 seconds to keep them in this series and stop them from dropping into losers. Starts with Elements here. He's able to stop the time. The overpeak on Cronus will take his life out there. Rain trying to do something similar. Zach getting pissed on in the window as well. Salim up top, party. There is not a lot you can do right now. Cronus taking control late in the round. Rain going to make an effort. The last second contest there from Elements. That'll be point blank. 3-0 in the control, 3-0 in the series. They walk across now to exchange fist bumps and handshakes. A lot of disappointment. A lot of disappointment on the side of Bandits from what you can see. Point blank do look quite happy with their results here, but no, there's still plenty of COD to be played. A lot of work that still needs to be done. The Bandits believe they now play Altered Edge now. So we'll stay on for that as it is an elimination game. So we'll take a quick break, get everything set up. Trax did come over to have a quick word to me here, but they will go through their veto process. And in fact, both these teams are sitting directly across from each other, which I did actually hope for. So anything major happens here, the players are right in front of each other to let each other know the perfect LAN scenario. But yeah, we'll be back into this shortly, guys. We'll get the match set up. Players will get their vetoes done. And bear with us for about 5 minutes. And stick tight because we got some really good matches on the way. Alright guys, vetoes have been done for both teams. Point Blank and Mammoth are a few minutes from starting. The boys from Bandits are now back at their setups. Everyone's gone and had their breaks. Event organisers are getting the players ready to start their games.
No way.
So we have agreed, spoke to Zach before. Zach will be coming over after their match. Come have a chat with you guys. So at the end of this match, yeah, we'll have Zach on board, and hopefully we can grab a couple of other players, maybe one from Altered Edge as well. So if you guys want Trax, Steve, Az, or Kamado, just let me know in the chat. Otherwise, yeah, we'll just randomly select. And we got face cam requests already from the cunt sitting next to me. Well, let's get you on as well. There we go. If we can get the fucking cam to sit on an angle, which we can't, that'll do.
Why don't we get it on the teams that are playing?
Like, you want it that way?
Yeah.
Kind of. We'll sort the cam out, guys, but we'll try and get the players. Oh, if we turn that monitor.
Sit on your PC, Jake.
Alright, well, while we sort that out, we'll figure out where the best place to put the cam is. We'll try and get some reactions for you guys at the end of each. So what I'll do is turn that on like that. We'll turn the overlay off, so that's not coming up with it. But yeah, Jake's just trying to organise the... that should be in my bag for one. I had to walk from the fucking hotel here. But yeah, Point Blank did win 3-0.
Turn it on.
Yeah. So we reckon we're gonna try and get that cam just up there where it was just a second ago. So we'll let Jake figure that out. We'll turn this off for the moment. Because it can set up like that, and it's got a it's got that there. Hey, it's got like a little flat bit on the bottom. So if you have something tuck underneath, it can sit. But oh, hang on. Yeah, go for it. Let's see how that looks. So obviously in that that cat, the small player just behind the puffer jacket,
Can
that
we
is
show
Max.
the stream exactly how we've gotten that angle? Oh, and
Oh yeah. Spin the camera around if you want. So this is what the players are doing at the moment. Bit of a look.
so Jake, show.
Yeah.
But it's just my one we're going to do. Because Hayes just texted and just said let him know when he's ready. I was like, yeah, bro, it's a couple of hours, bro.
Is it coming through, is it?
No, like later. Just so it's something mine we got to worry about.
The comments are killing me.
Are you guys all good?
I don't read the comments. I don't read the comments.
What other comments are there?
They're all about him. Telling him to focus on the chat.
No, you wouldn't.
Alright guys, welcome to our next matchup. This is our losers match. We're going to get a quick restart real quick, but are playing between Altered Edge and Bandits. Obviously, both teams are sitting directly across from each other. Each player can look each other in the eye at any point, say whatever they want. So maybe that bit of added pressure there of getting turned on or getting gunned may get to you in these situations, but both teams look like they're ready to go. Altered Edge got their scrims in. Their last series, maybe not as good as they would have liked in certain points, but they definitely have a lot of confidence going now. Bandits are looking to recover back from that 3-0 loss to Point Blank. Map 1 looks like it has started over the other side as well. Don't have any scores, but sounds like a lot is going on over there. But for Map 1 here, hard point, we have Embassy. Has been a strength of both teams at points. Obviously with Zach on the roster here, it's a bit of a change up from him being on that Mind Freak squad, but he's had a good time in the weekend here and he's performed incredibly well. So he's definitely a player to look out for in this matchup. Said to me he's looking to drop roughly around 35 for map number 1, so the pressure is on him to now live up to his word, but Altered Edge are ready to go. Feel like this map plays into their favour at times. As we know, they've got a lot of AR pressure on that team. Their flexers have been able to move around the map quite comfortably. And their goal today is consistency. They got off to a slow start. They can't let it get in their heads at all. They know both teams know what's on the line. The loser will finish 4th. The winner will have an opportunity at possibly making that grand final. Everything to lose, everything to gain. Massive matchup. But so far, first half minute has gone to Bandits. They've been able to sponge a good amount of time on P1, which is unusual in most circumstances, as it's always been a scrappy hill for most. Vision has finished off the last few seconds there. Presses over towards next and pre-fires in. Won't connect on Salim, but he's there for that pressure. He's got a couple of teammates here blocking those spawns over towards the front. They're going to force that back spawn on Altered Edge, which we know they're actually quite comfortable playing from this side of the break. Elements is getting a lot of bullets shot into him here. He's got the help of Rain out wide. Don't have enough players here close enough for a pinch, so it's going to be a collapse from the front, and it's a perfect hold there for Bandit. Zach and Rain combined for 7 in a row. Elements not in it in terms of kills, but he's definitely right there, getting all their OBJ done, all for them. You see a minute in time for him. No one else is even close in retrospect. As his responsibility here just to hold that ladder push. Everyone else will have everything under control. Zach will be that first person to try and make an attempt on the ladder there, but the pre-stun, all but perfect connection there, and another one will hit Rain. But a lot of good communication here from the other side. You can hear Bandits more than likely over in the background getting fired up here in this map 1 as they take a near 70-point lead. Looking at closer to 80 now as the time goes on. Kamado here, really no other option but to just try and play his life. But Zach, what a huge kill on that rotation there. You can hear him every single kill he gets. He's getting fired up each and every minute, wants to get back into those winners finals and try and win that prize. Feels like the most amount of pressure is almost on him here, as he has been one of the best performing players in our region, especially for the better part of the last 2 years, and obviously on that squad of Mind Freak. He had high expectations going into the squad there, but he has not let anyone down. A bit of a reload battle here up top between Vision and Zach there. Both players getting very uncomfortable with that, but Altered Edge now finally find a few seconds here to breathe. They find some control. But the breaks from Bandits have been very, very good so far. They have a player pinching towards the back here, which is Rain. They've got a collapse, trying to work in from the side, but the back is more than fine for them. They get through. That's an extra 20 seconds on the board for Bandits, and it's now starting to look pretty ugly for Altered Edge here. They need a good regain on this next hill inside a kitchen. Well, this could very well be a bad blowout for map number 1. Not a lot of kills going their way either. It's a couple of players on the board here who are definitely struggling. May have been the downtime in between their scrim earlier in this match. Bandits have come off very, very warm from their last matchup against Point Blank, despite the fact that they didn't win a map. They are coming into this with the utmost confidence right now. Players are now starting to get really, really comfortable, making sure they can all hear it right across from them. Elements now piling on kills as Salim's picked up in the OBJ department. But Altered Edge are really, really battling right now to try and get something, just a glimmer of hope. It might come from Vision here if he can find a couple of kills. Almost got the third on Zach there, and you would have heard him get really loud there, but Jesus Christ. Zach is just continuing to put on a clinical display here, and now they're starting to really feel it. Comms are getting a little bit manic for the side of Bandits. Altered Edge seem quite quiet and composed almost. But Zach is just continuing right now to put the pressure on him this map and get an emphatic statement. So apologies for that background audio. That's what we were talking about before. Hopefully it isn't too much of an issue. But we'll mute in between comms if it will be an issue. Otherwise, Altered Edge, they've got 120 points here to figure out. And if you work it out in a math sense, a hill is 60 seconds, 120 is 2 minutes, it's 2 hills. There's 3.5 minutes on the time. They could chain up P2 to P3 here and they could get right into it. These guys have worked hard all year as a core 4. They've learned a lot of trust in each other. Here we go. Now they're starting to feel it. Comms are getting a bit more passionate now. Tracks in the back. Finds that kill. And now these Altered Edge players, they do have him scattered a little bit. Probably not ideal for their setup here. As Tracks posted up inside. Didn't expect that player at the back. In fact, 2 players at the back there to collapse in. Still 30 seconds on this time, but Altered Edge cannot expend any of this scrap time to them. They really have to try get back over and at least contest half of this, but it looks like they're not gonna. They're gonna take the gamble and try get 170 points here against 30. This would be an incredible comeback if this were to happen. But at this point, Altered Edge just need to find something with momentum. Do some things to get them amped up and fired up for this next map in S&D. Vision hits that flank on Salim there. Turns around to Zach, but he has been lights out this game so far. Leading the kills. He's not ahead by a whole heap, but he's definitely fed these guys a lot right now. His teammates are loving it. You can hear him with every single kill getting progressively louder, and with 6 seconds left, it looks like that'll be it. That will do it. No players willing to get up and say too much. Just everyone trying to be calm. The event organisers are looking around, trying to enforce a little bit of control and composure in some of the players, just with some of the language and behaviour. However, Bandits have been incredibly loud this game. Rain put on a performance there as well. But Altered Edge, never to fear. They've got S&D next. And right now, I mean, their S&D has improved tenfold, especially in the last month or two. And they're one of those teams that in their downtime, instead of playing league play, instead of playing random mates, they work together. They look at a lot of VOD. They go and they practice a lot of their stuff here. They're definitely a very committed team, and that's why they're here today. That's why they've made this top 4 stage. So they have definitely gone and proved themselves very, very worthy. I'm sure the owner of LOGITECH, or the owners, have been very proud of them so far this weekend. But I tell you, this squad of Bandits, their Saturday run yesterday, and even Friday, before any of the official matches, they've been looking pretty damn good so far. And if anything, even coming out of that last matchup against Point Blank, they have a lot of things that they knew they did wrong, and they definitely weren't demoralised to the point where they thought they were in trouble, or that they thought they couldn't win it from here. And when you've got teams like that who can get 3-0'd in a series and still come back and have that mentality that they know they've still got this in the bag, you're versing some good competition if you're sitting across from them. And this is the position they're in right now. They get the first map down. So they've got, I was just trying to listen to what they were saying then to each other in game chat, but map 1 is done. It looks like we've got a double embassy here, which I think this plays into the hand of Kamado here a little bit. We know he loves to get on the scope quite often, and this might be a battle between Zach and Kamado more than likely, unless they palm off the scope to, I think it was Salim. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but by the time you correct me, it'll be well and truly behind. But I do believe it was Salim that was on the scope in that last Embassy S&D. So when it comes to a matchup, Zach was able to put some numbers up, do incredibly well. He moves around this map very fluently, but with a sniper in the hand of Zach, I mean, you're really sort of taken away that aggression that sometimes you definitely need in these matchups. And this Bandit squad, I mean, they've got a couple of guys here that can do a lot of things. Rain's one of them. He's probably not a scoper, but he's definitely an SMG. He's an AR. You can put him in a spot that you need to. We've seen Zach, on the occasion, can flex. He can also snipe. I think Salim has been able to do both as well. So when you're talking about a pickup team right now with Zach coming from Mindfreak is slotted into this team here, I think they are very, very happy, you would assume. But I feel like they feel comfortable to play to their strengths with him around, and he's just able to pretty much run around, get his kills, get fired up, let the other team know about it. And when he gets in his own flow state, he becomes a very dangerous player, as we're all aware. But map number 2 here, in the first series of this losers matchup between Bandits and LOGITECH. Salim with that scope. So Zach does not want to jump on the scope. Probably a good move there between the two. But Kamado returns with a snipe here. This will be a battle between him and Salim, but he just gets out with his life. But very, very quickly, it becomes a 1v3, and Kamado, secondary in hand, a pistol. He does get that kill, and he lets him know. He had a very, very passionate approach there about that kill on Elements, and unfortunately, for him anyway, there were still so many players there in positions to get that trade, so I think he was just happy there to find that kill on Elements. Now I want to see, obviously, this snipe battle here. Salim more than likely going to go for this cross here, but Kamado positioned with watching Vision. Vision almost gets taken out on the cross there by Salim. Zach gets picked up by Vision up top. That's an incredible first blood, a very valuable one as well to get. Rain falls as well, so that's a 4v2. Altered Edge now in a very good position to win this round. It's Salim and Elements who've now got themselves a bit of work to do here, but Salim didn't see Kamado. He sees him last second, but another good scope from Kamado. Fist bumps on the side of Altered Edge. Happy to convert that round there to get themselves on the board. Hopefully Elements was weak there, maybe from the first lot of bullets, because it's a bit of a fast kill there for the TAC. Nonetheless, though, Kamado's had a good start to the game here. He's finding some picks in the first couple of rounds. Salim not as much. And we talk about the impact on the map it has when Zach's not able to get into games the way he'd like to. Vision almost walks straight into that scope there. Very lucky to get out with his life, but now 3v3. Vision, Kamado and Trax. They have bombed down. Vision does well to get up top here. This is a good little strat. He spots Zach as well. Runs out of bullets. Zach going to slowly back on up here. Altered Edge. Vision's really the only player here up the map on both of these players. Salim and Zach. You see Vision. Knows to play his life. Would have just heard a player go inside a laundry. The call out will go to Trax. Oh, but back over in the middle of the map. I swapped off Trax for a second there, because this player below Vision has definitely been hurt, and the scope from Kamado connects. They're very happy with that round again there, and that's what you need from your sub players. You need that aggression, and you need that ability to be able to get into those annoying spots that stops players like Zach from being able to just hold their left stick in, sprint around the map and be impactful. Vision is definitely a very big hard counter to that round and that ability for them to move around the map. Now obviously Embassy, from talking to Zach, he has some words about this map. He doesn't too often ever have bad games, and he's definitely no stranger to this map for Hardpoint or S&D. But he definitely had a lot of confidence when speaking to me before, has trust and ability in this team, not only to win matches, but to win series against any of the teams here. But I believe Altered Edge should not be flying under the radar by any means necessary. These teams at their absolute peaks should match up quite well. Altered Edge are a core 4 team who have played together. Bandits have players who have played together, played against each other for a while. A lot of 8 series and stuff. These players know each other very well, and Az has done incredibly well up top. Kamado tucked in the back. All he has to do is run here. He's done the right thing. But Salim, he's going to have some good timing on that player. He's not going to hit the scope. Salim suppressing him. Does the right thing, buys his teammate enough time to get that defuse down. They tie up the round count 2-2 there. I mean, that's a good reaction time there for Salim, and he's lucky that Kamado can't ADS any quicker with that sniper, or didn't even attempt to go for that quick little hip by no scope. Had that have connected, the player on the bomb would have been in a bit of a position there. It would have been really, really close, but Bandits don't even test the opportunity there for that to be the case. So they like their chances here. By playing this B site, we know a lot of teams do. It's nothing special or unique to a strategy on this map, but those 2 first kills there are going to be massive. And this puts almost too much pressure. Oh my god, Kamado opening the door there on Azza. Throws him off on his little angle there, and Rain scoping, oh not scoping, I should say snaking, but well, Kamado doesn't really have, Jesus Christ, he hits one on Salim, almost connects on that second one there, and I mean he could realistically do it, but I'm not sure if that was a closed door glitch there as well, but or even a well-timed pre-fire from Zach. But either way, Kamado gets done there. I mean, he almost hit that second one. That would have been something just to hear the reaction. Just some quick updates here from Craxy on the other matchup.
I believe Mammoth was up like 190 to 17 in the hard point at one point against Point Blank, and then in the S&D I saw 5-0 and then I looked away and then they won. Could have been 6-0, could have been 6-1, but something along those lines, and they've just started the control. So 2 really polarising matches, and it'll be interesting to see how the control goes.
So what is the map count for that series there?
It's tied 1-0 at the moment.
Tied 1-0. And unfortunately there for Altered Edge, I mean, Bandits kind of had a bit of a spread hit there on that defense. I think that's probably it's maybe a weakness of this map, I think, is giving up the ability to maintain control of P2 and sort of trying to put a lot of bodies over towards that site. And we see a lot of players focus their attention on hitting that flank. You've got the top route, you've got the bottom route, or you go all the way around. You know, it's 3 opportunities there for players to get through. And I mean, Craxy, you've seen it. You guys have played it a lot. Is it definitely a strength of the map on defense to play those P2 rounds? And how do you think that pans out in this series?
Oh, you know, I think there's realistically one play mainly, and that's try to get to B. And if you can't get to B, get to A. And then there's also, you reckon they'll throw him off this round?
Jesus!
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, that's criminal.
Yeah, and we heard it from here. Zach definitely let him know about that one. That sound info of hearing that door open behind him, I don't believe it was EQ, but I tell you what, he made sure they knew about it. Vision's got an opportunity here to possibly maybe get another kill, but now with Kamado out of action, it's going to put them in a really bad position. Definitely not impossible. Still just enough time, but he does have to push the pace here. Elements will play his life up top well. And that player scoping down the middle of the map as well will put an end to Vision. And they take a 5-2 lead in this Embassy. I tell you what, I've seen Altered Edge in a lot of positions like this here, where they've been down 4-0, 5-1, and they string together some rounds here. They like to figure things out a little bit later into the S&D. I don't know if it's a strat of theirs or if it's just switching on a little bit late into the map, but they definitely have that potential here to claw back a few rounds. They have got themselves offense, but I think the goal here for them is to not give up the middle of the map and P2 so often, because this is how Bandits keep slipping through on those B offensive rounds. So with Trax able to get that first kill on Zach there, once again, you know, you get him out of action and it really does help the team. Able to move around more. Trax's got to be careful of that retail on Rain as they both back up to play their life here. Vision with his bomb focused on A. It'll be Elements up top who's got shots into Kamado, but that van could finish Kamado off. It does. Don't think it was the van that blew up, but a well-placed nade nonetheless. 2v3 for Elements and Salim. That's Salim gone, as it does well here.
Number 8 needs to wait up. Who's that?
Vision. Could have maybe waited a few more seconds for his teammates there, but he is blistering with confidence this weekend. He has said to me personally he loves the feeling of being so even in connection in comparison to playing online, as we know a lot of these players have travelled obviously a great distance to come and play, and players like Vision do sit in not rural areas but definitely areas that don't have the benefit of good connections and pings. So I think he has flourished here this weekend, just purely confidence based in the gunfights that he can and can't take. Definitely is that player that will bait for his teammates. But look at that, Bandits Oh, they run through the door at the same time as each other, and Kamado is 2 health. Players are being told just to relax a little bit now, but that's 6-2 S&D. Players are standing up. You can see there Salim and Elements just standing up, just on the right. Might be just out of frame. Players are enjoying themselves so far this event here. I saw Rain and Zach at the end of the game there. I mean, Zach does get 7 kills for the map. Elements finishes with 9, but yeah, again, it's one of those S&Ds where collectively together between the teams, you know, no standout players solely trying to carry their teams through this, at least in that S&D. Hardpoint may have been a bit of a different story for certain matchups and players. Honestly, can't remember too much about the scorecard of map number 1 in terms of kill-death ratios for players, but they do take a 2-0 lead now, and this will put Altered Edge on series point for a top 4 finish. So there is a lot of pressure on these guys. They are the sort of team that would be talking right now, just keeping each other relaxed, and they know what they've done wrong for the last 2 maps. They definitely do. Some players have had slow starts. Others, they would have liked to have approached the rounds differently. And a lot of it is in retrospect. I mean, they watch a lot of VOD review. They're never going to account for a player like Zach to be joining this team here. So they're not a team you can prepare for. They're very unpredictable. I feel like in these matchups, they do learn a lot about player tendencies and everything as well. So if you're Altered Edge here, you've got a silo control. Expo's been taken out. I think they don't really want to try and test the spawn trapping on that map, or being put in it, I should say. And I think Hotel is a lot of teams' favoured map. So whoever decided to veto Hotel, I believe it might have been Altered Edge, might be just trying to limit Zach's ability to move around the map. And I know we have focused a lot on this team talking about Zach. Obviously, we've still got Rain on this team as well. Rain definitely loves to fly under the radar. But real quick before map 3 starts, we have tracks.
Getting fucking bullshitted.
Sounds like Max isn't too happy with
See fucking Slim jump at me H1 and I just get insta-kill. He literally, after that round, he goes, dude, that was fucked. I shouldn't have won that. Like, this fucking game.
Oi. Alright guys, yeah, apologies for the delay in between maps. Usually the map 3 break, yeah, they got that map 3 break just in case teams need to use the toilet. Just trying to plug my mic back into my headset. Hang on, brother. Here we go, guys. Map 3, Altered Edge. Again, apologies about that background audio. That's the backstage or the side stage area. They've got Rocket League going on here on the screen and some stuff. So hopefully the audio is not too bad. I'll try and mute up when I can. Here we go. This is a bit of a do or die situation for Altered Edge here. They have so much trust in each other. Went and had a word to a few of the players. In fact, I went and had a word to all the players on the side of Altered Edge. They know what they need to do. There have been moments getting loud and getting a bit emotional that they've not just Altered Edge, but both teams, in fact a few teams have been told that they can't do. So that has been a bit of a damper in the mental of some of these players. But I tell you what, they're still committing to it. They still want to be as passionate as they truly are. They don't really want to suppress too much and not get hype when they have things exciting happening to them. It is a first LAN for a lot of people. I think overall ESL have done a fantastic job over the weekend. Everyone does have their criticisms about it, but I think overall the event has been okay. I tell you what though, this defense from Altered Edge has also been, I'd say, more than okay. But these players have got a lot to work for here. They know they're down. They know the situation at hand. They've got things that need refining, and it's definitely not too late. They have full belief in their control. You know, even if they do go down early, they know to work things together. And so this really just comes down to execution, repetition, communication. Retracts right there. Full health. Shots onto Salim. Don't finish the kill, but it's good from Azza. That's really good from Azza. The minute extension here, 2 ticks. 14 lives. Play 12. Azza gets in a good position here. Vision's able to just play on the opposite side of the map, and I tell you what, if any player right now it was be feeling confident, it's got to be Vision. He's letting them know. They're getting emotional. We love to hear it. Starting to get hyped. They want to take the lead here. They've got 12 lives to 5 here. There's 29 seconds left on the time. These are the sort of rounds Altered Edge have been trying to work hard for. These are the ones they know they can win, that give them all the confidence to take these series and make them competitive and interesting. And I tell you what, even though the scores haven't been great in some of the matches, there's been things that Altered Edge could look back on and be excited for, especially continuing on through the series, whether they lose this matchup or go through. I think the guys are very happy with their efforts so far at this LAN. And even on the opposite side, over on Bandits, you know, a last second pickup from the Bandits organisation. They picked these guys up, and I think they have done Bandits a very, very good job so far. In terms of the kills, I mean, we look back on that round real quick, and Azza and Vision, they split 20 between them. The sub duo, 20 kills, 28 for the ARs. They are setting the pace. And that's not to say that the ARs aren't getting kills. It's just the fact that they're getting in good positions, and you can hear Kamado giving Vision his props there, trying to fire him up. Now Kamado getting some as well. Tracks onto this A point, just playing his life. Salim gets a really good kill up inside of office there though, and Azza does find that kill fast enough to be able to help Trax in this point. Zach does his best to just dive away and get out of that situation. But the patience from Bandits here, they do their best. They keep backing Zach off here. Zach's really just trying a few different approaches here. He's tried down low, he's tried the flank. He was backed off from both. But now Altered Edge, they get that A tick off the board. I believe they actually finished by only giving up 3 ticks as well on their defense. So I'm not sure. I'm fairly sure. I can't remember. I think it was 3 ticks, but either way, Altered Edge once again. I mean, over this whole round, they have died 4 times. They lose 2 lives there. That's half in 1 second that they've lost over this whole round. And so they are locked in. Elements is not having the greatest of games with Salim. I mean, 8 between the 2 of them. They're trying to get into the game. I mean, the engagements are still there. But Azza and Vision, I tell you, they've come out knowing exactly what they need to do. And they're trying to set the pace here for the team. And even if they go 4 down here, their breaks and their movement across the map, much more cohesive. So they definitely knew that they were lacking in some of that. And Azza finding a big 2 down bottom middle, still has 1 roaming about. But they work up the map. That's another big opening kill there for Vision 2. But you see this player, Zach, he always gets himself into those annoying positions. Now plays behind enemy lines, which, well, they know he's there. But whether or not they choose to put their attention there is something different entirely. Vision, he just continues to be a problem on this map so far. He and Azza now split 34 between the 2 of them. They are cooking right now. They know they still need 2 ticks in 15 seconds. It's looking less likely here. Here we go. Oh, Kamado finding 2. Needs that 3rd. Needs the 3rd. He is cooking and he's letting them know about it. 12 lives for the side of Altered Edge. 2nd tick secured. The players get up the map. They throw bodies into the point. It's really only down to 1 player. But there we go. Starting to get emotional now. They want to force this map 4. It's a hotel hard point for map 4 if it gets to it. But Kamado turning up late in that round there adds to the success, and it's little individual moments like that which they feel like they were definitely missing in those first 2 maps. A lot of situations that weren't going their way, and they were losing composure over it, especially at the end of that map 2. But Elements right now, I'm not sure what's happening with him entirely. Definitely not having the same sort of day that he expects of himself and that his teammates expect as well. Altered Edge have found themselves a little rhythm here, and they're liking it. Oh, Salim doing well up the map there. Kamado is still alive on their side of the map, so they'll have to keep an eye on their kill feed here. I think, yeah, Elements was keeping track of the kill feed, but Jesus Christ, just stop shooting his gun and they get paid for it. Now Altered Edge starting to get really, really aggressive. Might have to be careful because we know the organisers have raised a few concerns with it, and hopefully they don't get too angry about the situation. But I tell you what, 42 between the sub duo right now, and they are not slowing down. As 34 seconds left as they continue to cap A. I think they might end up being very, very disadvantaged in the tick department. So if it does go to 5, I think they will be forced on offense. The Kamado had Azza do most of the shooting off the start of that little break into the point there, but Kamado has definitely picked up the last 2 rounds. Trux has been a good supporting AR here. They do have Zach working up the map here, but Az is able to find that kill. This could be Altered Edge here, forcing the map 4. They could do it in a 3-0 fashion as well, which is exactly the sort of thing they needed for their momentum in this matchup. They know how bad they've worked to get here. They've basically given themselves the position here. They take the control. They are feeling really good. Apologies about the game audio as well. Had no idea that was off the whole time. It is hard without the second monitor, guys. But yeah, the game audio is back now. Apologies for that. Unfortunately, yeah, Elements just went through it, that map. I'm not sure. I mean, some of these players could be tired. They could be having issues. We're not entirely too sure, but I think Altered Edge, they got the boost of confidence that they know they needed. And we'll get another map in this series now. And I think Bandits are now in a position of possible concern here, because if Altered Edge steal this hard point, this goes to a game 5.
Oh, Bezos pushed in.
Alright guys, so map number 4, Hotel.
Altered Edge 1.
Yeah. So
I was too busy talking to Niggle.
Yeah. Also Altered Edge 3-0 in the control.
No.
Altered Edge 3-0 in the control.
3-0.
Yep, 3-0.
Wait, who had games? Who had games?
Azza and Vision dropped almost 50 between the two of them for the sub duo, so they went off. But a map 4 now, they've got every opportunity here to force the map 5, a reverse sweep to make finals. Kamado, former Halo player here, has made the transition into Call of Duty, and I think he's done an incredible job so far. He was a catalyst on that last map. The numbers don't truly reflect the plays and the passion that he was bringing to that squad. But they are looking to do very similar things here on this hard point, but it's very, very different to control. It's easy to get lost in the emotion of the situation here. We know that Elements struggled in that last series, but we don't expect back-to-back games like that. You'll be playing a different team in a different map. Basically a complete environmental change for for the players in game. And so it comes down to fundamental hardpoint play. The pickup players here have bonded well as a team. You have to give them that. I think Rain and Zach have been incredible. I think Salim and Elements have definitely performed well. A few players have had their bad maps, but I think overall they have performed and lived up to their expectations at this LAN. Obviously, their expectations are to win the whole thing. But going up against a team like Point Blank, who are also a core 4, who are also a top 3 team in the cups. Now it gets harder as you go up in the seeds. You play tougher teams, so you know that's their goal. They want to get back to that matchup. They lost 3-0 in the last series. They're looking to try and get back there for revenge, but Altered Edge, they've got the ability to put that upset there. Mammoth as well, I don't think I updated. They did fall 3-1 Point Blank's way. It was the map 4 hotel. Imagine got nice and rowdy on that map. He will be on as well at the end of this series. We've got Zach. Imagine we'll have one of the AE boys jump on as well. Got a lot happening. The scoreboard at the moment is definitely lopsided towards Bandits. Elements has had a complete 180 at the moment. He's already found 10 for the map, so he's already got more than I believe in the last map over a much larger time. And even in saying that, the sub duo between Azza and Vish, a little bit slower this map, but again, sometimes they take a little bit to get into it, and Zach is that sort of player where, if you know, Hotel is kind of like his playground. He moves around well. He has an incredible COD IQ, an even better shot. You combine those things together and you do get a very talented Call of Duty player. And so to find counters for all of that is quite difficult at times. But they are doing well right now. Bandits. Oh, wow. That's a big kill from Zach there. Rain inside of the hill. Got some shots on the tracks there. Some more shells. As is successful. Gets that contest in for Salim. Those close spawns do hurt. They are always there. They're going to get more of this scrap time. Altered Edge need to work on cutting up the middle of the map here, because that's exactly where these players from Bandits will try and force themselves through. And if they're funneled through Kitchen and through the back of P2, it will make their lives difficult trying to break in, especially through those irons of that TAC 56. You know how good that gun is. Salim exactly with that gun there. We'll now post up, wait for his team to try and find a couple of initial kills. Such an incredibly hard hill to break. The Snakes have always proven to be too much, even for the best of shots sometimes. Elements makes a good example of breaking into that there, and what a 2 there for Bandits. Rain very low on health there. That will pick him up. Vision looking for that pre-fire on Zach, but the help from Elements has been very, very good so far. He has definitely been the player to watch this map here. He's finding kills. He's dying a whole lot less this map. And he's found a minute and a half on the hill. So Altered Edge, you know, they've come out slow again in this hard point, similar to the Embassy. A much different game mode to control. But they still have 4 minutes on the clock worth of time they can try and work with. This player inside of Kitchen's going to be a problem, though. It is Zach. Zach looking for the kill on Kamado. They're both dancing around. Eventually end up falling, and Jesus Christ. Gets a kill that he probably shouldn't have. Vision able to clean that up before it got really messy, but trying to work the back, he is getting collapsed in on. Trucks can only do so much as well, and so the funnel will have to come from the front as Bandits look to crack that. Well, they won't crack the 200 mark now because Zach's blowing his teammates up. Trying to add to those kills he's already piled on. 19 for the map. He and Elements leading the way. And again, we talk about sub-duos from the last game. Well, now we're looking at the flip side. Bandit sub-duo combining now for almost 40 so far in this hard point. 120 point lead realistically is only 2 full hills of control. Altered Edge, maybe not a great P1 hill team, but they can do enough to make it scrappy. They're much better on the P2 to P3 rotation for sure. And this is where they'll be focusing here. Salim, with that shell on tracks, will open up the side of Rugs for this pinch here. And you see Altered Edge trying to prioritise a couple of players to get back and make sure that those spawns aren't compromised for P2. They will still put enough pressure on P1, but Zach is just playing with them this map. He's got a good supporting cast in his teammates this map, and the control after that break may have just been a bit of a slower map for him for sure, but they've definitely come back looking like a different team. Vision with the scrap time. Kamado trying to make a contest here on Rain. Vision behind Lobby. Will go for the Chell, but Rain has been nothing but superb. Pulling out the knife, could have gone for the quad. Zach does steal that kill, and now the absolute dire moments for Altered Edge here. This will be incredible if they can pull it off from here, but that could have been the icing from Zach if he's able to find the last few kills. Salim, 2 seconds left, track's not close enough. That will be it. Zach stands up, points over towards Altered Edge before walking. But Bandits, it looked concerning. It looked very concerning in that map 3, but I tell you what, they come out looking different. They go over, fist bumps out. It was a good competitive series there. Altered Edge definitely made them work.
The control is like the easiest map for those teams that aren't necessarily
Incredible between these two teams. Unfortunately for Altered Edge, that will be their tournament run finished for the rest of this weekend. 3 teams now remain. It will be Mammoth and Zach. Can we flip that? Just chuck it here. Zach, it's good. GG. So we got Zach here.
What's going on?
Sorry, the mic was off, but yeah. So Zach, basically, look, you guys look good. The first 2 maps, you guys come out strong. Obviously, the series before against Point Blank was, pretty lopsided. The 3-0 in the end. That does a lot to a lot of teams. It gets a bit demoralising when you've got some teammates that are, putting up some unfortunate performances, but. Going into that next series against Altered Edge, they've been a core 4 for a while. As you said, you guys are pickups. You're on the best team in the country at the moment, arguably the best player in the country at the moment. What sort of things are your teammates like Rain, Salim and Elements, what do they do for you that makes you still a very impactful player, even on this pickup team?
I mean, on this pickup team, like I just basically call out the spawns, tell them like what they should be aiming. But for the most part, they're just sitting hill aiming the right lanes. It just allows me to run off, get kills, which is good.
Yeah, and speaking of Rain, he actually was here for a second. I think now he's dipped. He doesn't want to jump on cam. So, so you guys are now going up against, I believe, Mammoth next.
Yep, Mammoth. It's the 3rd time we're going to play them.
Yep. So, what is the series split between you guys and Mammoth?
As
is
in,
it 1-1, so 1-2 or 2-1?
We've only played them once. We've scrimmed them the day before the LAN.
Yep.
So it was 3-1. We lost map 1 by a couple, 20 points.
Yep.
Map 2, a lot of mistakes. I kept asking my team to throw trophies, but they didn't know where to throw them, like how fast they had to throw them, so I kept getting naded.
Yeah.
And yeah, map 3 we played well, but I'm pretty sure map's just going to get vetoed now because they know that we're shit at the other two. So
Yeah. And I think
we're going to have to look to take a hard point.
Absolutely, and I think Mammoth, they went down 3-1 against Point Blank. The map 4 looked a bit close. I don't know about the other scores, but where do you guys feel the strongest across the 3 modes at the moment? Is it your
Definitely
respawn?
hard point, yeah.
Yep. So I know you know those guys very well, but what's your favourite matchup of the day here? Like against a team like Mammoth, who do you feel the best going up against in gunning? Like, who is your number one focus?
It's definitely got to be Plaz. I've got that guy's number. and Riley, actually, but their AIs have been playing good. Mission Spawn have been playing good, but...
Yeah, I think a lot of players here at the moment who are still in have had really good runs, and you definitely... I watched you guys Friday, and you were definitely cooking them in scrims and stuff, so... But yeah, that'll do from Zach for the moment, but best of luck for the rest of it.
Thanks.
And if you guys get up, we'll have you back over and have another quick chat. But yeah, good luck for the rest of it. So obviously Zach playing with Bandits there, Mind Freak player. He's still on board with them. So we're going to try and find Imagine or Chris from Point Blank. So I'll quickly go run off and see if I can find him, get some questions into him. But yeah, just give us a sec, guys, and I'll go see where he is. All right, guys. Audio's on this time. My apologies. I know the first couple of minutes of Zach on, the mic was muted. My apologies. So we got Chris Imagine here. Real quick, congratulations. You guys are now through to the grand final now, I believe.
Yeah, in the grand finals now.
Yep. So just want to ask you a couple of questions. So obviously your Saturday run was pretty well. You guys didn't. I don't think you dropped a map.
No, we didn't.
So double 3-0s, and then you guys come in today. What were you guys thinking going in today before your first series?
Just very confident, Just very confident. We've put in the work as a team. We've been grinding very hard. I have a very talented group of individuals by my side, and so we've just come in confident, play the game that we know, and just hope we do well.
Yep. And I think your first series against obviously Zach, who we just had on, was another 3-0. So your first matches, you come out, you're 3-0 in everyone. And then I believe the Mammoth series I saw went to a map 4. So what game did you guys end up losing, and what were the things that sort of went wrong to result in that loss?
So we lost map 1, the hard point. They 70-point clubbed us. They absolutely put us to bed, and they just played lights out. They played unreal Call of Duty. And when you saw, all right, I was talking to boys, telling me who cares? It's one map, just regain. It's very easy to come back on an S&D when another team has a lot of energy, because you just play the game correctly. So we kept good comms, we kept composure, and then the rest of the series just whitewashed them. Just whitewashed after that map 1.
Yeah.
So, we're just feeling good as a squad right now.
That's good to hear, and obviously, so these guys are now through to the grand final. So it'll be Mammoth and Bandits now playing off against each other.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've beaten both teams now, and I know you guys going in with a world of confidence, but who do you guys expect to go through? And who would you like to go through the most of the two teams? Who do you think you'd...
I think Mammoth will go through because, they are an orchestrated team. They've been grinding for a little while. I have a lot of good rivalries with a bunch of those players, so I'm very keen to have another good series with them because I think it'll be good fun.
Yeah.
And some very, very good players, playing on LAN, they're unbelievable. They're unbelievable on LAN. So yeah, no, I think they'll win. I'm very keen to verse them.
I was kind of glad you actually brought up the emotion that you guys go through over there, and you know, I kind of wish the mic was on for it, because you definitely would have heard it from here. I mean, these guys are probably, I'd say, about 20 metres away. It's not super far, but you could definitely hear Chris. He got up and he let them know at the end of that map 4, and you know, we've had a couple of event organisers come over and say some things over here to the guys, and but you know, at the end of the day, I think you guys are definitely going in as favourites. So without any bias behind it, I think you guys should win it from here. But yeah, still a bit of work to do in the grand final. It's a best of 7.
It's a best of 7, but we start one map up as winner's advantage.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure how they were doing that this year, but no, it's good to hear from you. And yeah, as I said, keep playing well, because I think you've been doing well. And I think, even as you said before, all 3 of your teammates have they've had their moments through the weekend. And I mean, we saw Corey yesterday have almost 70 engagements on a control map, and Fatty back on the sub. Real quick about that as well. Just quickly ask, obviously, Rain, the move of Rain departing in the team and you coming back on, you know, if you're allowed to say anything about it, what was sort of the discussions leading up to that move that was made for you to basically swap teams with Rain as direct?
No bad blood with Rain or Max. You know, Max and I are very close. Their team just wasn't meshing too well together. Fatty was thinking of the role change. It's just, yeah, the way they all played together just wasn't working too well. So, you know, you get Fatty on the role change. You get myself, you know, quicker of an AR to pair up with Cronus, who's very slow, because Fatty was also a very slow AR. It just works out so well, you know. Fatty and Jars on the subs, beautiful, you know, composure together. They play so well, and then, you know, Cronus and I on the ARs also work so well together. Just pacing how the roles played out, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But Max, great player, amazing player.
Exactly, and yeah, absolutely nothing to discredit him at all. And I think even over the weekend he's played quite incredible COD, and now he's got the ability to, you know, go up against you guys possibly in the grand final, and you know, that'd be another little bad blood rivalry there. He's going to want to obviously knock you guys off and let you all know about it. So, last question: who do you reckon, in your honest, humble opinion, who is the best player on your team?
Best player on my team.
And why?
And why?
And you are allowed to say yourself if you believe it is.
No. Honestly, that's an impossibly hard question, right? Because everyone has had absolute standout games throughout the whole weekend. If there was one player, you know, just hard carrying us through, I'd say, yeah, it's that guy. But
yeah,
Fatty's had amazing games. Jarzen, as you said before, has had brilliant games. Cronus has had great games. I've just had good games. Like, we've all just had our pop-off games. You know, we've dropped 2 KD, 2.5 KD, just making the right plays, winning all our gunfights. So,
yep.
I mean, right now, I don't know if we exactly have a standout player. Just all 4 of us just working really well in sync, all playing amazingly.
That's a good answer. I'm sure they'll be happy that you didn't say yourself there. But appreciate you having a quick seat down and a chat. And yeah, best of luck to you guys for the rest of the event, and hopefully we can pull it off from there.
Yeah, I appreciate you for doing this. We all appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. I'm glad the event let me in, to be honest.
Of course, good on them.
All right. And I'll quickly see. I'll see if we can get. I don't know if they're still hanging around. I'll see if we can get one of the Altered Edge boys. If you guys give me just a minute. But I see a couple of them sitting there. So just give me a sec, and I'll see if they want to come have a chat. All right, guys. We got Az here from Altered Edge. A couple of the players aren't too keen on speaking at the moment, and rightfully so. First of all, congrats to you guys for making to today, top 4. Obviously, we saw your last match. You know, the first 2 maps were, you know, not ideal. A couple of slow starts and stuff. But I just want to talk to you guys about sort of your day altogether, but more specifically, you know, what changed in the map 3 to result in you guys winning in a 3-0 fashion?
I'd say for the day, we, coming into DreamHack, we expected to be top 4. That was our goal, that was the bare minimum. Like, we wanted to get top 4. With the series, or the later series, playing the first 2 maps and kind of losing in that way, especially map 1, it was like a little bit frustrating. But going into the map 3, we said, look, this could be our last map. Like, let's go out, let's play it, you know, let's enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I think that really just showed, you know, how confident we were on the map. Which, yeah, I think the boys did really well. Like, I'm pretty proud of them, and I'm sure the org's pretty proud of them as well, coming back like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we were saying, obviously, I don't know if you guys kept track at the end, but you and Vision combined for, I think it was just over 40 between the two of you. And between Max and Cam, you know, that when we talk about sub-duo, AR duo, you and Viz just looked like different players in that 3rd map, and you guys had so many kills on the map, and you really like diluted the gameplay of Zach and Elements. I think had a pretty average game as well in saying that. So I think you guys really pulled it together map 3 and sort of showed, even though they're not an established team, to be able to do that against like one of the best, if not the best player in the country in Zach, and then other talents like Rain and Salim and Elements. I mean, you guys surely got to be proud of, you know, at least being able to, you know, obviously it's not ideal to be eliminated to begin with, but to be able to win the way you guys did in that map 3 should be able to, you know, show other teams that you guys have that world of confidence within yourselves that when faced with adversity you can get to that level. So yeah, obviously, you know, how do you guys rate your overall performance? I know you said before like the bare minimum was to make top 4, but as individuals, you know, what sort of goals did you guys have outside of your placements that you wanted to be able to showcase at the LAN? And, you know,
I think as individuals, we wanted to showcase kind of our talent, especially as a team. I feel like, I'm sure a lot of other players would understand that there's a bit of like gatekeeping in like kind of the teams that you can scrim, you know what I mean? The good teams stick to playing good teams, and especially if you don't have the opportunity, it can be quite difficult. So I think for us coming to LAN, it was about proving ourselves and taking the opportunity of playing some decent teams on LAN, and really just making the most of the opportunity, and just to enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think overall, even though we've got moments where the players, you know, you guys probably heard it on stream, there's moments where people are getting up and screaming and swearing and stuff, but I think overall the vibe and the mentality of a lot of the players here has been very, very good. Obviously, we know a few people that are attending have a bit of an online reputation in terms of, you know, how they speak and act and stuff, but I think you guys have definitely represented the team well, and I definitely agree with you about the gatekeeping thing with the teams. I feel that these LANs sort of give players that opportunity that online COD doesn't really give you. I know players like Vision, as we were saying in the broadcast, that he's one of those players where, and even Trax for that matter, where if they were at a level playing advantage, they believe that they're better players. And I think that now that they've been able to come here and display that, they can back up everything they've said, and that gives other teams that foresight of, okay, well, they deserve to be here. You know, they've worked their ass off, they proved it on LAN. It continues to help grow you guys as a brand, and I think as a general organisation, you guys are definitely still on the upcoming, and I think that you guys definitely have the potential leading into champs now You've got your LAN experience in. I'm not sure how they're doing champs, if it's online or if they're doing LAN, but I think you guys have now put yourself in a very good position now to get a similar placing today. And obviously you guys now are sort of regularly making top 8 now. Where do you see yourself at your absolute peak? What are some teams that you feel like you match up best against?
So we're, I think, 8 seed now. I think at the moment we're definitely sitting at the top 8 range, that top 8 to 6.
Yeah.
I definitely think that with enough practice and enough time, we can definitely start pushing into the T6. But at the end of the day, it's just the quality of practice. I think that we have a pretty good knowledge of the game. It's just now really just working on the skills and working as a team together. I feel like when you verse not so good teams, it's kind of, you can get kills and you can just play the game how it is. But I think when you start versing better teams, they really do punish your mistakes. And I think, we definitely saw that in our HPs.
Yeah, so. I tend to agree there. And obviously, when we had Zach on before, he was talking about the fact that what I asked him what he brings to his team here today and what they bring for him, and he spoke about spawn knowledge and basically sort of directing his team as an IGL, which we don't tend to see in a lot of sub players because they spend more time, running around being menaces and reckless, and they're much faster. So to be able to analyse the map the way he does and still talk for his team is a very valuable asset. And I feel like as you guys have gone on in time, your VOD reviews have gotten better, your strategies on maps, your communication, your teamwork, everything has slowly started to come together towards the end of the year. And obviously, you've had idiot over there break his hand playing rugby, and Steve occasionally has had some internet issues, and then obviously you were added to the roster in place of Hawk as well. And nothing against Alex at all, but I feel like it was definitely a move that made sense. His passion and everything, he was going to leave anyway, but I think you coming onto the team has made a massive impact on the guys. And I think learning from your mistakes today and stuff here, back to online COD, you guys definitely have top 6 potential. If anything, you've got top 4 potential, because you can take maps off of teams like that. And so you've just proven your ability. It's now implementing it in those other 2 game modes and continuing to find what you're bad at and working on it and finding your strengths and being able to improve on them more. But anyway, guys, I'm sure we've chatted plenty now. But any last things that you want to say at all, or just adding comments in general about your weekend or anything?
The weekend was good. I wish there was more people here from the COD scene. I've seen a few people dodging. I'm not going to name names, but it's a good place to finally put faces to the names you see online. So it's been good, and there's been a lot of respect. So it's been a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys can't tell, he's obviously wearing some of the AE merch as well. So these guys were supposed to be kitted up. They got some last-minute jerseys in. This guy actually went for an absolute journey on, it was the Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a Friday.
Yeah, a very, very long day for Az. He spent a lot of time. In fact, I think he got here around 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock. It was a very late turn up, but yeah, you guys ready to go? Yeah, sweet. But yeah, no, appreciate you coming on. Congrats on the finish. Unlucky you couldn't go further, but I'm sure these guys are excited to see you guys more, and hopefully you've given them the belief now that you guys are definitely worth being where you are.
Have a good rest of the stream.
Thanks for coming on. Well, we do have tracks nearby, but I think he's shaking his head at me. He doesn't want to. All right, so what we're going to do real quick, got the players here behind me yelling at me to stop interviewing people and get the stream ready for the next game. Tatters wants me to keep going. I disagree. They'll belt me.
I'll belt
so, no, not you, the players. How you going? Speaking of, APAC's best caster.
Oh, best, mate.
Are you coming to join me for the series?
Oh, I can.
Oh.
Is there a second headset I can get hooked up or not?
Honestly, you can wear this one. I'm happy to go without it.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
if that helps you, I'm down.
Yeah.
okay. That doesn't work. Oh wow, they've got the noise cancelling and shit.
Yeah, well, they're not as great, but they're decent.
Oh yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're quickly going to change up the team names here. So Altered Edge are now gone, and we've got Mammoth.
Mammoth.
So what are your thoughts on this matchup here? I was speaking to Zach earlier, and he reckons their series count against each other is pretty close at the moment, but he reckons a 3-1.
It all comes down to the hard points. If Zach's team wins the first hard point, they'll probably win the control. They'll probably win the they'll probably have an even matchup on the second beat or whatever it is. Because yesterday, Albagra was neck and neck, right? So,
get the fuck off, good side, cunt.
Yeah, man, that was...
So I'm just Zach scream. Nah. It all comes down to the matchup, right? Like, if you have some good map selections here, the vetoes, I'm assuming they're going to be similar to the one they had the pool play yesterday. Can I hear myself? There's no feedback. Okay. Yeah. Sorry for engulfing the mic there. But the search and destroy is going to be tough. I don't think they're going to have an easy time on the search and destroy. We've seen yesterday that they got molly-whopped on the search and destroy.
Yeah.
Albagra hardpoint was the first one that they had yesterday. I think they're going to have that again. It was 20 points. Zach had a streak. He didn't use a streak. There was some certain misplays, so hopefully they've done some review. Hopefully they've worked on it. And they should be sorted. And if they do that, I think this will just be a map 5. The typical map 5 round 11 shenanigans, hopefully. But I think first map, it'll go towards... I forget the team. Zach's team. I don't know what the actual team names are. Bandits. Okay, so they're under Bandits. Will be Bandits. I think the second map will be Mammoth. I think the third map will be Bandits. I think the fourth map will be Mammoth. And then I think the fifth map will just... I don't know. I don't have a prediction for it, but I think it'll go the distance if it's similar to what happened yesterday. That's given that Bandits have learned from their mistakes and can actually... win the first map, but it all comes down to this first map. I think this dictates the pacing of the match.
Yeah, and I think I didn't get to watch the series, but the point blank series against Mammoth, finished 3-1. The one over here finished 3-1, but I think both teams now going up against each other. We're probably going to see some stuff that we haven't seen yet in the tournament now that this is their last game. So one of these teams will be going home from here. There's no grand final for one of them. It's do or die. So for this to not go the distance would definitely be not the best reflection that we've seen of both these teams over the weekend. And as we get into it now, as you said, a hard point on Fortress, there's a lot of players now that will take advantage of this map.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We've seen Albagra throughout the season be very optimised. And the good thing about Albagra, I think, if you're Zach's team, because essentially they are the underdogs, which is crazy to say. You've got some extremely talented players there, but yeah, definitely the underdogs going forward, is the fact that you don't have the teamwork and the chemistry. So all you need for Albagra essentially is you don't need to be switched on, thinking, trying to orientate yourself. It's just about picking up your lanes, playing coordinated, and you'll be sorted on Albagra. So we'll see how that goes going forward. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1 here, Albagra Fortress. Hard point to kick off this series. I can't wait, man. I always love seeing these two teams, play off, and we saw them in scrims, the pool play. Now we're going to see it here, P1 online. Some kills already dropping for both of these teams. Mammoth going to fall short ever so slightly as they try and fight for these P2 spawns, but it's not going to be easy as the rest of these players are setting up towards this time. And I don't know how, but Mammoth have found themselves in P1, and now they're going to try and find themselves through P2. Stocker is huge, though, going forward here.
Yeah, and already off the rip, we're seeing teams, they're getting off spawns kind of all over the place right now. And I think both teams have now spawned both sides, sort of just still trying to fight for art control by the looks of it. But now I think Bandits finally have a little bit of control on the hill as we move over towards P2. And this kill here on Mish is going to be huge because now he's got some support with him now. And if they die, as you see now on the map where that number 3 player is, they will spawn out. And this is where players like Stocker and Mish, they'll just cut up the middle of the map here.
Yeah, this is really difficult for Bandits here. if you're trying to play through this, right? You've got spawns flipping now, you're spawning out, you've got Salim and Rain yet to get online, they've both got 0 kills, they need to try and get something going. You've got the side of Mammoth though, you've got all your cylinders, I guess, firing here, but here we go. Rain and Slim speak the names into existence, somehow finding some kills now, finding the break, and now able to get themselves in and get some of this time and work away at this deficit that's been accrued here over this P2 side. But we all know the Al-Bagra storyline happens every time. You lose P2, you've got to go to P3, lock in those spawns, get a full 60, and that's what Bandits are going to try and do here.
Yeah, and we all know, I mean, this hill has been, I haven't actually seen too many teams this weekend break this successfully through the front, and yet a lot of teams are still opting to go through this way just because of the positioning, the power position of the back circle, and it forces a lot of teams to sort of funnel their way through the front, use their equipment to get rid of the trophies, and you know, a lot of teams will expend so much time on this hill, and it leaves them with a choice. You know, you've got to either hit that scrap and force that team to, you know, work their way into this game and get significantly ahead, or you risk flipping spawns on the chain there as Rain. You know, they're only down 31 points here with 30 left on the time, and I think Mammoth here, they're probably going to hit this once more and maybe try and flip the spawns on Bandits here.
Yeah, honestly, Rain's done a great job of playing his life there, trying to get as much scrap time, as much time, I guess, as you can, playing it scrappy, not really scrap time, but regardless, he's done so well at playing his life and trying to lock it down for his team. The problem the Bandits are having right now is they're not able to secure a lot of this time. They're not able to play as a unit, to lock down these angles. They're just getting staggered, coming one by one by one by one, and it's the trap that you get in when you're not used to playing as a team. That's what you're going to see between these rosters when they don't have a lot of that experience, right? Someone like Mammoth, yes, they're a new team, they're fresh, but they played together before, they know how each other play, they know their play styles. It's definitely not the same as being Bandits when you're coming in. Slim and Elements obviously coming back to this COD. You've got Rain and Zach, who have, I don't think, ever really teamed, of course being, you know, very good friends, being very friendly with each other, but obviously not being proper teammates. I don't think ever, but regardless, or except maybe not recently, but still, Bandits doing a great job of fighting for this time where they can and just playing their scrap. And that was honestly largely due to Rain in that last hill, just playing his life, able to secure a lot of that time.
Yeah, and when we talk about Bandits, I mean, it's really hard to not overstate the importance of having players like Rain and Zach on your team. And when we spoke to Zach before, you know, I asked him what his strengths and weaknesses in this pickup team were, and he basically just said to me, you know, I direct the team, I let them know where the spawns are, I let them know where to put trophies. So he's really the catalyst in leading this team to win maps, and you don't usually see that from your submachine gun players. It's primarily always been an AR player that IGLs in these games, and you look at the side of Mammoth, and compared to Bandits, I mean, IGL wise, I think Zach is and has proven to be one of the smartest players in this game, and I think that's a strength of Bandits going into this matchup, despite the fact that Salim is struggling here. I mean, they're still right in this game.
Well, I was about to say, you've got both Plasma and Salim dropping an absolute stinker here, but regardless, honestly, this is their map usually. You've got Salim flying out. He's a very credible player. He likes to play these off angles, try and cut off the spawners, get the rotations in. You've usually got Plasma doing the same for the side of Mammoth, but neither of these guys can get themselves going. It's somehow getting shut down every single time they're trying to somehow find one of these openings. It's just not happening a lot of these engagements. So that's where you're finding Salim and Plasma both struggling individually. But now you're coming in, you're seeing the rest of Bandits coming live. Both of these ARs now frying, starting to lock down these spawns. It's making way for the subs to try and get their routing in, and it's paying dividends for both of these squads. Unfortunately, Mammoth's just executing it a little bit better. You're seeing a lot of these times, and that's just due to them being a more experienced team and a more solidified team.
Yeah, 100%. And when we talk about the matchups individually between these guys, this is probably as close to a matchup as you could ask for in terms of going 1-for-1 with talent between both of these teams. I think, you know, and without the bias, I think Point Blank individually do match up better. And in terms of the cups, you know, bar Zach, there is no player left in this tournament that places better than Point Blank. And so I feel like for this matchup particularly, they're going to want to fight extra hard here just to put into the minds of those Point Blank players that, you know, we're coming to play and we're not stuffing around in this matchup. And I think Mammoth so far have done a pretty good job of that. But in saying that, Plasma currently sitting at 7 on one side, Salim 5 on the other. I mean, that's a .33 for him, but they're still managing to stay in this game, and no one's really slaying out heavily for Bandits.
Yeah, they're essentially an entire hill behind now. They need to try and grab a full 60 here. You can secure some of these money hills, and we've seen it before. Al-Bagra is the king, it seems, of comebacks in this Call of Duty. I've seen absurd amounts of comeback on this map, especially in hardpoint. So, you know, you see this, and you see Salim, right? I was about to point out 4 and 17. Yes, it's a bad stat line, but you've got to look at what the impact is doing. And you've always got to judge a team off their worst player, not their best, right? You've got a player that was 4 and 17 with, 13 seconds in time. You're only 60 behind. So what happens when he comes online? What happens when he starts firing on all cylinders? And that's what we might see here coming over to this next hill as they start to accrue some more of this time. Bandits still hanging in, still grabbing this scrap time, but it seems like Mammoth have set up and they're ready for P3. It's going to be a war, a battle to try and get themselves in this P3.
And just another thing there as well, even with Plasma, only 9 kills. I mean, he's only one behind Salim now, who's now starting to find a few more on the map. But he's been OBJing quite heavily for this side of Mammoth, and it really allows his teammates to do everything for him. And so he's not really in a position here to try and hunt kills. Salim's actually won off streaks here, and unfortunately does fall in the end. But he's been able to give his team an opportunity to run around. So his deaths and kills on the map, those kills could be important ones, and I feel like a lot of players still don't get themselves in powerful positions and get kills, whereas players like Zach have been doing it all weekend. And I think this is the first time in quite a while I've seen Zach, over -4, to be quite honest. And, they're still in this match. I mean, Mammoth do have the lead, but they could chain these next 2 hills and possibly win it from here.
Yeah, definitely, and we've seen P3, that break was crucial. Getting that time is honestly a godsend for this squad. The rest of these hills you can play scrappy, you can start to fight for, you just got to win your gunfights. And if there's anything that you know about Bandits, having Zach, Rain, Salim, and Elements, is that they can win their gunfights. It's not going to be about losing, those crucial ones. It's about setting up as a team. And if they can overcome that obstacle, which they have more than done here in this last couple of hills, then they are going to have success here coming to the end of this Al-Bagra. But still, Mammoth holding on to this objective, still grabbing this time. It will be contested shortly. Zach's going to win the engagement. Salim, though, goes down. Spawn trying to work in tandem here with Mish. Now, all of Mammoth coming live. It's all up to Elements. He's going to drop as well. That's all 4 down for Mammoth as they try and end out this Al-Bagra hardpoint. It's going good for them to try and end off this map number 1. And this is where I said it was going to come down to, right? This map number 1 is crucial. Can Rain do anything? It's just all red in the kill feed, blood spilling left, right, and center on this last hill as they try and close this out. 10 seconds, they can still win off this Bezo. They need to try and shut this down.
3 seconds left, it's looking dire, and it looks like with that kill, that'll spawn them deep. And Mammoth get it done in map 1. And I mean, at the end of it there, they really started getting electric at the end. Throughout most of the map there, it seemed like it was quite even. There were stages there where Bandits looked like they had a glimmer of hope. But I mean, as you highlighted, at the end of the day, you're as good as your worst teammate. You're as good as your worst teammate in that game. And in all things considered, Salim did pick up at the end of the game. And I don't think the loss doesn't come on one player at the end of the day. And I feel like Bandits' rotations were there for some hills, but I feel like their P3 to P4 just didn't feel right. It didn't look right, and that probably comes down to the experience that Mammoth have with a map like Fortress, where it's so easy to lock down the middle of the map, and you have players like Mish and Stocker who primarily love running around and killing. And when you allow those players, even Spawn at the end, I think he finished quite well as well in the grand scheme of things. But heading into this map number 2, I'm looking at both of these teams, and I look at Mammoth, and when I look at their 4, I think S&D. I think their strongest mode is and probably will be S&D as this core 4, and I feel like if you're Bandits right now, this probably concerns you. And I was just about to say this map is probably the only one bar Embassy that I would not be playing these guys on.
Yeah, this is where it's honestly probably regarded as one of the worst S&D maps in the game, right, Mikado? It's the constant one-side hit. You might switch it up, but it's rare to have success on the B side, so you're going to be constantly hitting that A side. It's about playing creddy, playing in those weird angles with the AR, and we've seen that Spawn can be pretty deadly with it when he pulls that out and tries to play in those engagements. So it is going to be very difficult. The pool play matches yesterday were a good example of what we're going to see in this series. somehow Mammoth has come out better. I honestly thought the Bandits would give them a run for their money second time around in Albagra, but somehow they've got the short end of the stick. And Mammoth now looking good to try and take the second map, so they're going to have a very difficult time going forward. And I think you just got to give credit to Mammoth so far in their performance in this tournament. They are looking to try and take this and create an upset, and they're on track to doing that. But regardless, map 2's still not underway, so you can't really make the predictions and call them out yet. There's always a chance. But yesterday this was an absolute, it was disaster, to put it lightly, for Bandits. So
yeah, and even with the squad Bandit, I feel like in their series, I feel like they have progressively gotten better every map. I think the only bad map I've seen them play was in that last series against Altered Edge in that control, and they had that, I think it was a 10-minute downtime, which, if they're sitting out for 10 minutes at a time, that's the sort of thing that brings them back down. So this is definitely the sort of team where they need a map to get going, get into their rhythm. They get a little bit of momentum behind, even if they're losing that match. That's the sort of thing they thrive on. To win this map here, I think they need to have a counter for Mish. If they let this guy scope the way that we know he can, he could very well be the catalyst to the victory of Mammoth for this S&D if they are to prevail.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. The sniper, high risk, high reward. You don't want to be left off guard with it. But Mish, ever since Vanguard even, has always been... I used to play him in 2v2s on MW 2019, and this guy was still running the scope. So he's been a long, big fan of the scope. And already, though, Bandits getting the first blood, able to draw Stalker out, get that first pick, engagement. But Zach's going to drop a huge kill coming out from spawn there to try and regain the advantage for that round. And Mammoth to try and restabilize here as the bomb tries to swing towards the B side, but somehow Mish with a scope takes off his head. I don't know how he's found elements, but it's a great job nonetheless. And now you're left at a 2v3. You've got the bomb in the hands of Rain. You just need to get this bomb down, try and regroup if you're Bandits, but it's not going to be easy. Slim and Rain now in the clutch.
Yeah, this is... I think they know these players are stuck in B here, and I think the play here will almost be and try and bait out one of these players at least. We know a lot of the time that's a massive kill from Rain there. That's actually going to open them up a little bit now, taking out Spawn. But the problem is that I believe Mish is still scoping.
That route is huge.
He snuck underneath him with the secondary. He's taken him out. So that leaves it down to Rain. An incredibly intelligent player here. He could get timing.
Oh, that's a beautiful play from Rain, though. He gets him off the bomb. That's huge. Plasma going to drop now a 1 versus 1. Can Rain find it? The snakes are in. He's trying to get the info. I think he might have gotten the diamond as well, so I think he got info on Mish. Now he just has to play it 7.5 seconds. That's all that's left. Rain doing the clutch. 1 versus 2. Huge to kick things off for Bandits here in round number 1.
Unbelievable stuff there. That's COD IQ there. If you ever wondered what it looks like, that's the sort of thing that separates a lot of good players in this league. The ability to know when to challenge, when to back down. These players truly are putting on a clinic at this LAN. They love to display everything they are good at doing, and Rain definitely should be respected as one of the smarter S&D players, particularly.
I mean, you talk about value, right? Missed 3 kills with the sniper in that round, able to get so much engagement against the limb dropping. I don't know how he's found that one. That's huge for the side of Mish to try and kick things off the round yet again. You just cannot be challing these long-range engagements, right? You know mid's going to get locked down. You know Mish is going to be there, but you still chal. It's a very big misplay from Bandits, but still 2v3 is what we're left with. They try and restabilize yet again, but down. They just don't play their advantages well enough. And the bomb will go down. Mammoth able to now play post-ban. They get through tunnel, and that is huge. I do want to try and touch on Rain's round there and his positioning, but I don't think we're going to have time because the round has kicked off so quickly, and that's the case you get with Mikado. But you see the positioning from 1 and 4 here, trying to now regroup. Every single angle getting cut down. Got a bit of a Triforce setup, if you will, in the middle of the map, but Zach doing a good job of opening things up. Able to find Mish. That's a sniper down, but now 1 versus 3. My goodness, Zach, what was that? Somehow snapping around, able to find that kill, but I don't think he's going to have enough time. All you need to do is check at 7.5. And you will have it. Stalker running the long route. Never mind baiting it out. Zach able to get the kill. Does he get a day through Zach with the 1v3 somehow? I don't know how he's found it, but that is huge from the side of Zach to clutch it out for Bandits. They are doing the impossible right now, Benzo. If there's any map I would think that they would have a struggle on, it is this map right here.
How do you even put that in words?
That's APAC's top prospect in the flesh.
100%. Like, we talk about this guy so often, but there's every reason to. He's on the best team in the country right now. I argue that he is the best player in the country, and to be able to do what he does with a sub. Like, we think about players over in the league like Pred. Pred arguably could be the best in the game on that game by dispute with a couple of other players. But, yeah, this guy, Zach, he's just something different, man. Like, he gets in positions and, like, wins gunfights you'd never expect other people to. And they've given themselves a 2-0 lead so far on this map too, and they've got every chance to steal this one off Mammoth here.
Yeah, Zach getting traded out there, Elements with the blood, able to at least get advantage, if only momentarily, as rain drops as well. The news starting to tighten. All players now trying to collapse Salim, trying to run out. Not enough time as well. So 1 versus 3 for Elements, and this might be the first round that Mammoth can get under their belt. Finally, the advantage slipping in their favor. It's kind of 2 free clutches back to back if you think about Bandits, right? So Mammoth are playing well. They're playing the better search and destroy. They're just not winning their engagements at the end of the day. But now it's all left up to Elements, and yeah, he's going to have a tough time trying to get this bomb down, especially when everyone's locked in. You've got both of this alley side locked down. You've got number 6, Mish, in the middle of the map. Elements is going to get spotted. The rotation's going to come through. The bomb needs to go down, but you've only got 30 seconds to work with and 3 players to deal with. Elements now in the clutch.
Yeah, these are the sort of moments, like right there, there's not a whole lot you can do, even at this level here. I mean, that's a sort of round there you're just already trying to regain on, and look forward to the next round and try and get your defense set up here. But it's been really interesting to see that usually we see offense quite aggressive on this A side, but it's almost like both teams are sort of respecting each other's defense a little bit more than online COD. And I had that thought coming into this LAN to think how much different people would play on things like control, when we know control can be defense favored, and a lot of S&D maps can be favored one way. But what a first blood from Spawn there. But yeah, just highlighting that A bomb, it's not being utilized.
Mate, that is huge. They throw the set nades. They're able to get the first blood. Mammoth now swinging the bomb towards B. They have no idea. Zach's going to get dropped in the middle of the map as well, so you've got a 2 versus 4. That is a beautiful play and strat coming out from Mammoth there, and it's rare you see S&D strats get laid out so perfectly in that sense. So now you're left in a 2 versus 4. They've got the advantage. I don't know, Raid. Get a haircut, slaps around. Wow. What an exciting little kill that was, but unfortunately not enough to get it done. Mammoth are going to take that round, and now 2 straight. And essentially, they're playing, perfect S&D. Unfortunately, they've lost 2 clutches in the first 2 rounds, but still, I have my money on Mammoth. They're playing so well at every corner. Bandits need something to switch it up, and unfortunately, they don't have the experience, the knowledge, and the expansive search and destroy strats that Mammoth would have going into this, and that's just due to being a fresher team, and that's the kind of punishment that you're going to have to deal with being a pickup team coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and they probably know that as well. But I had a good look over at Rain when he got that kill, and the look he gave his teammates. Like, I feel like there's something in him now, even getting that first blood. He's ready to lift it up another level here. I feel like something just in his eyes then, like he knows that they're on the line here. But the scope from Mish, I mean, this guy is
Oh my god, Mish is unreal with the sniper. I mean, this guy is playing Valorant, it seems like. We've got the Valorant LAN going on over there. And I don't know which game I'm watching, Valorant or COD. He's snapping around, flicking. That'll be enough to get Mammoth the win. Now taking the lead 3-2. Beautiful stuff there to Mammoth. Each round, they're just dismantling what Bandits is putting forward. And honestly, Bandits don't have an answer to what Mammoth is putting forward every single round. The set nades come through for Bandits. They get the advantage. Drops like that, all due to Mish. The high risk, high reward sniper play pays off, and now Mammoth take the lead.
And this is what I meant before, like what is the counter to Mish, right? Obviously, the only thing you can do is scope back. But Salim, who's been on the scope, if it hasn't been for Zach, just hasn't been opting for it. And they're kind of just giving Mish the ability to lock down a lane. And most times, 8 times out of 10, you'll get scoped if you chell a scope with a player who's got a shot exactly like Mish's. And I don't feel like they're respecting the counter almost. Like, I don't know if they think they have the ability to counter Mish right now. But once again, they've faked out the A side here, and I don't know how loud I want to yell just in case some of these players can hear. I actually thought about it before, and I was like, oh, I don't know if they might be hearing it, but nonetheless, the bomb, they find the bomb carrier at least, and they've dealt with him. So this player up 10, This is going to come down to how he's able to play, and it is Plasma who's now got streaks as well.
I mean, that's huge.
So a 3v2 now for the side of Bandits. Man disadvantage, 35 seconds, and bomb is going down at B. What do you do here if you're Bandits?
I mean, you might be able to get the engagement. That's great from Zach. He actually, he shoots. I thought he might have gone for the ninja defuse, honestly, but he's not going to do it. But somehow Zach finds the kill now at 2 versus 1. I don't know how Salim and Zach have done it. Oh my God! What are we watching? I don't know what's happening, Bezo. It's just unbelievable the kills that these Bandit squad is getting. It seems like nerves might be rattling this Mammoth squad just a little bit. Honestly, these kills you should not be dropping. I was gonna hype up for it, but honestly, man, I don't know. That's just a kill that you cannot be affording to drop if you are Mammoth going into this 3-3 now. Somehow Bandits still hanging in and already having a better match than they had in the pool play.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the side. I don't know what was going on with Mish there, or if he just whirlied a couple of shots. But, you know, if you get up on that round, at the end of the day, you still got to clutch the end of the round. But, you know, there's little moments in this S&D so far which has resulted in it still being tight at this stage. And Elements hasn't been able to work himself into the game yet, and it's still level. And we've seen Plasma, who I feel... What a first blood there from Elements, talking about him. Bomb in hand, gets that first blood with the nade, but look at the aggression and the change up here in the A site.
Number 5 coming around the back there, trying to make the pinch, but Plasma stays alive and hedge. That's huge, Mammoth. Now looking to try and take it as well. That's big to try and regain this advantage. You can't let that last round phase you. You've lost some crucial clutches yet again. Stocker going to drop. Salim finally grabbing that flanker, so a 2 versus 2, but it's going to be Salim and Elements, the cousins, the family bloodline now trying to come through and get this bomb down. It's not going to be easy, but can they do it? The split defense coming out from Mammoth as well. They might be able to get the bomb down, but look at this route from Plasma now trying to get aggressive and try and find himself in this A site, and he might find Elements here as he holds onto the bomb. Plasma doing a great job there.
Yeah, that's tough there. I mean, I thought for a second he might have seen him up top, but Salim now in a good position to clutch the 1v1, but it is against Mish, and we've seen how good he's been. I swear he might have just missed him by inches there.
Oh, that's a great round from Salim. He finds Mish, jumps around for Mish, grabs a sniper. I don't know how he's found that. That's insane. Mish, the talent that this kid has is unbelievable. He's probably the youngest player here, but he has the most talent by far. Look at this shot. The quickscope comes in. Phase up, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, the ladder stall, faking McJakey. I don't know what I'm watching. I was swearing on stream.
Oh my God. I feel like I'm so used to seeing him doing it, and it still shocks me every time he does it. And we're hyping up Mish right now. Plasma currently sitting with double digits right now, 10. He has turned it around from this point. You've got to give him his props here, because I feel like a lot of people have felt his performance has been underwhelming here at the event, and yet he is such a talented player. He's definitely a big factor into the success of Mammoth so far in this tournament run, but this map too, it is looking very, very good so far.
Zach. Look at Zach. This is the top prospect coming alive now, but Plasma's going to shut it down finally. A 1 versus 4, but that's not going to be enough to get it done. He needs to chip away at some of these players, and it's going to be a difficult task, but if there's anyone that can do it, it's going to be Plasma. 11 and 4 in this match so far. He's having a field day on the Mikado. Salim now baiting out the door, just playing with the sounds and trying to bait him out, but this is going to be tough. 44 seconds to work with, Bezo. It's a lot of time, but there's a lot of players that you need to tackle. Salim might be the first on the chopping block.
And the problem is, where do you check first? And now that he's been spotted, it kind of ruins any play that he could have made here, and this is smart. Yeah, the players now scatter. Once they find the location, they know that, or that I'm guessing they would have known that bomb was down, or they couldn't get it down. So you see how they scatter across the map there. That's probably the IQ or the smarts coming from players like Zach and Rain, you know, directing the teammates there, letting them know what to do in those situations and trying to avoid clutches coming in from players like Plasma, who have definitely done an incredible job so far in this map number 2. But now we're at a round count of 4-4, and it's like, how many different plays do these teams have left in them to try and pull this map away? What does it come down to? Individual play or team play? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, that's just showing the raw talent the Bandits have as a roster, right? You're seeing Zach making these 2 pieces, the set nades coming out, Rain making kills that he shouldn't be having, and this just goes to show how just talented they are in raw talent. But the teamwork from Mammoth might prevail here, and this is a classic battle, right? Talent versus hard work. Which is going to prevail? 4-4. We're seeing it go the distance here, ladies and gentlemen, in this Search and Destroy map number 2. Both of these players want it. This would be a monster upset if Bandits find this map. But Zach now trying to get the first engagement. Spawn drops. That's huge. A second now as Elements finds it. Mish clapping back with a sniper, but I don't think it's going to quite be enough. Only 28 seconds to work with. Mish with the scope. Salim finding Stocker. All left up to one player. Mish drops, and a beautiful round for Bandits to take us to match point.
Yeah, I felt like I wanted to swap to Stocker. I saw him going for that flank, and he's done it a few times now, and I don't want to give away too much there, but he's been able to slip through the lines a couple of times, a bit too easy here. So I think it might be the focus of Bandits, that they know that he usually does it, and that'll be players like Zach calling it out. And they were in the middle of the map. I believe it was Salim that found the kill. Had he have dropped in the middle of the map there, that gives Mish an opportunity to play a slightly different off angle there and feed off Salim, possibly even a bait and switch there. So at the end of that round, Mammoth, you know, they had an opportunity there to possibly get something going, but Stocker falling was really bad news for him.
But here we go. Look at how aggressive Zach's getting off the rip. This is the prospect trying to come alive. Finds Plasma. Huge first engagement. Not going to quite find the second. Beautiful trade from Stocker to keep things alive. Restabilize Spawn. Able to find Rain as well. I told you that AR was going to come into play. Spawn having a beautiful kill there to try and even things up and get the advantage for Mammoth. Salim and Elements now. We've talked about it before. The family bloodline. Can they do it this time? 2 versus 3 in the clutch. This might be going to a round 11, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean, I could not be more excited for it. Salim, though, on the flank. And yeah, he binks the nade. And yeah, I mean, this is where the crunch time is. This is where the pressure starts to mount. And yeah, we're seeing it here.
Yeah, and here, this is where it's going to be tough, because both players have to work how they're going to break this site. Elements actually with a scope in hand. Salim finds Spawn somehow. The moment I swapped off him, go figure, the COD casting curse. Not being able to see the situation, but now they're slowly collapsing in on the point here. Some pre-fires coming out. Mish.
This is huge. Oh, but Mish with the reach.
Salim with
the knife. I don't know how he's still alive, but 14 seconds. Can he find Mish? Salim just misses it. I don't know how Mish has done it. If you were wondering about the pressure on this man, how he's going to play on LAN, his first LAN, this is what you're seeing. Mish able to clutch it out. Salim just barely missing the shots. He got first engagements, but the bullets don't connect. That is heartbreak as we go to around 11. Mammoth able to clutch it out. Final round. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2. Search and Destroy Mikado. I mean, dude, this is both teams swinging, and Salim has got to be gutted.
Oh, he actually stood up and thought he got the kill and looked over towards Mish like, I had you. But now we get to a round 11 here. You can tell how much emotion is in this game between these two teams. This round, Bandits have offense.
Oh. Look at the first engagement. Rain getting slipped around. Plasma able to find it. A second from Plasma in the round 11. Salim claps back. Elements drops. It's all up to Salim. The pressure has come to this moment. 1 versus 3. Salim trying to clutch it out. The shots are in. He's one shot. He's trying to back up with his life. Only 49 HP. Never mind. It's actually more than I thought. Somehow so much red on his screen. Regardless, though, he gets out. Now in the 1 versus 3, he's got all the pressure on his shoulders. He choked it last round. Will he be able to clutch it this round? He has all the moment here to try and redeem himself, but it is not going to be easy. The streak getting called in as well, and this is going to be so tough for Bandits. Salim with the world on his shoulders.
He's got to be feeling so much pressure. The heartbeat would be up, the heart rate.
Oh, he doesn't know the place was right.
Mish didn't check it.
Wait. What is going on?
There is no way. There is no way that he figures out a way to win this round. The problem is
isolation, though. This is
so
huge
split
for the Bandits. If there's any way to clutch this, both players nowhere near each other. Stocker with the Vaznev. Now getting aggressive. Salim finds it. At least he has info, but only 16 seconds to work with. Stocker's just going to play his life. This is a beautiful play from Stocker. If Salim finds a kill, it would be huge, but I don't think he's going to have time. Mish still struggling to get himself away over, and this is going to be 7 seconds left. Salim now getting dropped, and Mammoth take map number 2 in the round 11. But what a battle that was between these two teams. My goodness. Mammoth able to clutch it out, and Salim has got to be gutted. I don't want to talk too loud because he's right over there, but wow, that is a dagger.
He's got to be feeling that. I thought the second that Mish didn't turn, I thought there was going to be a problem, but the way that Stocker had played that split with Mish was everything there, and you saw that they were taking a massive gamble. They didn't know. I don't know if they knew that bomb was down there, but I mean, Salim in that situation, his heart rate would have been pumping. The head would have been going, where am I finding these players? I've got to get 3. I don't have time. I've got to plant the bomb. And these players know this, right? They know that he's newer in this scene. They would have been putting the pressure all on him. They probably would have had a load of confidence there, but again, like, they get so close to taking Mammoth's S&D off of them. And if there was a map that you were going to do it on to really hurt Mammoth, that would have been the one right there.
Yeah, this is extremely difficult for Salim. You know, every player, no matter how good, no matter how experienced, is going to feel the pressure coming through. And yeah, it's just heartbreak for Bandits, right? That was a crucial map to win, and Salim already, you can see him going up the stairs, taking a break, trying to regain. It's tough scenes for the Bandit squad, but I think regardless, you've just got to try and reset, regain. You've got to control. You won it yesterday. Can you do it again today? They're looking better. They are looking good, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to take the series and to continue against Point Blank in the finals. And
I guess it comes down to whatever map they select here as well. I would be surprised if I saw Expo between these two teams. I feel like one of them would have vetoed it straight out. I don't feel like it's a good map for anyone yet, at least in our region that I've seen.
Yeah, not experience.
Players play it just in case a silo gets taken out, and Hotel's good for the other team. So I feel like going into this map here, Bandits are probably thinking, well, a silo, we got 3-0'd by a team that we should be beating all the time. In their minds, they believe they should be winning the whole event. Altered Edge, no discrediting them, they did take that 3-0 against them. Now, if there's a weakness to Mammoth, I feel like it has been their control. I feel like there have been moments where they don't really work things as a team entirely, and I feel like they're a very individual based team that thrives well because their individual skill is so talented. Now, you put that up against a team that has the best player in the league. In a pickup team, this is where it gets a bit mixy, and I feel like there is a big void here for someone to step up and take control, without the pun intended, of this map 3. Obviously for Mammoth here, if they can do this in a 3-0, Point Blank will be watching somewhere by.
Yeah, I can see him over there behind. Yeah, Corey's over there behind there. Rixie's there.
Yep.
Who else is around there? Britta, fan favourite of the scene.
Yep.
I don't know where the other Point Blank boys are. They're around Yola.
But
Yola somewhere hiding.
You've got to imagine they're around, like monitoring the performance of Mammoth. I feel like from what Chris said, he expects them to probably be the favourites to go through here, and they are up 2-0. Now, when it comes to Bandits, who is the player here that you would expect feels like they need to step up the most? Who's the key player here for you?
Elements for sure, and I think that he hasn't hit his stride yet. He's a very talented player. He's very consistent as well, usually, right? He might not be a highlight player perhaps, but he definitely has a lot of value and a lot of impact when coming in with the AR and how he plays. So if he steps it up, he will be huge. Salim had a bit of a rough game in the El Bagra, only barely dropping double digits. So, he had a good second game, but he's going to have to come firing on control. And honestly, if I was going to say keys to victory for Bandits, you're going to have players like Zach running around with the sub-right routing. That's expected. You're going to have Rain with the AR, locking things down. That's expected. But what you need is Bezo trying to... God, I'm looking wide here.
How good's the lighting here?
I know, wow. Regardless, you're going to have a player like Salim really getting aggressive, playing the back line. He's a really creddy player. He likes playing these weird off angles, off positions, cutting off players. That's going to go a long way if that's your gameplay, in control, but you need to have the impact. You need it to be successful, otherwise you're just going to fall flat. And I think Mammoth's gameplay is a little bit more stock standard, right? You just want to play the points. You want to, win the engagement, try and get a forward down, flood the point, grab it, maybe split some resources here and there. But regardless, I think Bandits are going to be more orientated, a bit more in the kill department, trying to find these engagements and trying to get the back line, really stop the spawning of this Mammoth roster.
Yeah, and I think obviously this is going to depend on what map is selected here in the end. Although I feel like Expo is probably not going to be the one. I would really I wouldn't say I'd hate to see it, but I wouldn't expect to see it. So if I'm going to take a shot in the dark here, I feel like it will be a silo again because Hotel is a real big strength of Mammoth. We've seen this Mammoth roster, which I'm trying to remember their actual core 4, if that is their actual core 4.
It might be.
Or is Rain...
No, Rain's playing with Licky.
Licky on Void. Yes. Yeah. Okay. But I have seen Mammoth before take controls off of Point Blank on Hotel.
Yeah.
And I've seen Void do it as well. So Hotel is a map where on offense it is so easy to lose positioning when you're on defense, be flipped to the opposite side and have 3 people stack a point, jump on, end the round. Now, a silo obviously is the exact same. So when it comes down to it, if you've got to win all your important ones, Mammoth is the team that has the highest belief in themselves to win their one-on-ones against any player there. You could go ask any of them right now. I promise you, if I went and asked any of them right there and said, do you believe you can gun any player on that team, they wouldn't bat an eye. They have that belief in themselves. If I were to go and ask Bandits, I feel like they would tell me the same thing because it's probably the right thing to do. But in terms of, Elements and Salim now brand new, well, not brand new, but newer to the scene, they're probably not in that same boat here. And I feel like they are starting to look a little bit gassed now heading later into the day here. I mean, they've played, I think, 3 matches today. They've played a few yesterday. They had their scrims in. They actually got Salim just walking in just behind us. Let's talk about you guys. Yeah.
Talking shit on you.
Oh, bro, actually, do you want to wait till after, or do you want to do it now? I don't want to check you out. That's all.
Get fucking ready for Dino and Crazy. Dino, Crazy, and Nick.
Oh, they're probably floating in here, bro. Yeah, Crazy's in here.
Go on if you're around.
Crazy, Dino, and fucking. Shout out to Crazy, Dino, and Nick Carnage.
There you go.
They love
the
you.
Boys, the boys.
They love you. They were hounding me before to watch your series when I was doing the other game. And good luck for the rest, man. But yeah, so...
Thanks, brother.
No, all good, man. So, Bandits, they've got a bit of work to do here, but I feel like as good as they played on S&D, they get that close against a strong S&D team. You go into a control where both teams are probably average here, and I think Mind Freak with Zach are a very good control team, so I think he's a good control player. But what he's able to do on the map is heavily influenced by players like Shox, Fighter, and Luca. Now, he obviously doesn't have that supporting backup here, but do you think being an IGL sub player has a little bit of impact on Zach's performance here, especially in this series going up against a team like Mammoth? Or
I feel like Zach, he's an extremely smart player. That's honestly why he's so, hyped and so talked about, right? You have some players that are extremely raw in talent that we've seen come through the scene, right? And not to say that they're not smart players as well, but I think where Zach really shines is showing his intellect for the game and his natural ability, and that's due to just having such a support network around him, right? Playing with Buzzo, playing with Jars, and having these players that have played for so long now, Conrad and Lincoln and that, who can give him the support and just further his game. Yeah. So coming forward, you come into a game mode like Control. If there's any Control, players, I think that he's going to be the best. In terms of showing his capabilities of adjusting and adjustment. That's the biggest thing that you see in Control, right? It's not about necessarily how good you're playing, right? It's about how you adjust to each situation that's putting forward, right? Yeah. Are they splitting their attack on both sides? Have they just hit B? Are they now spawning up, going to hit A? Are they going to re-hit? It's all these little split-second decisions in Control that come down to it, right? It's about how quick you are in the decision-making, and I think that Zach is just, on that next level when it comes to that. So I think that he's really going to shine here, regardless of whether he's IGL and playing a certain position, regardless of what players he has around him. Sure, having these players will go, the Mind Freak players will, make him shine. But I think regardless, with or without it, they're going to be pretty he's going to be pretty solid coming into this. So, I am going to be kind of banking on Bandits here to take us to a map 4.
Yeah. And touching on Zach as well, I mean... yeah. Sorry about that. So I feel like this, whichever map it is, I feel Zach's influence is definitely a massive reason. There's no denying it, why they're now top 3. And when I look over at the Mammoth team, I still sort of wonder who leads that team. I know Mish isn't really a big talker, at least
definitely ain't Mish,
not for
mate. He
leading.
hasn't said a word all weekend. No,
Stocker usually, I think, would be that person, but he's also a sub. And I don't know.
I think Stocker and Plaz maybe kind of split it.
And
they're very talkative, both of them. Plaz, I feel like will kind of bring the team together a little bit. Stocker's probably making the plays. Spawn can also be there, level-headed. I think they're pretty all switched on, pretty calm. If anything, I think Mish might need the direction. But he's more than thriving in this environment, clearly, which I'm surprised about, honestly. I thought Mish was going to struggle being in a LAN environment, being under the pressure, that sort of thing, but he is clearly having a field day.
I did feel that way with a few players coming here, and I feel like everyone loves to talk the talk, right? We all hear it all the time. Obviously we had, and this isn't ragging on anyone, but for example, like we had Priestley here, who was probably the most recent LAN winner of everyone who made the tournament. And I didn't actually get a chance to really watch him perform at all, but from the series that I casted of them, you can see certain players and you can see their tendencies online correlate to LAN. And then there's been other players, like I won't go and name people, just as an example for Priestley I can think of, like being a LAN winner. But there are a lot of players here that I feel like they don't really change how they play, but their ability and their confidence, once it gets on the roll, minus the occasional internet issue now and then, which I'm surprised we haven't had any yet, but if I jinx it, I hit myself. That plays a massive influence into these guys being so damn confident and being able to perform the way that they are. Like I'm looking at Rain right now. He doesn't have a worry on his face right now. They have a chance here to be knocked out of Grand Finals 3-0.
He's locked.
And he does not care. Not that he doesn't care, but he's not phased at all. I look over towards Mammoth. I can barely see their players. But I look over towards them and I imagine they're probably just as locked in here. I think their main goal here...
Yeah, they're locked.
Their main goal here, in terms of going into this grand final, is for them, they need to win this 3-0. They can't give Bandits a chance to even make a run back into this game. Or if these guys dominate like Altered Edge did to them and then go into this map 4, they're a good hardpoint team, and then you force that map 5 S&D and then suddenly they're very, very concerned. So there is a lot on the line here regardless. One of these teams are going home in the next 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is crunch time for all the players, right? And they know that, and Bandits are going to be feeling that. But Mammoth, I mean, we saw it, right, in the last Search and Destroy. They were able to inch it out, right? But I was honestly a little bit concerned if it had gone a little bit differently and they were left in another clutch situation. I don't know how well they were going to thrive. I feel like the Nerds hit this Mammoth team, a lot harder than it hits Bandits. Given I think that Mammoth are a better team here going forward, I think that the Nerds will play a big, big factor here. And if they can make it close, if they can make these scrappy engagements that we're seeing between each of these maps, it will start to play a factor on the mental of Mammoth. And I think that's something to note going forward if this goes the distance and starts to get pressured, right? If there's these moments, a close hard point, trying to clutch it out, it does get very tough for Mammoth to really strive, and it's going to show. And I think that we've had some moments like that where it's been tough for Mammoth to inch it out. to win some of the clutches. It's the rounds they should be winning, especially in the search. We saw that, and we're probably going to see that in the control and the hard point going forward if it goes the distance. But regardless, both teams, highly decorated. We know what we're coming to expect. This is no new news to us. We've seen it throughout the weekend. We've seen them play throughout the season and their careers. So yeah, there's no big surprises here, and it's just going to be about who's coming ready for the control. Yesterday, for the recap, Bandits winning the control, the only map in the series. The Abagra was close. The Mikado, they got swamped. So seeing a round 11 today was very surprising.
Oh yeah.
And now coming to the control. So
I think that is the only round 11. No, the second round 11 of the tournament. Only 2 for the whole thing. The only other one was Altered Edge played. Who did they play?
Was it Harley's team?
Yeah. And the only map they lost was round 11 in S&D, but they dominated in the other 3.
Right.
So, but that was a very early match in grand scheme of things. So as we go towards the end here, the likelihood of seeing map 5s, round 11s, it is so much more likely now because the gap is closing ever so slightly on these players. Only thing I'm concerned about here is I hope, for the sake of Point Blank, I hope they get a quick session in, whether it's league play or scrims or something, just to get their hands warm and get ready, because whichever team goes through, they're going to be firing. And I mean, they might be getting gassed towards this end here. I'm sure a lot of players want to just relax and watch the stream in the grand final, but
I'm perfectly okay with that.
I think we are on track here for a map 4. I think Bandits might sneak this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Bandits have a very good chance. Look, everyone knows control. There's no surprise here. Out of all these maps that you can possibly pick, this is the one you're going to feel most comfortable on if you are Bandits, so there's no surprise here. It's in the veto. We're going to kick things off. Map number 3, 2-0 in the series for Mammoth now, trying to take this and go to the finals against Point Blank, which is probably the expected outcome looking at the map set. The Bandits looking to try and upset this match, and we're going to kick things off. Slim and Elements both getting a kill. Zach now looking to try and line up this player top bed, maybe even one more here as Mist makes himself known.
Yeah, it's... I'm surprised it wasn't an aggressive A hit off the rip, but we see a lot more teams now try and enforce their presence early on B, just in case teams send too many numbers over towards A and then accidentally then lock themselves in a bit of a deep spawn. So it ends up being a very quick B cap. But yeah, the direction here now being focused on A, I mean, Bandits are just going to be willing to give this one up here and try reposition through the middle of the map, see how many kills they can find here, and pretty much try and force the hand of Mammoth to ideally funnel through dining instead of through the back of bedroom, and really, put him in uncomfortable lines of sights for players like Zach to thrive.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It doesn't even feel like there's been 12 kills on the map, but somehow there has been, and now Plasma can get aggressive with the subs, start to run through these spawns. This is going to be difficult to try and get him out. Somehow he finds a 3-piece as we switch off him. He's going to kick off this control and try and make Mammoth a little bit more exciting now as they get this B zone, and they're getting it quick. They need to try and break. They need to try and find the engagements, but the pressure is mounting. The kill feed turning that blood red we see all the time on this Mammoth squad. They need to try and find the engagements, but it's not going to happen. Mission Spawn now coming live. Elements get shut down, and Mammoth take a quick first round, one of the quickest control rounds you'll ever see. Beautiful stuff. And you were saying at the start, they went for the B hit early, and honestly, you can afford to do it. It's very hard to punish them getting wiped there, right? Even if you get the full wipe like we saw, they just go straight onto A, and it's like they didn't lose any pressure. Realistically, the only time you ever go to A is to play it super, super safe. You just want to get in there early, but that did not even come into play. Plasma 6-1 5-streak as well, so he's one off the cruise. It is going to be tough for Bandits here to stay alive.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of teams, and I know players will know a little bit more than me in some aspects, but I feel like people give up bedroom way too easy when they're backing up from A, and teams will take advantage of that and force that deep right dual respawn on the players.
Now Soccer with the route through the back as well could be huge. Spawn going to be pushing the front, trying to get a second. Not going to happen. The AR a little bit too slow, but Elements with some good awareness, able to find Stalker, and that's going to be huge as Plasma tries to make one more, but they're just throwing lives at this point. At the moment, you've just got to cut your losses, go towards B. That's a big dive from Zach. He gets stun checked. I don't know if they saw him cross. They must have because they threw the nade, but he has to go big in the back line here if he's going to try and make the play for Bandits as Slim gets shut down towards single.
Yeah, I don't know I feel like they know he's somewhere, but they don't know exactly. And this is what I mean with the caliber of players. They have the IQ to know they haven't seen Zach's name in the kill feed for a while. So they'll know he's missing somewhere. It's a question of where is he holding and what is he doing. But now Mish knows.
Oh, they can flood. They can flood here. This is huge. As they get these kills, they open up the B zone. Zach can just play aggressive with the sub. Now he can shut it down. Salim's getting aggressive. Rain's in. Even the crowd at the meet and greet's getting aggressive, getting hyped up. They're loud for this team right now. Bandits just flood the point. There's nothing they can do. Zach's shutting things down with a 2-piece. It's all over, and that's going to be another quick round from Bandits. Back-to-back attacks just going all the way. That's 6 ticks apiece. I don't know who's up on kills, but this might be a round 5 going the distance. This is going to be tough. Both these teams extremely good on their offenses.
And you know how we talk about, obviously, the team with the most amount of ticks will win defense, right? So at this point, are you trying to get more ticks? Because it's almost like, I feel like it switches all the time, like defense, offense favored, but I feel like for most of the year, this map has always been offensively favored. If you go into that round 5, how confident are you on defense if every team's been winning offense with 6 tick wins?
Yeah, it is one of those things you've got to toss up, right? It's very hard to win on kills and not get the ticks, especially on any of these control maps. It's rare you kind of see it go the distance, or at least a little bit more rare than we saw in Vanguard. It is one of those factors that you've kind of got to toss up, right? Do you want that? But both these teams having a very strong start to both their attacks. But look at Zach's route here. He might be able to find spawn as he's just snaking around this point. And if he can, this would be huge. He's got some good... Oh, I don't know if he saw Spawn snaking. I thought he was trying to play the gunfights and isolate, but it did not go his favor. Spawn continuing to snake with this AR, just locking it down single-handedly. They can work the spawns now. He's doing a great job of keeping Mammoth alive here on this point. He's going to keep snaking with the kill feed lining up blue, and the team kill as well from Zach is going to be devastating.
Yeah, that had a bit of a giggle there, just watching them both snake against each other. It's pretty comedy to watch it, to be honest. It is a broken mechanic, but God, it's funny when you watch other people do it to each
it's
other,
a wacky-looking mechanic, that's for sure, man.
But, Bandits, I feel like Zach is everything here right now. He can't die in this position. And he should have really got that kill there, but they really want to try and get a little bit more control over bedroom here. If they can force the opposite spawn, they'll be in a better position.
The Bazem nerf. 1 tick is all that's left. Rain now trying to get himself into this point. They've got no lives to work with, no time either. This will be all Mammoth here in this 3rd round as well. We are going the distance here in the control. Every team having a very solid attack. Now it's up to Bandits to try and win a 6 tick, or they can try and make it hard on themselves, go for those kills if they feel confident in their attack.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough choice for them, right? And this is what I mean. How confident are you with your defense to get 6 ticks in this round and then hope it comes down to kills, right? If I'm looking at it now, my quick math is 33 to Mammoth, and then Bandits aren't close. So if that's the case here, I think Zach actually has a streak to work with as well. So they do have something back pocket if absolutely necessary. But the two split here from Mammoth is kind of leaving the middle of the map open, and this is prime for Zach.
But the prone catches him off guard. The Amos is not helping him out there, and now Rain trying to jump off the top, not able to find the kill either, so this is going to allow Stock to try and get aggressive, but Element's doing a good job of finding that. They get an early B as well. This is going to be huge. I don't think that they're going to be able to get themselves in. They need to keep pressing the attack, but Slim's shutting everything down. These spawners dropping. Rain now getting on the action. Everyone coming alive from Bandits to try and take this B zone. That is huge to kick things off on this offense round, and honestly, now they could probably focus on the kill. Zach continuing to fry it in the middle of the map, finds 3. Zach, he is insane with this sub. Now the shot's landing for him. The streak gets used from spawn as well. I'm not sure why he burned it there. I think Plaz might have streaks as well. I could be completely wrong about that. My brain could be confuddled. But regardless, I'm surprised they used the streak there. That seemed like a very poor choice of streak usage. You're not gaining anything. The B zone was already capped. You're not really stopping the A. Now the snake's coming through. Rain not going to find the kill. The turn and burn not coming through. And the tick wasn't secured either. The aggression now coming out from Mammoth. But Zach just making so many routes, man. He can just play the map to perfection. It's almost like he's got wall hacks the way he plays. But we are on LAN, so there's no accusations here. The beautiful stuff from Bandits to kick things off, but Mammoth doing a good job of restabilizing.
Yeah, only sound DQ if you're cheating here, and a lot of players still frowning upon it. So take notes at home. If you're still using it in scrims, get a grip. We're beyond it now. But these teams, They're putting on a clinic right now, and I think Bandits, you know, they're only down 4 lives here. They've got a couple of plays left that they can make with a minute, and I feel like where Zach is right now, I was going to say he really has to win that gunfight over towards Arch.
Oh, that's big.
Now the pressure's on Zach. He has to stay alive here and wait for his team to work something with him here. 50 seconds left on the time. What do you do if you're Bandits?
If you're Bandits, you just rely on Zach. He's opening up the defense now for this squad. Spawn, though, able to find 2. The Snakes are in. Plasma finds a 2-piece of his own as well. The Vesnev coming to light for this player, and this is huge going forward. Mammoth just gets aggressive. Plasma in the back line, not able to find Zach. That's a big win. Somehow finding that player as well. Not going to find the kill, but does at least spot him. 30 seconds left is all that's on the clock. 6 lives remaining for Bandits. The crunch time is here. You need to start securing this A zone. This would have to be a crazy play for Mammoth to stay alive. Sorry, from Bandits to stay alive. Mammoth now trying to defend this zone as best as they can, but it is all coming down to these engagements. Zach finds one. Elements now in. Spawn trying to stake for his dear life, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Salim doesn't find the kill. Zach gets aggressive with the sub. He's able to find it. That's 4 down. At least a late 4. 1 more for Zach. He'll find the 2-piece. Now 4 lives is left. No respawns remaining for this squad. 6 seconds is on the clock. They're all in. Elements now starting to get himself in. This is a saving grace for Bandits. This could be it. Another streak being used from Spawn. That could be devastating. Salim going to get found, but 1 tick is all that's left. They need to find themselves a way in. Stalker now getting aggressive. He's going to get shut down, and Bandits stay alive for 1 more round. Somehow doing the impossible. Round number 5 coming up. Beautiful stuff from Bandits.
Oh, that is unreal, and Zach just stood up and let them know this is his opportunity right here. They can force this map 4, and that's exactly the person that needed to step up. He is unbelievable. He's actually unbelievable, but it's not over yet. I think they have offense. I think Bandits have offense. If we're going off of kills, I believe they ended up getting it. I could be wrong here, but I feel like if you're the offensive team, which is Bandits, the advantage is with them here.
I mean, look at this stat line. Zach 22-10, leagues above the rest of his team. I mean, I said he would shine. This is what we're seeing, and I think they binked offense. So this could be Bandits taking us to a map 4. They've done the impossible. They're hungry. They've got the momentum, the mental starting to now work on Mammoth. They have no answer to this A zone yet. They've got 1 player close. A streak going to be used as well early on from Zach, not making the same mistake he made yesterday in this series against Mammoth on Al-Bagra. And a streak might find a player here, not quite, but they do get some of the info. He can start calling out the RGL coming through. Rain able to find 2. Zach now with the trade. Mish getting aggressive with the AR, and he somehow finds Elements, but still this A zone getting capped. Zach's going to be the one to try and lock things down. Snakes are in. The kill lands. Zach stomping around! Huge from Zach. I don't know how he's found 2 of those just left and right. The Snakes going crazy. He's able to find the A zone, and now Bandits can work this B zone with a slight life advantage.
Oh, he just continues to do stuff that's ridiculous. Oh my God, he could be the sole reason here that they get to map 4. It's still a long way to go, and it's no guarantee, but look at where Spawn is. This is exactly what Bandits have needed to do on their defenses. Just playing deep in the spawn, you force that dining spawn, it makes them rotate right across the map, and now Plasma has got access inside a bedroom. So this is problematic for Bandits. Right, you've killed 2 on their side, now you need to find 2 more. So it comes down to Rain. Is Rain going to be able to identify that 2 players are still missing?
And look at Spawn at the bottom. Secret snaps around, not going to find the kill, but the shots were good enough to at least get him 1 shot. Hopefully someone could trade that out. Zach snapping around, he's able to stay alive on this B zone. Bandits doing their best. Zach trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough. Stocker able to shut it down. Still 1 minute and 30 to work with. Still so many lives. Bandits have a lot of progress on this first tick. If they could secure that, that would set them up nicely. Zach continuing to fry. He's able to find Spawn. He's getting loud. He wants to make Mammoth know that he is APAC's top prospect, and that's what we're seeing here on this control.
He is so close to finding a couple more kills here, but these players are just doing well to continue running around and being annoying in bedroom, and this is exactly what you need to do if you're the defensive team, especially with this B site left and the Chels coming in from Mammoth right now. They just need to keep throwing bodies here and waste another 55 seconds. Lives are not going to matter in the end here unless we start getting some players on the point, and right now Mammoth's defense is just enough to hold off Bandits, and that deep spawn is still there. They have to rotate across the map, and it's players like Zach who have to continue getting kills, but Mammoth going massive again for another 3 down. Is this the end for Bandits?
Bandits looking dire here. 11 lives, all they've got left. 30 seconds on the clock. Zach opens things up. That's going to be the first kill. Dropping. Spawn will fall. Zach not quite spotting the player in the bottom left of his screen. Plasma hiding in with a skin. Unfortunately, the pressure is on. The pressure is mounting. That's going to be 3 down. Rain's going to drop as well. A late 4. 17 seconds left. The crunch time is here. Can they do it 2 times in a row? Zach trying to push the route now. He's got the first engagement. Plasma will fall. Can he press the attack? 7 seconds. He gets dropped. Spawn locking things in. Now Elements here. He's going to try and find the point. 2 seconds left. This might be it. Bandits are going home. Mammoth take it home. And my goodness, what a performance from Mammoth. 3 straight maps. Beautiful stuff out of them. Round 5 to clutch it out. Bandits doing their best. Not enough to get it done. And this could have been a very different series, man. Round 11 round 5 back to back. It's a dagger for Bandits, but they have shown that they have the raw talent, and I mean, it was already evident before the series, but 29-16 for Zach. This guy is unbelievable, man. I mean, 26 and 26 from Spawn and Plaz, respectively, but still, Zach doing God's work and Slim having an absolute stinker.
And you could tell how fast he was playing. Only 6 non-traded kills of his 29, so he was always in their face, putting that pace up and still putting numbers like that up. Are you kidding me? Unfortunately, though, Zach will no longer take part. He won't be in the grand final. I'm sure a lot of people at home have enjoyed watching him over the weekend. I for sure have. The whole Bandit squad, GG's to them. They've put up some incredible games. We've missed some, but these guys, they should be happy with their result. I mean, they finished 3rd. There's still some quality teams ahead of them there. I'm sure they're kicking themselves over the Mammoth series there. I mean, the S&D's round 11. The Control's round 5. There's moments there where it could swing the other way, like you said last time, and that's a completely different series. Now it's a bit of, you know, what if we made the map 4? What if we win that and we go back to the map 5? You know, do we win in a close situation? But at the end of the day, you cannot take props away from Mammoth. They have had an incredible run here, and now they've got the challenge. Can they dethrone the most likely champs here? They've dropped 1 map in all of their series played. 1 map for the weekend they've lost, and it was a slamming. Like, it wasn't close. It was slammed. They got 70 point clubbed on a hard point.
Right.
The only map they've lost, and it was to Mammoth.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes you just don't have your hard point secured. Maybe it's a little bit of, you know, just being cold, not being prepared, maybe taking it easy. Who knows? But not dropping, only dropping 1 map is crazy. And it's kind of what we expected going forward with Point Blank being in this tournament. But regardless, I mean, you cannot discount the talent the Mammoth has. It is unbelievable. It really is just, you know, you've got Stocker, who was arguably one of APAC's biggest prospects back in the IDub days and stuff, and unfortunately the age restriction on competing was costly for him back in the day. But yeah, you've got Spawn as well, back-to-back winner last year on the Void Collective squad. You've got Plaz, Stonemar. He's pretty good, man. He's able to fire out with that sub, and he does things. And obviously Mesh being a prospect as well, probably the youngest player here. He comes all the way from NZ, and he's been frying. He's been having so much impact. So regardless, going forward, Mammoth, super talented. We don't even need to really break down the Point Blank roster too much. We've seen them time and time again. You've got Cronus on the AR. You've got Giles on the sub. Fatty now moving to that sub role after the switch. And Imagine joining in for Rain on this squad as well. So that is huge. But I'd be keen to try and get someone on from the Mammoth squad and give a little interview, see what's going on, get them sit down with Bezo. But
So I don't think we'll get Mish. I don't think he'll want to talk.
Maybe Caleb.
Caleb,
Spawn.
I was thinking. If not, maybe Plaz. He's probably the most approachable one there that might talk. But I might see if I can go get Plaz. So sit tight, guys. I'll let you.
I'll lock it down. I was gonna hop out, but yeah, not really much I can do. There's a massive delay, so yeah, I don't know what you guys want from me, but regardless, yeah, I was rooting for Bandits there. I was hoping that they were going to make the distance, put up some good showing. I mean, Salim has got to be absolutely heartbroken. I mean, that 1v1 against Mish, crucial, dropping the ball there. But yeah, mental how this is playing out. But to be honest, I think everyone expected Mammoth first Point Blank in the finals. I don't think there's any upsets here, but yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how these guys go. And honestly, the the smack talk coming out from Mish interview. Yeah, that ain't happening, G. Everyone wants a Mish interview. It's not happening. It's not happening, man. He's a while away. But trying to have a look around, see what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, no, sorry, Zach, can't help you out, bud. I do know. I'm surprised they have Fortnite on the fucking big stage. Not even Valorant, the audacity on them. Or COD. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they came for an interview. We'll see. We'll see. But I need some water for sure, so. Man, you guys should see this venue, bro. Absolutely dog meat that they went on the big screen. They've got Fortnite, bro. Look. Fucking cranking 90s up here, bro. Like, I don't want to see no fucking 90s being cranked in my face, bro. Put up Valorant or something, man. Regardless, though. Breaking trees and shit. Sick at it, bro. Even the Valorant boys are getting loud. Bro, his cam's so fucking wide, bro. I don't know what this resolution is, but it's making me look like I'm a fucking Oompa Loompa. Oh, here we go. We got him, the man himself, Riley Nichols. Take a seat, mate. Oh no, you come in for the interview, mate. This is your channel.
I'll ask him some questions.
Nah. Fuck you, Riley. That's what I'll say.
All right. We'll keep it nice and simple for him. He doesn't really want to spend too much time here. Mish, you can jump in as well. Surely make an appearance? Nah, all right. Yeah, so we got Stocker here. Guys made the grand final up against Point Blank. What were your thoughts in that last series?
Against Zach and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were going pretty good. I mean, the control, we almost choked. I think Zach made like a big three-piece or some shit. Dubs fucking shit on me, to be honest. But yeah, no, we played well.
Yeah. There was stages, like, I mean, both those last maps, the S&D and the control, like right down to the wire, as close as they can get. I believe you two were the last two alive in that round 11, if I'm not wrong. I believe it was you, both of you alive in that 1v2 against Salim, or it was a 1v3 and then he got the kill, on Mikado.
Yep.
So we were talking about that on the broadcast, just going over it. Like, how were you two communicating that situation after he got that first kill? Because I know Mish was, I think he was just outside warehouse or tin on the bin, but he snuck through and got back to middle. Like, how were you guys communicating that scenario to get the win?
I pretty much just said to Mish, "I'll just play life. I'll stand toward the bomb plant because I was hearing Slim just like walk around everywhere and stuff like that. So I just said to Mish, "Play life. Don't challenge him at all."
Yep.
And that's what he did.
Yep. I was going to say that because we know you guys are definitely the. Look, I'll go out on a wing and say you guys are probably the best S&D team here. From everything I've seen you guys do online, you are fucking filthy. Like, you are ridiculous. And then I feel like Plaz was doing ridiculous shit as well. He kind of flew under the radar in perspective because we spent so long looking at your POV from the shit you were hitting.
Yeah.
But are you guys, like, when you guys took a map off Point Blank, you're the only team to do it here so far.
Yeah, I mean,
and it was a slamming too, from what I heard,
Yeah.
like a 70-point club. Do you want to run me through that and like?
I don't know what to say about that. Like, we were just like the comms were flowing. Like, no one was like fucking up, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Like, but after the S&D, we kind of weren't talking as much, and we were kind of in a shitty mood. But yeah, we're gonna have to work on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, even in that hard point, what map was it?
Hotel.
Hotel, yeah. So now that you're going up against them in the grand final, from what I've heard, it's a one-map advantage to the winner's side. So does that mean it still starts hard point and then just doesn't go to the...
Yeah, I'm quite certain it starts to hard point. Might be wrong though.
Yep, so you don't have to blow vetoes or anything, but do you feel like you guys are confident enough to basically play on any map and mode here and have the ability to, you know, take maps off these guys and even go all the way and win it?
I think we're pretty confident. I think control is a bit of an iffy map, mode, sorry. But yeah, no, I think we should be alright.
Well, hopefully, because yeah, it's a best of 7. So I mean, not that any team wants to, but you do have a couple of maps that, you know, if you have stinkers or a slow start, you've got a couple of maps to work back on, and I think you guys should realistically, in my mind, be winning the S&Ds. I feel like point blank, pretty good in hard point. We've seen some good shades in control, but I think S&D's just been the thing that needs the most amount of work, and it can be Mish can be a hard counter. Like he really can. Once he's hitting his shots on the scopes, there aren't too many in the league at all that can compete with him. And I feel like when you are able to do what you can do on the map, like he enables you to be able to get to your spots and stuff. Like you've got a good core group around you guys, and I think you and Point Blank, you guys are definitely the best 2 teams here today. And this is the most deserving grand final I think we're going to get. No disrespect to any other players, of course, but yeah, I reckon. So you guys obviously believe in yourselves that you're going to win the grand final.
Yeah, 100%.
If you do, in how many maps of 7?
Map count? Is that what you asked for?
Do you think all the way? Do you think, you know, you'll beat them quite comfortably, or how do you see it panning out?
5-2.
5-2. Okay, and what maps? So what map do you think you might lose? The first control.
First control.
First control. All right, cool. Well, I won't leave you here any longer. Thank you for coming on. Good luck for the rest of the series as well. You got all 4 of you have been killing it, and hopefully when Plaz gets back, we'll quickly get him on for a few questions before you guys go and do your thing.
He's been in this toilet for a while, but
hopefully not having nervous boffs. But appreciate you guys coming over, and good luck for the rest. All right, guys, I'm going to go to a quick break real quick. I've needed to go to the toilet for the last hour or so. So hopefully when I get back, I can find Plasma. We'll get him on for a quick chat. Grand finals, hopefully not too far away. Players are just, organising themselves. Actually, we've got Plasma right here, which is perfect timing. So we'll quickly grab him on. Plaz,
how are you, mate?
Yeah, good, man. It's good to have you on. And yeah, just run us through your thoughts on that last series. Like, how were you guys feeling, like, going into it to start?
We felt like we had to, like, do or die, really. Like, you can't lose in losers or you're out. So obviously we took it as hard as we could, and just on to the next series, really. We'll play the next series just as hard as we can.
Yep. How did you guys... So I've heard about the Point Blank series. You guys are the only team to have taken a map off them so far in the tournament, which was a stomping from what I've heard. And I just asked Stocker just before sort of how you guys were in that. But how do you guys feel like you match up in all 3 modes? Do you feel like you guys have a particular strength over Point Blank that you guys can use to your advantage in this grand final to take it? Or like, what sort of things do you think you guys are better at doing than these guys that give you the belief to win?
We're probably a better respawn team just because, like, we play a lot of, like, 8s, and just it's how it is. Like, we play a lot of respawn. They've been a team longer than us, so obviously their control and S&D game's a bit better than ours, but our S&D game's good, but it's just going to come down to S&Ds and controls, I think.
Yeah, I actually just said to Mission Stocker before, I believe that you guys, and only because of their recent struggles in previous cups, and this is more so before the roster change when Rain was on the team, and again, no disrespect, Max, if you see it, but I feel like you guys genuinely are the best S&D team in here because of the things that Mish allows the rest of you guys to do. And I feel like I've noticed that there have been certain people in my chat which they don't matter. Like, the people in chat matter, but the ones talking shit don't matter. People think you've been underperforming at times during the weekend, but what do you feel like you've done and brought to the team that's led you guys to be in the grand final, like at this very moment? What do you think you've done really good, and what do you think you can still do from here?
Probably just like getting the boys like having energy. Like even when we lose a map, like we can't just go into the next map flat because it's just chalking it really. So like we're just trying to keep our energy up and like stay like get the hype and vibes going.
Yeah, absolutely. And real quick, I asked Stock for the last question as well. Just want to get your thought as well. Do you guys believe you can win from here, obviously?
Oh, obviously.
Got the full belief?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the map count if you guys do win? What do you reckon it's going to be?
It could be like 4-2, 4-3, like I don't know, 4-3, 4-1. I don't know, man. I got no predictions for you really.
No predictions? So you think, well, more of a better question, do you think it'll go to a final map? Do you think you guys will trade enough maps to go?
Yeah, it could.
Because I think if it does, if you guys get to that stage and you're both level and that S&D pops, I feel like, yeah, that could hurt them maybe. Because I don't think you guys haven't lost an S&D that I've seen. Maybe
only point blank.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was going to say, I can't think of you guys losing an S&D, even in the ones I didn't cast. So, yeah, aside from that, congrats to you guys for making the grand final, first of all. And keep up the good work and, you know, make everyone proud of you in here like you have been doing so far. And make it a good grand final to watch. You know, if you guys turn on each other and shit, get nice and loud. It's the last game. They're not going to kick us out of the grand final. I've heard what they've been saying from here. These guys have been able to hear you sometimes through the mic. Aside over that bullshit over there, but yeah, keep kicking ass and good luck in the rest of it.
Thanks, Bezzo, mate.
So thanks for coming on.
Us, mate.
That's all good. All right, guys. So yeah, we'll take a quick break. I'll just chuck the stream on intermission, and I'll swap back when we're ready to go. Teams will just be going over vetoes in the next few moments, but I'm just going to quickly head up to the toilet while I've got some time, and yeah, stick tight, guys, because we're at the final stages of the day, and it is getting really spicy. All right, we'll see you soon. Goose.
Is that all?
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Bezo now sitting down. We didn't even know it was starting. We could potentially be on the big screen as well, but this is the grand finals, Point Blank versus Mammoth. We have been waiting for this matchup. The screaming will be unbelievable between these two teams. I can't wait. I mean, this is why I'm here. This is why we're all here. We want to see them get loud. We want to see them get aggressive. Point Blank doing a little bit of chant in the corner as well. They are G'd up, to say the least. But let's kick things off. Map number 1, Hotel Hardpoint between these two big matchups. Point Blank as well, up 1-0.
And the team names will be corrected after. I just had to go talk to some people about the streaming side of the venue, but we'll figure that all out after this game. So Bandits will be known as Point Blank for this match, and obviously the team names
switch around. You've done well. We couldn't. Yeah, we weren't here. We didn't even know it was starting, so we do apologise. We'll fix it up.
I'm sure you guys know who the teams are by now. Two very popular favourite teams in this, and it is going to be a matchup for sure. Can't wait to see how this first map goes, because this is really going to dictate the pace of how this grand final goes.
Yeah, Point Blank already playing this P1 off to a good start. But look at the back here. Number 6 Spawn in the back line already for P2. I don't think they have any awareness that he is here. Kai, Cronus Kun still yet to turn around. And number 5 sneaking through as well. Jars is going to do a good job of catching him off on the rotation, but they still have no idea Spawn is here. He could be devastating for this Point Blank squad. Cronus Kun now, Juggernaut, aka Imagine T1. Now coming alive, and I think they know someone's at the back. They're looking for him. It looks like the arrows are pointing around. They're just going to ignore him, it seems like, for a bit. But now he's going to finally make himself known, starting to try and work himself way up these stairs. The first engagement going to come through. Jars and going to drop Spawn. Now trying to get a second, not going to happen. Big kills coming out from Imagine. That's a clean 4, a late 4 at least. Now as Single starts to get attacked.
Yeah, that was a perfect time to break the hill as well, because that gives Point Blank plenty of time here to force scrap. And it's really up to the side of Mammoth whether or not they want to actually play this scrap time or sacrifice all of it and rotate over to the next. But even if they do that right now, I mean, you see the Point Blank players, they're charging through the front here, and eventually they'll get the numbers back here, Mammoth, but they are definitely not far away here on their break, so their timing has to be very, very spot on here in a 3v4 situation especially. So the players fly. Plasma, very, very weak. Still gets the gunfight though, so that's a big 2 to win in free zone. This will relieve Mammoth a little bit here.
Yeah, that play was huge from Plasma. Beautiful shots. And you've just got to wait for your teammate. Spawn comes in, gets the help. That's beautiful teamwork coming out from them. Stocker only able to find one now. Fatty getting aggressive with the sub. Not going to quite find the second, but he is still at least pressing the pace, trying to get this trophy system out of the hill as well. The Snakes are so devastating on this kitchen hill. But now Bandit's starting to chip... Sorry, Bandit. See, I was going to get mixed up one of these times. Mammoth starting to tick away at some of this time. But now Point Blank are in. That's going to be a 4 down, and they continue to increase this deficit.
Look at Jarzan, 12 and 5 already.
He said he was going to take over.
You can hear him screaming from the other end. He is getting hype with every kill. He's making sure the other team, more than likely going to hear it, try and get in their head a little bit. And he wants this grand final to be a memorable one for all the spectators here at the venue, and as well as everyone watching at home. But right now, I mean, Point Blank, they've got a comfortable little lead here, and they don't really have positioning over towards next, but depending on how these kills go, they could flip Mammoth into the back here, and that could be problematic.
Yeah, and this is not even about Point Blank proving that they can win this or that they're the best. It's about making a statement to show the difference, the level that they are at, and they are showing that there's levels to this and how far ahead they are of the game when it comes to a team like Mammoth, and they are putting in the work. Now, finally, Mammoth's starting to get some control of the hill. It feels like it's been forever since we've seen it light up blue, but now, finally, they get some pressure, some control of this time. But even still, it looks like they might get pushed back ever so slightly, but never mind. Plasma continuing to fry out with the sub and locking things down. It's a clean 4 down from Mammoth.
And Mish rotates to the perfect spot where all 4 players from Point Blank essentially spawned up, so he's immediately pressured. He wanted to ideally get into that power position inside of Jewelry, but had no other choice but to go head on against 3 players from the side of Point Blank, and now they actually win the rotation just based off that kill alone. So I'm sure Mish probably a little bit salty about that one there, would have liked to have had a bit better of a timing workout in his favour, but you know, they're putting the fight to Point Blank here. They're definitely not making any of these hills easy. So it's good to see that they're not essentially just rolling over for any of these points and allowing Point Blank to essentially manhandle them on the map. Like, they are fighting back quite well here, but there's still a while to go.
Yeah, there's a big slaying differential. I mean, Cronus Kun obviously not having a huge amount of engagement, just playing his life. That's what you come to expect out of the main AR. Beautiful engagement from Fatty. Switching to the sub role here has been a massive impact for this Point Blank squad. Not quite getting the second though. Spawn able to get a nice utility kill with the headshot coming off from Cronus, so they've done a good job of clearing things out. But still, somehow Point Blank had control of the point, grabbing this scrap time. I don't know how you've gotten 3 and you've given this up. I guess they're just going to chalk it, try and go to new, but it is just so difficult to give up time like this to a team like Point Blank. Bish shows there's a second, it's not going to come through. Imagine now able to get the kill, and this is why they call him the Juggernaut.
He is unreal, this guy. I think he's been a very valuable pickup to this squad. They definitely needed a faster paced AR, and as we spoke about Fatty, you know, he made that transition after the move from Rain to essentially swap teams with Imagine, and I think the roster move has been a significant one at that. Imagine has brought a great amount of pace to the team to match Cronus, and you can see the engagements from Cronus here at the moment, like not very high, but he doesn't need to. He's soaking up the OBJ for his teammates, and Imagine gets to run around and essentially kill with Jarzen,
Yes.
and they're doing well at it.
That was the plan for this squad going forward with their roster changes, obviously dropping Rain, and that has allowed someone like Chris to get aggressive with the with the AR, and to lock things down. And we're seeing it here now. Kronos couldn't able to lock down the spawns, at least grab these kills, clear it out, now reset for this new rotation, and it is not going to be easy for a team like Mammoth to keep up with the pacing, the pressure, the raw talent and chemistry of this point blank squad, but they're doing a good job of making the fight, making this a very competitive bout regardless of the odds against them.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, this scoreline has closed in significantly as well. It looked like one stage, point blank had the significant edge here, but ever so slowly, Mammoth have clawed their way back into it. They're starting to win a few more rotations now, but their holds are just so much better in this second half of the game, and I believe we saw something similar in their last series. They had a slightly slow start in certain maps, but again, it's about finding that rhythm, and these players are so good at staying hot while they're in that rhythmic state. And I mean, right now, despite the fact you've got one player on the other team dropping a plus, plus 13 at the moment, Mammoth are doing a really good job to only, they've now taken the lead. They're 3 points up, essentially.
Yeah, but you see the P2 rotation coming through, and somehow another player has slipped through the backline here for Mammoth yet again. They've got P2 control, but there's still a thorn in the side. Plasma now could be the deciding factor for this squad. He gets aggressive. He opens things up. He's able to find one, but he's all alone on the hill. Can he do it? He finds a second. Plasma continuing to stay alive here on P2. Shots going out. He's staying alive as best as he can. He's still going. Plasma is locking things down for Mammoth, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The nade kill, planking out 2 from Corey. Moundsy is huge. He's able to keep things alive at point blank, at least get majority of this scrap. Now you see the rotation. Plasma is going to be pushing the pace, but I don't know if he's going to be able to take these players in this kitchen hill.
It's a 3v1 now, and good luck as they break in almost with ease. Jarzen now, they're going to look to him to try and control this hill here. Not so much from inside of it, but he's going to be responsible for getting a few kills and then pushing out. But it looks like Cronus is already posted up outside. He's got the middle of the map locked down right now, and this just comes down to the other players to watch the front, which Jarzen has no issue doing on a 5 streak right now. Needs one more for that cruise. Has to back down though, and now you see those players flooding the front from Mammoth. They have no other choice but to filter the front. It might actually work for him here.
That is a big pick. Not only are you getting streaks off, you're also opening up this freezer side to try and get yourself a way in. The rest of your team, they need the opening thread though. They're not moving an inch. They're just contesting. He'll get taken out. Jarzen comes back with a vengeance, almost getting the third. Not going to quite happen, but still, time ticking away. Mammoth need to start making some of these, converting some of these hills, these rotations. They're there first. They need to start winning their gunfights and really locking down some of this time. Otherwise, you are going to get out scrapped. This is really the dying embers of this hard point now in map number 1, and already point blank coming from winners upper map. This is going to be devastating for Mammoth.
What a win by Jarzen there as well. I was just about to say his kill middle is important because now they can collapse from 2 different sides, but Plasma has just continued to go big at the moments they need him. All players at the moment statistically aren't performing as good as they could, but they're still so close. They're right in this game, and you see the spawns from point blank. They've got one player hiding in the back here. They're probably going to work off this player back, but Plasma
almost getting that ego shell. That was big from Plaz to try and lock things down. I mean, he's still grabbing so much time for his team indirectly. He's cleared out some of the players, but now they're trying to flood through the front. Point blank looking to try and brute force themselves a way in, but it's not going to be enough. It's an iron tight grip, an iron hold from the side of Mammoth, and they are reading these plays perfectly. Mish now with the AR, but they need to try and get the rotation, the flank in the back. Jarzen goes big. He's able to find 2. That's a big scrap. That 9 seconds will be devastating for the rest of this rotation. Now they get themselves towards this Diner Hill. It's up to Juggernaut. He's going to fly in. He's able to get the head clean off of Plasma. Now they get themselves in. You've only got 9 seconds to work with. That scrap time could have been the decider here in this match. You cannot be affording to give points like that up. 6 now. This is all up to the dying. All right, Mish trying to get himself away in, but he's there. Plasma tries to get himself in, but point blank take map number 1.
Jesus Christ, they made that mixy in the end, but
well, that was scrappy.
Again, the ice. How good was Jarzen in the end there? he knew they had to rotate, but he still won that gunfight. 10 seconds of scrap. You said it before, scrap wins games in hardpoint. He went back for 10. They had no choice but to rotate. And then unfortunately, they lose 3 gunfights on that rotation to drop the map in the dying moments of the game.
31 and 25, man.
That is unreal.
There's a reason he I don't know if he still goes by the moniker The Future, but there's a reason he was called it. Jarzen, an absolute animal with the sub. He's such a smart player. He's got the raw talent, the potential, and you see it every time this guy plays, man. He is next level when it comes to his subby gameplay, and yeah, you cannot be affording to give up that scrap time. That could have been the decider. They were forced to try and rush in, to try and force the engagements, and it just did not go their way. Mammoth losing this map number 1 now, down 2-0 in the best of 7. It is going to be a tough battle for Mammoth, and honestly, you see that Point Blank have...
if they want... but they might put it up on the big screen.
Regardless, sorry, just having a little
trying to work
interruption.
some,
Yeah, regardless though,
let's get these teams around.
Yeah, get the teams the right way around. Forgot where I was saving that with what I was saying, but yeah, Mammoth have a very, very difficult time going ahead, and now they're coming up to the search and destroy. Yeah, I don't know, man. Search and destroy isn't Point Blank strong suit, so this could be very difficult.
And yeah, when we interviewed the players as well, obviously we had a chat to a couple of players on the side of Mammoth, and obviously I genuinely believe that they are a better S&D team than Point Blank, and so if there is a mode that they should be winning more times than not, it's probably this one. And I'm sure the boys on Point Blank won't like me saying that, and they'll probably whack me upside the head after this. But to be a realist and unbiased person, from the outside perspective, from everything I've casted this year so far, I believe that having Stocker, Mish, Spawn, and Plasma together as a squad, all individually highly talented S&D kids. I know a lot of these guys do S&D wages in the off-season. I know they're highly smart. They've got gun skill. Realistically, this is probably the mode they thrive on the most. They said they know that Point Blank is a strong control team as well. So in their mind here, they've just dropped map 1 by the skin of their teeth off a few little errors here. They can't drop map number 2. They're already down 2-0 now with that 1 map advantage from being in winners.
Yeah, correct. And seeing the Valorant boys getting G'd up, I think, over there. And yeah, I mean, it's a great time being here at DreamHack and being in the BYC area. I mean, this is the true passion pit, regardless. I mean, this is what we come to see time and time again from Point Blank. Their dominance here in a lot of these engagements, and that just shows how good Mammoth is, or how good the Mammoth players are on the roster with their raw talent. We've seen how good some of them can be. We recapped it briefly before the series started, but you know, you've got players like Stocker, Riley. He's been a very at the top of the scene essentially for a very long time. Honestly, extremely underrated. He was maybe one of the top prospects in Infinite Warfare when he was playing, and now he's really trying to come back. And of course, life has other options for people, so you can't be committed to COD all the time, especially if you're down here in APAC. But you know, he's got more than enough talent. Spawn, back-to-back cup winner last year. You've got the players like Plaz, who we've seen more than capable, and also able to see you know, someone like Mish, who's very young, very new, very fresh. And he's able to fry and really make some of these highlight plays. I mean, he really is that star factor for the side of this squad. The rest of them, very consistent, but yeah, it is going to be tough.
Once again, guys, my apology for not having the game audio on. I know. Don't tell me. I know. I've got one monitor, so I'm constantly alt-tabbing at the moment, and like, there's been a few times I've turned it off just so when I walk away from the setup, I just make sure no one, you know, joins my lobby and says some stupid shit, you know. But as we get into the map 2, players are doing whatever they're doing to work it out. But obviously, when we're talking about the caliber of players that we've got in this matchup, it makes me really excited to see what the choice, like the map set, looks like. Because, you know, when I asked those players before and said, are there any maps that you guys don't feel like you can take off Point Blank? Like, are there any one-sided maps and anything? And of course, I didn't expect them to answer truthfully if there was. You know, that's how they work their vetoes out. But I feel like Mammoth come into this extremely confident.
Okay.
join on that account. And
Can do. Yep. Just give me a sec, chat. We're just going to turn this off just for a second.
How are you guys going to do it with the? Is there going to be a delay on it?
Yeah, there'll be a 5-minute delay.
Oh, 5 minutes. Okay.
All right. So what is the ID?
You probably don't need it that high. You probably just do 2.
Super.
Getting on the cast and being able to be a part of it and provide some coverage. Probably will be on the Valorant cast as well, so stay tuned on my Twitter and see what's going on with that. I want to try and get on that as well, give some coverage to the Valorant guys too, and you can see that they are getting loud.
Oh yeah,
they are loving it, and yeah, it is going to be fun. A fun time today. I mean, this is the last day of DreamHack, and we want to make it a good show, so hopefully we can provide some good coverage going forward. But they are ready to get started. We're just waiting for another player to join so we can get it up on the big screen here. And it is going to be a very, very exciting match here coming into the Search and Destroy. It's going to be very tough for Point Blank, I feel like, to deal with Mammoth's switch-ups. I know the Point Blank's definitely the weakest on Search and Destroy, so if there's any map to take Mammoth here to try and get the momentum, it is now. It is this map.
And Embassy as well, which I just noticed as well. I feel like when I think of the sniper battle, this, like I said with the Mikado, which, mind you, Mammoth only just won, like very last round, last moment. This is the other map that makes me worried when I see Mish playing against a team that either I'm on or obviously that I'm on. But obviously any team should be worried when they come up against Mish on this map. Scopes are primal, they are so influential. There are so many lines of sights where you want to get into a power position with the AR, but you simply can't. You see the glint and you're dead. Like, there is no time to react to it. It stops sub players from hitting fast routes. It's just super impactful. And I feel like unless you have a counter to that, unless you got a player that has that level of ability like Mish on your team to do the same thing back and hopefully outreact him, you're going to have a hard time on maps like this. And I feel like this is where I believe Fatty jumps on the sniper usually, primarily now, I think.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. It's maybe Fatty or Chris, I think, switches up.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, it is a very... They don't really have a sniper like Mish.
Nah.
And they never really have, to be honest. It's they've always been lacking in that department, and that's not even a bad thing necessarily, right? Sniper's high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
You get caught out, you lose some players, the sniper's not going to have as much impact, but very good at finding bloods and doing it. Yeah, we're just getting sorted out with the extra players that we can get up on the big screens. It's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Valorant boys losing it. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be a fun day. Sorry, I keep saying that, but it is really the passion pit down here.
Oh, it is. And like I'm not even a player here, and I'm so excited to be in this situation here. Like, we had Saturday in a hotel, which I think the broadcast was okay, but it is so much better being in the venue, hearing the noise, seeing the passion, the players, being able to chat to them while this is all going on. And we're now at this stage where we're at, we're at the dire moments of the grand final, and this is where it starts to get really good.
Yeah, this is where Mammoth need to turn up the heat. They need to take that first map with a grain of salt, right? You've burst Point Blank on a hotel of all maps as well, right? That is a very consistent map. It's essentially like the raid from Cold War, right? Or I guess maybe you could say the Tuscan from Vanguard. I mean, it wasn't really as prevalent, but hotel is the map, right? You're always going to have it in a series. I don't think I've ever really seen a series, and we're going to have a restart here for the lobby, unfortunately. But it is going to be a...
Well, it's going to be...
It's going to be a very... It's going to be one of those things where... if you're Mammoth, right, you're coming into this, you are the underdogs, right? There is no pressure, and somehow the game hasn't ended. Are we the host?
One of the players is host, I believe.
Okay, here we go. Everyone's just leaving.
We'll just leave
Sweet.
that. Yeah, I feel like Mammoth's position right now, they're down 2-0. Right, they lose map 1. It's a little bit bigger of stakes only because there was a map advantage that comes with being in the winner's bracket. Now, obviously, we weren't sure. We've had some change in format on how the seedings were going to work, but to give that winner's team the advantage, they start with a map on the board already. So point blank, they win the first map, they're technically already 2 ahead. So now Mammoth, they're kind of getting pressed already. They've got to start making decisions in different situations which really come down to it. Apologies, guys. So it seems like the players have some in-game issues which are going to need to be rectified.
Surprise.
I know, like every time we're on a cast together, issues.
Yeah, I mean, look, every time the game's played, there's an issue. It seems like Modern Warfare 2, but you can't blame them. They're only a multi-million-dollar company. They've only got AAA rated games, but it's fine. Regardless, yeah, coming into this, there's going to be an embassy. Let's talk a little bit about embassy. It's very interesting to see Search and Destroy this map. The snipers are going to be impactful here, and I think that's maybe why Mammoth chose this veto.
Look, and I kind of wish I had access to some of these vetoes just to see the sort of the tactics they have behind. Because obviously, being a caster, I've had the great pleasure of watching a lot of awesome gameplay, and even in the S&Ds and stuff when I've had map blocks up or just staring at the map in general, I've been able to tell a lot of teams' strength and weakness maps and moments they're good in on certain modes and not. And that's why it's very easy to highlight, Mission S&D, you look at Mikado and Embassy. First 2 maps foremost, he's put the best numbers up all year on that. He feels the most comfortable. He's harder to kill because the lines of sight that he tells you from are so damn long that the only way to counter it is a blistering shot with a sub or an AR, hope he misses.
Pray you hit the 2 headshots with attack, and
you gotta hope he misses.
Down. Yeah, because he is impactful, and I mean even when he's predicted to win it, and you think he's gonna win the gunfight, like we saw in the Mikado. It's a limb, top tiles, jumps down towards hedge. He's alley, scoped and pressured, close range, readjusts, repositions the scope, and he gets just taken down. So it is crazy to see how talented this guy is with the sniper. I mean, you can really relate him to maybe some of the players in EU, like Super. Maybe you see some of the players up in NA as well that are really good with the scopes. It's just, there's always those players in the region that stand out with the sniper, right? And we're going to see that in every single region. They love it, and Mish has always been that player to go with a higher risk, higher reward. He's a bit of a gambler in a sense. I know he likes to punt on the old NBA daily, it seems like, on the Discord. So he's a gambler at heart, and we see that here, and it has the impact. He's very consistent with it, and that's really the key of a good sniper. Maybe you get these plays where it looks sick and you get the quickscope and it's a freak clutch, but realistically, consistency is what you're looking for with a sniper, and he is consistent. First bloods on first bloods on first bloods, and it pays dividends for the Mammoth squad. So Point Blank are going to have a very, very difficult time to deal with this in a game without smokes.
100%.
There's no counter to it. There's no hard counter to it. You've just got to hit your shots, pray that he misses, or try and rout him. That's really the only options. Or you just try and leave him out of the fight. You try and isolate, try and hit certain points or certain key positions on the map. Try and take map control and try and out pressure him. But it is very, very much easier said than done.
And even though we spend so long talking about, the scope's impact on the map, a map like Embassy, so many times we've seen, and I spoke about it with Craxy when we had him on for a short moment earlier at the start of the day, when players are given access to hit routes with submachine guns, your fast players, your stockers, for example.
Yep.
He gets into power positions that no one expects him to be in because he knows, sub players are good with timings, right? Most of the time, they're pretty good. They can get to a spot. They know how long it takes. If you have an offensive setup or a defensive setup that allows players like Stocker to be able to run their routes, especially in areas where Mish is locking down, That's what causes them to be such a good S&D team, because they feed off each other's game styles. It's not necessarily even just the fact that they're good, all good individually. It's the fact that their individual talent works so well together without them even trying sometimes. Like, Mish might just always be in the best position, and like that's the way it is. And then sometimes he COD timing here, COD timing there. But honestly, I can't remember the last time I've seen Mish have a bad map on Mikado or Embassy. I honestly,
when you can
I can't
be
think.
solid, and the thing is, it's not a map where it might be Al-Bagra or something like that, where it's very close quarters, very awkward, and if you're caught, you can get caught out very easily, right? If you're on a map like Mikado, you can just sit mid-map, you can lock down the middle of the map, you know you can just sit there, right? Even if you're not getting a kill, the pressure is there, the presence is there. They know, okay, we can't go mid because there's a sniper here, and that opens up a range of possibilities on a map that's usually very, very limited in its routing and where you can go, right? So it is one of those things where even him just being there with the sniper is going to cut off positions on the map regardless of whether he's getting kills or not, and that's going to have a world of impact. And then when he switches off it, then they still have this mind game, right? So there's levels to it. There's definitely a lot of levels to the sniper gameplay, and it is overlooked a lot of the time. I think in a lot of these, whenever you see it, right, I feel like people don't really take notice of just the sniper being on the map and being a very good sniper, how impactful that can be to a team's mental, right? Let's say for Embassy, he's on that, the A site, the B site, and he's locking down that tennis court side. Now you're scared to tell top plate, you're scared to tell back Ivy, you're scared to even maybe jump out and tell sign from bottom orange if you're on the attack. Then you've got defense. Now you don't want to go top PD. Now you don't want to tell that, so it's all these angles. It's a bit of chess when it comes to trying tossing up these different positions and playing around them, and that's what the value that Mish is going to have here on this map, and you're going to see it. It's going to shine through going forward on this Embassy, and I can't imagine there's another reason why they chose this. I mean, it's really going to be built around Mish.
But like perfectly highlighted, exactly what we were touching on before. When you're scared to peek an angle or a certain lane because you know there's going to be a glint there, or at least you have a good feeling, you communicate that to your teammates and you go, this guy's not going to chell me here. Yeah. I want you to hit here. I'm going to watch over you. They're going to know I'm here. They're going to play so much different. And once you get in their heads as the person who is scoping, you can start playing really creddy with it, and they won't have any idea. They'll think you're just still holding irons, and you might have pissed off to another part of the map that's just as influential. And that's another unpredictability, like a wild card that comes with being an extremely talented S&D sniper. And I don't feel like we've seen a really good sniper since maybe Cold War would have been the last time we saw a primary sniper player in S&D.
It's hard, man. It's hard. I mean, we did see a lot of it.
Or M-Dub?
I mean, Vanguard, there was the presence. It wasn't as impactful. I just feel like the maps weren't maybe as facilitating. There was a lot more routing. It was a lot more open. It wasn't this consistent sight hitting. I mean, you take a map like maybe Berlin, where the sniper was really impactful. You can have some of these line of sights, but it wasn't. You're not shutting everything down, right? With a map like Embassy, you have a sniper aiming either PD or you're aiming for PD or aiming for plat. You're shutting down the entire play, right? You're already making so many of these angles tough, and you get the bomb down. It's a consistent, right? It's the same bomb getting hit over and over and over and over and over, and you're covering, there's really only realistically a few angles to really peak from, right? Top PD, if you're on that top plat, right? You tell the top PD or maybe the side of tennis. But if you're on the other side, you've got maybe top plat and back Ivy, and that's it. And the rest is going to be up to trying to route. But it's just so difficult because it's just so much is shut down immediately from having the sniper on the map. And that's maybe why you don't see it as impactful and as heavy of a presence in a game like Vanguard. Because those maps were so big a lot of the time, and it had so many different angles and breakables. And, there's a lot more angles and things to care. And it's a lot more difficult to pull off the sniper in that game.
And the auto may have been the easiest AR in history to ever shoot.
Very true.
Even if you never touched it before, you could get up and look like the best with it. So when you had that thing on the map versus a sniper with, I'd say, weaker aim assist in Vanguard than what we have this year, I think it's progressively getting stronger.
Yes, slightly, yeah.
And again, that's also what helps some of these players in these situations.
that brings up a topic. It's a little bit off topic, but a game like XDefiant, how that's going to impact the Call of Duty scene going forward. You know, will this be kind of a Valorant CS:GO situation where if an esport gets developed and people start to optimize the game, you get pros that might not have an easy time getting into the league and are consistently being unstable with their position in the league? Well, they just go to XDefiant, make a scene out of that, and then give COD a run for its money. When you've got a lot of these, you've got something that's fresh, that's new, that's more skill. There's a bigger skill gap. It seems like there's a lot of, a lot of thought that's going into that game. That might be very interesting as well. But regardless, we're on MW2. We're on map number 2. Point Blank's up 2-0 from coming from winners. But this is Search and Destroy on Embassy for map number 2. I could not be more stoked. Let's get into it.
Oh man, I can't wait. I'm really interested, not only just about how Mish is playing, or will play, I want to see what Point Blank have to counter it, right? Because we haven't seen a counter yet. But they were able to win S&Ds against this team earlier when they won 3-1. So they must have had some sort of counter. Now, what the map was, I'm not too sure, and that's very, iffy. But when it comes down to it, Point Blank have to have something in their back pocket to be able to stop these players from being impactful on the map.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got Cronus Kun on the right side of the map, that B site trying to lock things down. Sorry, on the A site trying to lock things down, and he's already cut off that entire side of the map and pushed them towards this B site. So regardless, you're going to have this pressure. You know that it's coming in. Now Juggernaut, aka Imagine, has to try and drop down and play his life. But look at Jarzen getting aggressive. A beautiful strat coming out from them, able to get the first blood. He gets out with his life as well. They don't chase the kill. They know that they can't afford it. Mish is going to be in top PD, but he's going to get shut down as well as the shots rain down. And they still don't have the bomb down, even though this is realistically a bomb site that should have been planted 20 seconds ago.
I don't know who's in a better position here against Imagine. He's doing absolutely everything he can to just be as annoying as possible.
Yeah, he's being a nuisance with this AR. He's shutting everything down because he's just popping shots in. You don't know if you need to challenge what he's aiming up. Spawn's going to sneak through though and finally get the bomb down, but this is not going to be easy. And look at the players around the map. Number 7, Jarzen trying to make the route with the dead silence. It's been popped. They have no idea he's here, but the window would not have been broken. Now he's just going to shut through. He gets aggressive with the sub. He's able to find Plasma. That's huge. Now looking to try and get a second, but it is not going to be easy to try and deal with Jarzen in the backline. Even him being here is tough, but he doesn't play on the ladder. Mish able to get him done. Fatty gets a kill though, and now it's all up to Mish in the 1 versus 3 with 26 seconds. You've got a crazy task to go.
Jeez, yeah, not likely at all. Sorry, Mish. You've been very good most of the weekend, but that sort of situation, very tough to win. Nonetheless, though, how was the timing on Jarzen on the ladder though? Like,
that is brutal.
But these players, like, they'll always cop timings like that, so it was bound to happen at some point, and unfortunately for Jarzen, I'm sure he'll be a little bit annoyed about that there. So players have requested a map block. Apologies for the first round and apologies for the rest of the game. We have some very smart individuals who may be watching the stream, and both these teams are competing at a high enough level where they don't really want their strats being leaked. So apologies for that, but back into it here. Jarzen with that bomb in hand.
Yeah, he's looking to try and press the engagement. I'm surprised that he has the bomb. That's going to already limit the routing for this squad, but we'll see. It looks like they might be trying to swing this towards A, and this could be huge. Only number 4, Stocker, up aggressive, and now Spawn might be clued onto it. The rotation has been called, but now the defenses are split, and you see he's wasting a lot of time. Spawn number 3 in the back line, just trying to get it. I mean, you can't see because the minimap's blocked, but I'm pointing it out, and I'm telling you, he's now gone back over towards B and tried to play the rotation. He's just being that swing for this team, but it is not going to be easy, and he's going back again. So he's just running rampantly in the back line, trying to work out where this team's going, but they are just doing so well to play silent, play the mental. Spawn drops. That's going to be the first blood for Cronus, and this is a very patient, very good play out of Point Blank to try and get that first engagement, open this up. The bomb will go down as well. Mish struggling to get himself over in front of the bomb site, but Jarden's going to get out with his life. Cronus finds Mish as well. He's beaming with this AR. That is huge. Now Plasma's going to get out aggressed. This is a 2 versus 4, and Point Blank are looking good to start off this search and destroy.
And like Plasma now left 1v4. There is no way that you're winning that. I mean, you might get one here, but yeah, that was just well thought out in the end by Point Blank. I mean, Cronus got 2 or 3 in the end, but both of them were so vital. He covered Jarzen being able to get off the bomb, and just being in positions like that. Like, obviously, we don't usually tend to see Jarzen with bomb in hand. But Cronus, one of the best ARs that we have in the country, in the region, just the ideal person you'd want watching over you there, 100%.
Oh, I mean, look, honestly, it is tough. You could name a few ARs who are getting this angle locked down all the way from back B2 and able to consistently get 2 kills. He is so talented, and he has been the best, or one of the best ARs in the region, at least in the argument, for a very long time now, at least a few seasons. So it is showing here, but the first blood going to fall for Mammoth. Stocker able to open things up with a sub. Mish hard aiming this. Will Jarzen find him? No, he will not. He's already pressured out. Somehow still alive. Somehow finds Spot in the back, and he's able to get out with his life. I don't know how Corey Mounsey does it, but he is unreal with this sub. That is exactly the play that you needed if you're point blank to try and keep this undefeated streak. Fatty with a sniper now, cracking like a whip, able to find Stocker, and now Mammoth getting dismantled. Somehow Mish does not find that kill, and they will pay for it.
So I actually just saw Mish went to Chell, and someone must have said something to him. No, don't Chell. He turned around and run the other way, knew that he needs to play his life here with Plasma. They have a 2v3 to win here. Jarzen has been spotted, but the problem is they've got 28 seconds here to find 3 kills or get this bomb down. But look at you can't look at the position, but unfortunately for Mammoth here, these players are so spread out, it's going to be so difficult
1v2
to win this round.
1v2, Mish is at least able to get the bomb down. Oh, Fatty can't spot him with the sniper. He does get it down. He gets out of his life as well, so this is huge. Jarzen now flanking around the back line. He has no dead silence. Mish could be in a good position to clutch this out for Mammoth. This could be their first round. It's an important round to win, but he's going to fall straight into Jarzen's line of sight. Beautiful play from Corey. Now you're seeing it. 3-0. They get loud. They're letting them know that Mish has crumbled.
And that's just unfortunate timing there for Mish. And again, the unpredictability, the man disadvantage there. Jarzen's just able to get into a spot where Mish is going to assume, they're probably bunched up together here. But they do well in the end.
We're on the big screen.
And we are on the big screen. Or at least the observer is anyway. But players are up there. Delay is on in the venue as well, so they cannot screen cheat. That will not happen. It is literally at the start of the SD.
It's literally 3 rounds behind. If you're screen cheating, you're yeah, look.
You're something else.
Yes, you've got to be a bit behind the 8 ball, but regardless, Mammoth are getting shut down so impactfully right now from Jarzen. That is really one of the biggest things that we're seeing, and it is paying off for them. Now we're going to see here round number 4 coming through. The sniper not going to hit either. That's huge for the side of Point Blank to get the bomb down. Mish as well. We talked about consistency, but the pressure might be mounting on this young talent.
Stocker, I was just about to say, I wonder where he's positioned himself into, because he got mid-map, but it looked like he'd panicked and sort of just retreated instead, and now Jarzen got up the map to find first blood. Luckily though, Mish was there.
You just got delayed. You delay 30 seconds is all that's left on the time. Fatty as well with a sniper could be pressuring out these players. Stocker going to be close, trying to get the quick scope. Not going to quite be phasing up the pistol now, but it's not going to be enough. Stocker still staying alive. Cronus could as well, getting pressured out. It's a good walk back. Plasma's there for the help. All up to one player. Juggernaut. Christopher Tarabay, can he do it? He needs a check at 7.5. He's making the long route. This could be the play. He could have done it. Stocker now off the bomb. The shot to landing, but he finds it now. Able to secure Point Blank 4 straight rounds and continuing the undefeated streak on the Search and Destroy in the grand finals.
And fist bumps within each other there. Looked like they were all stoked with Tarabay there. Absolutely smart play. I thought he was going to reach out top there.
That was very, very good.
And it was exactly where Plasma read, and even for a sec I thought some of the shots, the recoil got the better of him, but he got it in the end. He's got Point Blank 4-0 lead right now to go up 3-0 in the series and a best of 7. They are looking good right now. They've been able to shut Mish out of this game almost entirely. I mean, he's equaling kills with Plasma at the moment, but other than that, they haven't been able to get any rhythm going. Their offense has been a little bit stale, so I expect them to push the pace here a little bit more and try and win a couple more ones. They win a couple more and they spark some life. They could force the comeback, but losing first blood to Jarzen's not a good start.
he has been so impactful on the Search and Destroy. He's a very underrated Search and Destroy player with the sub. He's able to get first bloods. Plasma though getting it back. Jarzen now still keeping things alive for Point Blank. 1 versus 2 for Spawn. He's up in top BD. They know exactly where he's at. He might be able to clutch us out. This position is so deadly now as they try and pressure him out. The utility usage is perfect. Jarzen getting aggressive with a sub. Cronus still on the bomb. Pressuring him out. 13 HP. Spawn trying to back up with his life. Jarzen's there. Now 5-0 match point for Point Blank. They are doing so well on the Search and Destroy Embassy. They are proving that they are dominant.
Yeah, and they've done their homework. They've figured out a way to stop certain plays from being impactful. I have not seen Mish really get to those spots where he's always thrived in on this map. Even Stocker, I mean, there are certain plays here that could be getting to their spots which they know they want to be, but Point Blank's positioning, they're winning their gunfights. Jarzen's getting first bloods. You've got Imagine clutching up. His only kill for the match was clutch. He killed the diffuser. I mean, these guys collectively have put themselves in a really good spot, now only 1 round away from getting so close to winning this LAN, but there is still a bit to go. We can't call it early. The question is now, how do Mammoth come back from this? Where does it start? They have defense, but with bomb, they have defense here. Jarzen has the bomb again, but they want to still be aggressive here through Stocker, and they pay for it.
Beautiful utility usage out of the side of Point Blank. The bomb in the hands of Jarzen. He seems to be the primary bomb carrier. Now they're just getting a bit of information. Mish giving the clips with the sniper, but it is not landing. The impact from Mish is not happening. They're doing such a great job of shutting it down. Plasma though in a great position. The shot's landing, only able to find 1 Cronus with the trade. Now a 2 versus 3. Mammoth looking like they might lose this flawlessly. Still Mish with the sniper, only just peeks the angle, not able to find the kill. Now they can set up. Mish with the dead silence play could be huge, wrapping through the back, and they will not be expecting this. Your brain would have to be so massive if you were either of these players to read this play, but Fatty now backing up. The sniper will pay. The high risk, high reward does not happen. It is going to happen in the way of risk, and Mammoth and Point Blank. This is a crazy matchup. I mean, 6-0. Point Blank just dominating this
I was
lane.
just about to say, I wonder if Fatty had the sniper in hand, because I saw Spawn. All he needed to do there was just give Mish a little bit more time, just a tiny bit more time to get in position there to find that kill, but he chelled out. He shouldered it, unfortunately got punished in the end. So in the end, you know, they go up 3-0 now. Just apologies for the audio. I understand it's probably getting really loud and aggressive, but yeah, Point Blank go up 3-0 now. We can take the map block off. It's getting mixy. Nusky's going to take a quick break now. Before we head into the control, we'll have a moment. The players will be able to take a breather. We still have a lot of leniency before the deadline hits. Nusky's got his hydration bottle ready to go. I'm sure the throat starting to get a little bit scratchy, but gee, it brings you out. It really brings you out of your shell being here, I tell you. Even as a shy person, being in these players' positions right now must feel like you're on top of the world.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you can't overstate the feeling of dominating on a LAN. It is absolutely unbelievable, the feeling that these guys must be feeling. So, yeah, you can't overstate it. The Search and Destroy going more than their way, and honestly, that was the one map I was expecting Mammoth to give them a run for their money on, and wow, yeah, you look at the stats here, domination.
I mean, and Chris, or Imagine, if you don't know Chris' name, but 1 kill for the map, you know, like, really doesn't have to do a whole lot.
He's still evening spawn.
Yeah, so all he has to do that map is virtually just communicate, you know. This player's here, this is where we're hitting, and the 1 kill he got was massive. He clutched a 1v2, didn't get the second kill, but didn't need to. And now, you know, you look at the other team, Plasma, he ends up neutral in the end, but the 3 impact players that you usually expect on this squad to make a difference just couldn't get their way into the game. And the way Jarzen gets to move around that map is very similar to Stocker, but, you know, Jarzen, I would still say, is right up there with Zach as one of the best subs in the game in our region. They fight for that title quite often.
Yeah, I mean, those are the two you've got Jarzen, Shocks, Zach.
Oh, yeah,
they're
can't
the
forget
three
Shocks, Jesus.
that really battle it out. Obviously, Conrad been at the top of the game for so long.
100%.
Zach being the top prospect and Corey being, I guess, in the middle of both of them, right? He's been around, but he's still a prospect. Shocks is kind of not run his course. I don't want to put him down like that. He's obviously competing at the top level. He would, beat most of the pros, but it seems like he's very content with where he's been at with his career so far. But he's still hungry. He's still competing. I believe he's going to Toronto as well soon. So all the best to them. So.
I actually wanted to talk to you about that as well. So, you personally, have you ever had the chance to be over for an American or an international LAN by any chance?
So went to LA with Point Blank for champs in 2022.
Yep. Well, there you go. Do you want to tell us a little, or tell the chat if they don't already know, sort of what that was like for you as a spectator and what the players, and how it compares to this environment today?
Yeah, I mean, look, you're going to have the standard shit talk that happens in every single LAN event. I mean, honestly, it was wild to see how good, the talent is. I mean, it was at the end of the year, right? So it's you're at the end of the year, you're playing in champs, you're versing, if you're Point Blank, who went over, you're versing the number one seed, right? Because you're going to be the lowest seed coming from APAC. So yeah, they versed Toronto Ultra NA, the academy, and
Scrappy on the team.
Yeah, Scrappy, and it was so close, man. I think it was 30 points in the hard point, one round of the S&D, maybe 2 rounds of the S&D. And then I think it was another close one in the control. It was round 5. So look, you go over there, you're really there to prove yourself, show yourself what you've got, and it's a big confidence booster as well to these teams going over, saying that they do have the potential. You're here, you might be at the top of APAC, but are you at the top of the world? Are you internationally capable of competing? And that's what it's like for a lot of these players, and it's a surreal experience. I mean, look, it's crazy. The passion pit was unbelievable, but I will say that. Champs wasn't the greatest organised for the amateur scene, but regardless, still a good time and still great for these guys to compete, and they're playing against the best in the world. And I mean, you look at some of pretty much all the players that were competing, they're now in the league. So
there you go. And one of the disappointments I feel like with that event was even when not sure if it was from the same event, but when Mindfreak travelled overseas last time, we didn't. We didn't get that stream experience. We didn't get to witness the gameplay or anything. So for a lot of us here, it's a little bit foreign to know, that exact level of talent in the overseas leagues and stuff. Latin America, I can't speak for. I'm not sure if there is an amateur scene there, but
I think it's died down a fair bit. I think maybe only 6 teams or something.
Yeah.
But they signed up for a cup, but I'm not sure. There's a lot of potential there though as well.
But yeah, so you spend a lot of time now sort of, is it primarily for the EU group now? You'd say you do more time for
yeah,
NA?
I do whatever I kind of get put on, but mainly EU. I do a lot of the UE elites. With my boy Connie, who's from the UK.
Awesome.
Anything that I can get on, man. I'm doing the LCAT League as well, the WXC, which is a lot of fun too, man. So whatever I can get my hands on, I try and cast and try and get around. So it's crazy. I'm just reading the chat. Very interesting.
Jesus Christ.
Okay,
tried to pin it.
I don't know what I was saying there. Regardless, we're getting into it. Match number 3, Control on Hotel. This is going to be a very tough match for Mammoth. It's a Hotel against Point Blank. You got to bring your A game.
And this could be it. If Point Blank win this one, that's 4-0 and a best of 7, and they do it. So Mammoth from here, there has to be a game 7 for them to win. So, and that's their best opportunity at this point here. I think another go at the S&D might be better, but their respawn, they've got to have 2 back-to-back good respawn efforts to win this LAN from here. And I mean, it's not impossible. These guys probably match quite even in Control in some aspects, but once again, we land on Hotel.
Bro, the one thing that you cannot, I guess, compete with or deal with is Jarzen on game day, man.
Oh.
When this guy wants something, he performs. And that's one thing. He might not be consistent throughout the year, but when he wants it, when he wants something, his drive is like no other. He goes to a place that very few players can reach in their mind. He's very big about the mental, and it shows here a lot of the time, almost when that engagement there on Plasma, no idea where he was. 4 HP, just barely surviving, but now the A-zone's starting to get captured for the side of Mammoth, and you are starting to see Point Blank regroup on their defense.
Yeah, it took them a little bit of time to get something going there, but you see a lot of teams now just not really off the rip going straight for a point. They like to try and establish themselves around the map in some way or another. But unfortunately, Point Blank haven't been on the good end of that stick, I guess you could say. Only down by 1 life here, but I feel like they lost a lot of mid control in the last minute or so, which has allowed Mammoth to jump onto this point and essentially cap the A point now. So this is where Point Blank have to capitalise on this B-side control, where it usually begins with being annoying inside a bedroom, and Stocker getting that kill there is pretty big for Mammoth.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge now. Starting to open things up. Juggernaut able to find one, aka Imagine. I keep saying Juggernaut. I didn't start calling him Imagine, just because I'm reading what's on screen. But Fatty's there as well, able to find Soccer, and they somehow come on top of the engagement. It's only 1 player left. It's going to be up to Spawn to try and open things up. But they're just going to regroup and try and retake this point another way. But good nade from Jarzen to take down Spawn.
Yeah, traded out straight away with that nade. Very unfortunate there, but they're wasting no time to get aggressive on here, and I don't mind it in a sense, but you have to be mindful of the amount of lives you burn doing it. Point Blank are down on lives, but they're also getting that close spawn on B. So even if you're getting them 3 or 4 down, you don't have the correct positioning to put them on the opposite side of the map to capitalise on having low lives and capping this B point. We've seen how important it is when you flip the spawn to spawn the defensive side over towards Jewelry. Most times teams win, and unfortunately they can't get them in that spot.
Yeah, and we're seeing just Point Blank taking the kills where they can. Mish up in top bedroom, sorry, I said PD, still stuck on Embassy, but now Soccer able to get in, able to find Fatty. Some kill feed starting to come towards Mammoth, turning red, but it's still going to be tough to try and find a way through, but the tick is starting to come through. The first segment will be capped. Jarzen now with a good route, able to find one. Not sure the Plasma's there, but now this player on Eldesk, he's just slipping through the back line here, still alive, no one picking him up. So now that position will have so much impact later on going into this B zone cap. 5 to 7, not a lot of lives, but Fatty just pops 2 out of nowhere. I don't know how he's found them, but he has found 2 crucial kills from Point Blank here as 20 seconds starts to tick down. Big kill from Stocker though. Now the B zone can start to get capped, start to get opened up, but they don't have a lot of time to work with. Mish doing a good job of finding one. No lives to work with for Point Blank. 2 versus 6. This would have to be a crazy defense if they were to do it. Cronus couldn't getting so aggressive, all on him. No way in. He can't even get himself to the point and stop it. So 6-tick attack. Beautiful first round from Mammoth.
That was utter patience. I saw Stocker must have done 3 laps up top. Started down low in secret, or luggage, works his way up top, clears top, then jumps bottom. He took his time to clear everything himself and then found the kill on Jarzen. They knew he was missing, and they knew, all right, he's somewhere here. They essentially ran circles for a while, but after finding that kill, that allowed the team to get onto the point. I mean, Point Blank's live count was quite low at that time as well. So you look back on that if you're Point Blank and you find maybe there's situations there where you don't need to use your lives as aggressively, but at the end of the day, a good offensive start from Mammoth, which we saw in the last control on this map. Quite similar.
Let's see how they kick off round number 2. Attack now coming out from Point Blank. Cronus with a nice trade. Fatty there as well. So now they can start to attack this A zone and try and find this player here. Plasma, the last line of defense, and Fatty with a nice route with the dead silence, able to get himself onto A. Now he's going to push this out actually, and this could be devastating to the life counter of Mammoth if he's able to get aggressive and find some of these kills. But he's just going to play patient, play passive, and wait for these players to start to trickle in. But I don't know if that was necessarily the play that should have been made. We'll have to see. Now Cronus couldn't make his position known. He's able to find 2 huge from Kai.
Yeah, and Plasma's kind of in a bad situation here. He's got no choice but to throw the contest on, which, you know, for the moment's okay, but you're sort of outnumbered there, and you're almost better off just giving him the A zone at that point and then sacrificing it to get some positioning over at B. But they expend that extra life, and we'll see if that 1 life makes a big difference in the end. Usually it doesn't in most cases, but you know, they're the little things that some teams will sacrifice, knowing that A control site usually is just one that most teams will just let go and put primary focus into B. You see now though, Jarzen all the way in the back finds that kill there to open up the back of Spa. Fatty's almost on streaks here. They could open up straight onto B if they can get these kills.
Some good shots out of Fatty. The shank as well. They're just running into him. I don't know what they're doing. A collapse from Mammoth, to say the least. But they are still able to find another kill. Imagine now locking things down with the AR, trying to keep the, I guess, a little bit of momentum for the side of Point Blank. Closing the doors is a great play from Imagine to try and play his life. Mish, no idea where he's at. Does find him, though. Big kill from Mish to try and get him out of bottom secret. Now Spawn as well getting on the action. And this is big for Mammoth to try and thwart the offense of Point Blank. They still have a minute 20. They still have a life lead, but they at least stabilize it momentarily, as well as Soccer making a good route here through Cat. Cronus Kun does trade it.
Yeah, and that's patience there from Cronus as well. I wondered how long he was going to play that before channeling out, but he picked the perfect moment there. And now that they find Mish, that's perfect because they at least deal with him. But Stocker, I don't know if they know that he was still their side, and eventually they spot him. Imagine does spot him, and now they'll try and work onto this point here. Eventually in time, we'll try and combat with the background noise here.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on over there. It is crazy.
Grand final time.
I know, legit. Like, what are they doing? I don't know why they're playing these Valorant bangers or whatever it is. It sounds like Chambers intro, but regardless. Now Cronus couldn't whip it around, able to find a second with the help of Jarzen. Now Stocker in this top bedroom trying to stop this first tick from coming through, but it will fall. So now you need to start clearing out these players, and Stocker will be the man to try and be the last-ditch effort for Mammoth to try and stop this attack.
Jarzen's smart play to jump out of the point there. Instead of continuing to cap, he went straight for that spawn kill, and he gave his teammates time to also win their ones. And now Stocker's pinned in bedroom. And this, unfortunately, they're putting too much attention on him here, so this might actually work against him.
That was good from Stocker to try and play his life, but they do enough to clear it out. That'll be Chris with 2. That'll be the tick, and that'll be the second round falling for Point Blank. Beautiful stuff out of them to try and keep this undefeated streak. This could be a clean 4-0 if they keep up this pressure. Mammoth need to start winning some of these rounds that they shouldn't be.
It almost looked concerning for a second because it looked like they were going to put too much focus, as we said, into Stocker. Stocker did the right thing, you know you're going to die. Waste as much time as possible.
You can't do anything in that angle, right? That's the only play you can make, and it worked. I mean, it was good. The rest of the team, unfortunately, just couldn't capitalize on it, and no one even having a bad game here from Mammoth. They just need to start playing out of their minds here to try and take on a team like Point Blank.
Yeah, 100%. But the offenses have been winning, so they get a chance here to take the lead, and then if their defense is better than the last, they can still push it to the next hard point more so. But it looks like they're going to put their attention to A nice and early, try and get as many seconds on the board as they can to get this B point under control. And how many shots did he just hit on Cronus? That looked ridiculous. Can't finish the kill in the end, and the pressure is still there, so they'll give this up. They only used 3 lives there, Point Blank defending it, and Mammoth only used 1 capping it. So a very efficient round for the first cap.
Yeah, they don't sacrifice a lot of resources. They don't sacrifice a lot of time. Cronus fighting 2, though. That's huge from Kai. I don't know how he's found the second, but he is a machine with this AR. We see it time and time again throughout this season. Cronus Kun is a machine. He's in main AR, but he can get mixy when he needs to. He is the solo player for this Point Blank squad, but you see he's got minimal engagements. He's almost got a 2 KD. He's having a crazy impact for Point Blank here on this control, and the rest of the team just coming alive here on this defense. This would be a dagger for Mammoth if they win this round.
I thought Chris Tarabay almost missed Stocker sneaking in the back here, and now Cronus knows, but he doesn't know exactly where, and how's the timing working, COD. Stocker able to get 2 massive kills in the back. This will take some attention from Point Blank to try and find him and prioritize him, because he's been a menace right now. He's doing absolutely perfect at his job right now, but Fatty is also in a threatening position here to try and get in a spot to help his team.
I think some monkeys in the background. That was
I don't know what that was.
That was
here.
fucking crazy.
But 2 players now on the point, looking to try and capitalise on this second tick. Point Blank are slowly closing in to find their kills. Mish now the only one alive up the map. He does have Stocker close by, but this offense is not looking as smooth as their last couple. Point Blank's defense has definitely picked up here.
Yeah, they are trying to make the defense happen. They've got 2 ticks on B, though. All they need is 1 break if you're Mammoth to stay alive in this control and stay alive in this series. It's grand final time. You need to be on the ball. You cannot be losing these crucial rounds. This is crunch time, and the pressure might be mounting for them. Now we see Fatty, bottom bedroom. He's pushed up. He's got the help, I believe, from Jars and pushed up top. He's able to find Plasma. Now Fatty got 2 engagements to try and work with. He gets some shots in, gets out with his life. That's at least big to try and re-engage. Jarzen now drops down, able to find 1. Looking for the second. Jarzen is huge, continuing to shut down all these players from Mammoth. There's just no way that they can find an opening. Now with Jarzen pushing out the spawns, Kronos Kun there as well. Every single player starting to come alive from point blank, and this is why they are the best in the region. This is why they're going to Toronto, and this is why they are looking 3-0 in this series. Now Fatty getting aggressive. The new sub role looking flawless for this guy, man.
Yeah, he's definitely found his sweet spot now.
Oh.
He can freely play himself, and look at this, just sneaking up.
Shutting them down. That's a 2-piece for Fatty, and it's all point blank in this round. They shut it down, 2-1 up now. Point blank, 1 round away from taking this tournament in the finals.
It is coming right down to it, and they can smell the victory in the air. They know how close it is right now, and they are going to get really loud. They're probably going to blow out the speakers next to us to our right, and the monkeys behind us, behind the curtains. You won't hear them. They'll get that loud. They've worked so hard this weekend to be able to get to this position. They've dropped how many maps? One map.
One map in the entire weekend. This is showing the differential between these teams, man. I mean, look. If there wasn't already an evident gap in APAC, this is now the time to show it. These guys are looking good for the side of... Sorry, I'm just hearing yelling over the side. Not to try and get distracted. Yeah, different match going on, but Fatty's able to kick things off, able to find Stocker now. Plasma in. Fatty continuing to play his life somehow in the bottom bedroom, waiting for the help. But this is not an easy position to try and work with if you are a sub. This is a very, very bad angle. But regardless, Fatty looking to try and make it happen, looking to try and get it done. And he's just gone back up with his life. This is beautiful positioning for Fatty. A very awkward engagement. Some kills starting to light up for Mammoth. And a very even engagement regardless as they try and take this A zone now.
Yeah, so a couple of lives being used to be there, but no issue for them. They get that close A spawn and jump on, and it'll be a 3v2 on the site. They're successful trading some kills off. Chris Tarabo.
I mean, this guy is a machine. Everyone thinks he's an onliner, but you see him here on the LAN frying. Jarzen now coming in on the action as well. This is huge for the side of point blank. They continue to press the attack on A. They get themselves in, but nice work from Plasma. Able to find 2, maybe even a 3rd here as he gets to the point. Beautiful from Plasma. Snaps around, makes a read onto the kitchen, but Jarzen's in. Jarzen's looking for the 3rd. Jarzen is unreal with a sub. You cannot beat the future of APAC.
You can't. You really can't. As we said, Zach's probably the only one here today, or even in the league, that can really keep up with him at the best. He's absolute.
He is in flow state right now, looking for another as he continues to push the spawns. He will just be dancing around these players of Mammoth. This is the sub gameplay at its finest. If you want to learn, take notes, everyone. He's continuing to shut everyone down. Spawn drops as well. Jarzen is unreal. 6 streak for him. He's going to find the cruise to shut down this Mammoth roster in the grand finals. This is crunch time, and he is making them look like it's a pub match. You have never seen anything like this. Jarzen. Now the 3 stack, they are in. Point blank are shutting this down. Mammoth have nothing left. The blast kills. Johnson, last player. Corey Mounsey still able to get it done. I don't know how, but Mammoth hanging in. I almost threw my chair into the monkeys in the back of the fucking stage, man. What is happening, bro? I don't know what's happening.
He almost did it. Stocker, last second save there. He's keeping him in it. He doesn't want to go out like that, and there could not be a closer moment to save the game. 1 tick's needed though. It's not done. It is not done if you're Mammoth. You still have so much work to get. There is still a player alive in your spawn. He's been a menace there for such a long time, and Jarzen's coming off spawn.
32 and 22 for Jars, and he is frying, looking for a second, not going to happen. Well, first in that engagement, but Mish able to get the spawn. Spawn now getting in the action. Plasma here, Mammoth looking to continue to hang in there. They're not going to take their saving grace for granted. Now, Kronos Kun trying to come in. This is going to be a very difficult break for point blank, but it's still more than doable. Only 1 tick left, 37 seconds left on the clock. They are trying to push the pressure, trying to apply it, but it is not going to be easy against Mammoth, especially when you've got the ARs posted up. Chris will drop. Imagine the first for this engagement to fall. Now Fatty trying to work the bottom with the sub, but this is going to be so tough. He's going to be the entry here for Jars, and potentially this is not going to be easy. It's all up to this moment for Point Blank. They're trying to find themselves a way in the point. There's no routes to be had. Plasma finding one. Jarzen drops onto the point. It's all up to Jarzen yet again. He's been the man in everyone's mouth for so long, but he's not enough to get it done. All up to Juggernaut now. Imagine T1. He would be dreaming to try and clutch us out. Only 4 seconds left on the clock, and I think Mammoth might be in for another round. They do enough to get it done. Round 5, ladies and gentlemen, grand finals.
Jeez, they are holding on by the skin of their teeth, and they're going to get real loud if they can keep in this. All they need to do is win this next round, and they can take the biggest sigh of relief. But Jarzen, we saw him with 60-something engagements the other day. He's 2 away from it already. In control.
He is taking over on this map, man. You do not see it often. You do not see it often, but there's certain players, certain talent that stands out in a lot of these matches, and he is one of them. He's one player that can just take over. He is the star factor for Point Blank. It is crazy how dominant he's been throughout all the CODs. The most winningest player, winning the most tournaments and everything in APAC last year. And you can see why. 34 and 24 as a sub on Hotel, just running around rampant in the flow state. It is hard to deal with Fatty now in a very awkward position on L-Des. Did not get the engagement. Plasma now getting the first pick. This could be a B-zone attack. This could be the win, but Cronus good snapping around, able to find 2, but not enough to continue to shut down all these players. Now, Juggernaut, imagine getting it on the action.
And Stocker, you see, he's weaseled his way into their spawn. They've already got a general idea of roughly where he could be based off of the spawn that they got over towards Jewelry. And that's exactly why they've put their attention in towards him. But unfortunately, Fatty couldn't land a bullet on him. And now he's just still running around. So this is exactly what Stocker needs to do to get his team into the game, take the attention away from Point Blank's defense, try and find him to stop being an impact on the map. But he's just freely running around until his teammate took him out.
Man, it's just all falling apart for Mammoth here. They're yet to get anything going. They still try and hit this B zone, and all the players from Point Blank now turning their arrows towards their squad. It is not going to be easy. Plasma, though, does at least find a kill with one of the nades. Juggernaut now, imagine in. Now, Spawn with a nice kill on the Cronus. That is a huge engagement to win. Awesome. This opens up the B zone, but it's all up to Jarzen. Jarzen in the back. We've talked about him so many times. Can he do it here again to take Point Blank their grand final win? Now, the player in bottom bedroom looking to try and shut everything down, but all of his teammates are dropping. All the players are falling. Now they just take their win towards A zone, and somehow he wins that engagement to get Stocker, but they finally at least have some success in the side of Mammoth, finding their way at least to the A zone, stalling this round out.
Such a smart play from Mish there to get that spawner off, but unfortunately one did spawn close over to A. Jarzen is working a flank, but I think they're going to cap it in the time that he gets round to it. It's a question of if they get all these kills here, it's going to put him in a shit spot to get out. And he's almost popped both.
If he has more bullets, potentially he's getting that kill as well. I mean, this guy is just a machine to watch, bro. He's so exciting, so impactful, and we just see it every single time this guy plays, man. He's about to drop a 40 bomb in control. He is taking over in this grand finals, potentially the last match. But imagine continuing to try and thwart this attack. Mammoth still in this. They still have the lives. Plasma finding 2. Fatty in the last player with the sub. Now trying to lock things down and push out this defense for Point Blank, but Mammoth continuing to stay in the fight, continuing to press the attack. The life advantage slightly towards Mammoth as well. They've got 1 tick already on B. They need 2 more to try and clutch this out, to try and take another map and stay in this. They do not want to go home here. They do not want this all to be for nothing. This could be a flawless win for Point Blank. At least taking a map over would be pride.
They need to, I was just about to say, they need to take their time and be careful. There is not a lot of time or lives left, but Cronus has just gone huge and follow it up with Jarzen getting his 40th there. Won't be able to find the 41st, but Plasma is literally the last thing standing between Point Blank and their grand final victory. He's got 8 seconds here to jump on the point.
Oh, Stocker with the route. Stocker goes big, but Chris Tarabay, the last man left, gets 3. It's all up to 1v1. 5 HP, the tick slowly coming around. It's a 4v4. You could not have a more perfect scenario for your grand final. Chris taking over. Imagine continuing to lock things down for Point Blank. Not going to get it. Plasma staying alive. Last tick coming out the way, spawning. They are trying to take this map. They want to stay in this Mammoth, doing it all, putting it all on the line here in the grand finals. Not enough. They take the control. They stay in it. A massive clutch win for Mammoth.
Wow, I've got to applaud that. That is as clutch as you can get from Mammoth. Hats off to those boys. you've got to feel for Point Blank. There was a moment there where Chris Tarabay had, I think, 3 or 4 kills.
Oh, look at
right
that.
at the end. Look at the way he's killing. Jarzen drops over 40 for the map. I mean, Stocker had himself a game as well as Plasma. High engagements everywhere on that map. Jarzen finishes with 70 engagements for the game. And 3 non-traded of the 40. Playing at that pace is, Jesus. I'm getting a headache thinking about ever trying to play that quick.
That is mental. I mean, you literally cannot. You cannot be allowing this to happen. As simple as that. It is tough. Round 5 though, my voice is already going, and I've just started casting. I'm screaming so much. These guys are putting it all on the line in the grand final. I mean, you cannot have anything better. We're listening to them shouting DREAMHACK. I don't know what's going on there. Meet and greet. Maybe I should get up on the stage, me and you, mate. Meet and greet all the fans. But no, regardless, a very, very, very crazy grand final we got here. I mean, the Mammoths continue to stay in it, back against the wall, and they thrive in the pressure. I don't know how they do it, especially with Jarzen just locking everything down. And my goodness, I need to try and get another drink of water, man, because my throat's going to go. I'll be back shortly. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
All right, guys, we'll be back in just a second, but by the time you guys see where we're up to, we'll be back. So, short break.
All right, guys, I think the players are almost ready to go. Once again, apologies about the noise in the background. It's probably deafening, to be quite honest. Just walked over, had a quick look at the players, had a chat to them, seen how they're feeling. Fortress Hardpoint up next. Both teams look locked, man. This is really good competition. Really good. The atmosphere here is nuts. We've got a lot of people watching, they're trying to watch my stream from a phone. They've got the main cast up on the screen, which is delayed by 5 as well. So you guys are probably seeing the same one around the same time as everyone in the arena looking at the big screen. But at the end of the day, this is probably the better POV to be than the one up on screen. We're getting all the action. They've missed quite a bit, to be honest. The players were just looking up at the replay then. They saw the last round. And, a couple of moments there that could have been very, very different. But I tell you, Mammoth have done incredibly well so far. 3-1 right now in map count. Mammoth are on the board. They've got the ability here to possibly take this another game. There are 2 more to go, I believe. So it'll be Hardpoint, Control, and then S&D, I believe, is the way we're doing it. I'm not too sure, but the crowds will confirm the players will confirm as we go. But hopefully you guys are enjoying this. I've got 93 viewers live at this current moment. It's probably fluctuating. It doesn't update like as regularly on Streamlabs, but good to have this amount of people in here. Thank you guys for tuning in throughout the day. I know the cast has gone down a couple of times, but it's been good so far.
Can you get on Podcaster?
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Oh, okay, I need to get the other one as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you guys were still going. But, yeah, players are good to go. Just going to wait for the secondary spec here to change to Codcaster. That's what one of the league officials just come over to tell me then. But we are basically ready to go. Nasky will be back over at some point. Just having a quick chat with the players, just seeing how their mojo is at the moment. Here we go. We're going to get stuck into it. The webcam will go off. Both teams about to get stuck in. Nasky is back just in time as we load into Fortress, which could be the last map, but Mammoth are holding on. They're doing a good job so far. The organisers here trying to rush everyone along so they can give the winning team the check and essentially get all of this packed up. We are on a dead, not a dead limit, but a time limit here.
Yeah.
And teams have swapped names, which I didn't pick up on, but
that's all right.
Won't matter. We know who's who.
This is it. Could be all over for Mammoth, but our Bagra Fortress seems to be a very, very okay.
Yep.
We are here.
Game audio's on. Yep.
All right. But yeah, this is a very good map for Mammoth. I feel like if they have any map to take a candle on in Hardpoint, it's Albagra, and we're going to see it here. This could be the last map for them, though. Point blank up 3-1. This is it.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a competitive. This is always a very competitive map because it is so small and compact. It's going to be high engagements. There's going to be a lot happening here, as expected. You're probably going to see the similar faces getting a lot of high kills, a lot of deaths. But look, basically, you can still play this map very fundamental, and you can also get blown out if you try to be over aggressive. So there is just as many cons to this map as there are pros. And you need to be very careful not to fall into the trap very early on, because, you know, if you fall from P2 to P3 and you lose that rotation, you all of a sudden could go down 110 points at the start of the game.
Yeah, it is not going to be easy, that's for sure. But Jars are continuing to fry out. 4-streak already 7-2, having a monster start to this game. He's looking to try and drop a 50 bomb, it seems like, at this pace. But here we go. It is going to be Mammoth trying to break P2. It's not going to be easy in the slightest. Fatty able to get the first engagement. The trades are in. Coronas couldn't able to find one. Arabe as well able to find a second. Cronus there just, I mean, look, man, he's Cronus, bro. He'll lock down anything. Give that AR, give him a heady. It is wraps. You cannot take a candle to this guy. So we're seeing that here as Point Blank continue to tick away. But Mish able to shut things down, at least on the rotation. So P3 could fall in the hands of Mammoth.
Yeah, Mish in a good position here. This is primarily where you want one of your main ARs to be sitting on this rotation, because you spawn them over at open and it forces them to literally walk straight. They have no other choice unless they want to waste half a minute running the long way. So Mammoth, good job here, good positioning. They win the rotation and they're set up really well. That's all you could ask from him right now.
We're in the day one spot there in the top of top maps, and he's able to at least get some value. Finds a second as well. Fatty going to drop, so that's huge for the side of Mammoth. Point Blank though, still trying to push the engagement, but they don't have the numbers, they don't have the kills. P3 ticking away. This is primarily the storyline you see on our Bagra, right? P2 falls to whatever team. Grab a majority of that time. You grab P3, talk your losses. Somehow, it is going to be Imagine grabbing that kill. That is huge, and it is going to be very difficult for this squad to bring it back.
We just got distracted by that beautiful Jacko who we were on cast with the other day. Just popped his head around the corner to say hi. I actually would love to get him on after this grand final if he's not doing anything. But I mean, right now this is a very good competitive match so far. No one's really taking control of any of these hills. We've seen breaks and we've seen holds, but more breaks than anything. So this was always going to be expected when it's coming down to the wire, and you know, Mammoth really don't have anything left to budge. Any mistake here costs them the grand final. And you know, they're as hungry as anyone's come for the weekend, and they don't want to go out off of mistakes that could have been rectified. So they're going to give it everything they have, and right now it's paying off to an extent for them. But the lead slightly edging over towards Point Blank at the moment. But right now, 28 seconds left on the time, and they've got to think about rotations now as Point Blank spawn inside of the stables and just in front of open, so they more than likely will go for scrap and try and flip the spawns back now.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough. You've only got 10 seconds to work with. You don't want to try and flip towards P4, especially if you're looking for P5, but looks like that's what they'll be going for, a bit of that scrap time. I don't know exactly if they're going to be able to secure it all, but Fatty able to get Plasma still with that late push, and P5 still on white, so no one taking control of it. It's a very interesting play from both teams, honestly, but it will be Point Blank taking the advantage from them momentarily as Stocker shuts it down.
Yeah, and it took a bit of time, but I thought, yeah, Stocker must be playing his life in this stable, just leaving the vacant hill for bait, essentially, and it works out. But in this position, he's burning a lot of time, not really. I mean, he is holding bottom maps, but he's kind of pinned in the corner. He's not really doing a whole lot here, so Point Blank might not really even worry about him to an extent. He's not making too much of an impact right now when he could be moving around like he now elects to do. And I feel like Stocker in that situation is better off being the one that runs around to find those kills.
Yeah, and Cronus Kun having a very strong game here. 14-6. The AR, the main AR for Point Blank, is now really coming alive on this Albagra, and it's interesting because I feel like this is a very sub-dominated map a lot of the time, but you can see if you are a good AR, you can lock down these line of sights, these kind of parallel spawns, and have a lot of impact. He's even going to be playing the time here. Selfless player, to say the least. 56 seconds in time as well. He's doing it all here on this Albagra to try and close out this map, but it is neck and neck between these two teams, Mammoth and Point Blank. No one looking to go home yet. But now Fatty able to find two. This is huge to try and press the attack and get P3 spawns, which they will find. Spawn though staying alive, but Jars is in the back with a nice route. Beautiful subby gameplay between these two main subs.
And Jarzen has slowed down a little bit, but I feel like his presence on the map is still there, which is problematic for Mammoth, especially considering you'd be looking at the scoreboard, not knowing what his KD is, but you know, for the first time in a little while, he is in the negatives, but still making a good impact on the map. Cronus has taken a step up above all, and especially when they need him the most to end this game so they can finally finish by saying they are the best team at this LAN, and they'll work their way towards being the best team in the country, and they are not far off at all. They are right up there combating every single cup, and right now they've got the slight advantage. Right now they've got the lead. This rotation is going to come down to it here. Plasma in the back's done well to play his life, but you know, off the break here, I think Point Blank, they're doing an okay job, and now finally they break in.
That is huge from Spawn to try and open things up. If they get majority this time, they could be more than in this. Mish able to find one as well. Jarzen really the only player there to try and be a nuisance. He is going to be trying to push to the back as well with Fatty, but not going to quite happen. And now we're starting to see the rotation come through. It's all up to imagine here. If we can shut down some of these players, it'll be huge, but they convert the P3. It's all up to Cronus Kun, the last player in the back line. The very last player. Can they do it? The spawn is close. It's a great spawn or rotation. I couldn't see, but Jarzen's there for the help. And now they can start to lock down this P3, and somehow they stabilize and they're able to get themselves in. That is a very, very strong conversion from point blank.
They are some big gunfights. Cronus wins that one in the back to help Jarzen, and that is everything right there. They find that third kill at the front, and then they spawn close middle. Like, they have the P1 spawn, and it's perfect for the side of point blank, because now they've got all 4 players here. They're forcing Mammoth to hit through the front door, which is problematic for them, because look how slow. I mean, the hill is vacant right now, but you know, they're not making a move towards here. They don't want to flip these spawns until they know they're flipped for easy scrap time. So,
oh my God, Cronus. This is what you want out of your AR. 23 and 10, still frying out, trying to shoot the trophy system, but misses there. That's another for Cronus. This is where he comes alive. You just sit him down on that hill. He will be a machine, continuing to rack up time for point blank and to continue giving them the best chance of victory here. Will he be able to continue his streak? 5 for Cronus. He knows Plasma's up top. He knows he's weak. Will he get it? Somehow Plasma getting rid of the haircut, but that's another for Cronus. That's a streak. This is all point blank. This is all Cronus. He is trying to take us home. They want point blank to win it here with dropping 2 maps in the tournament.
30 points needed. They are right there. They're in a similar situation to the last map, and Cronus is putting up a fat bag of numbers right now.
7 for Cronus. He does drop it. My goodness, he has had so much impact, so much damage has come out from this man for point blank. Now it's going to be Mish trying to lock down this P4 all by himself. Tries to get the snap around, but Fatty's there with the sub. It's too strong. Now top rails will be attacked. This is still winnable for Mammoth, but they need to do a lot of work, and they need to get rid of Fatty here in top rails, because this is devastating for Mammoth.
Yeah, and they're not capitalizing on the hill here, but I think they know they don't need to. They're just basically trying to burn some time off the clock, and I think strategically that is a little bit smart, but 3 minutes still left. I mean, you have given Mammoth a little bit of a window here to possibly get back into this now, but they finally break back in. That'll be some big scrap time for Jarzen here. We saw last time on that hotel when he got that scrap 10, it won them the game.
The scrap goes the distance, and we might see it here. They get all of it now. 20 points is all they need to try and take home this grand finals. This would be huge for point blank.
I want to highlight how important Cronus' position here is.
Oh, the streak is devastating. The hammer gets dropped. That's going to be 2. Cronus with a 3rd as well. He is having a field day on Albagra. 31 and 12. You do not see stat lines like this very often, and that's because he is one of the best ARs, if not the best in the region, and he will fry. He will continue to press the pace. Somehow Fatty finds a 2nd as well. They leave the hill white, but Mammoth need to try and stabilize. They need to stop them from getting to this point, and it's not going to be easy. Cronus still with the AR. Tarabay's in. Imagine, but the kill feed lights up blue for them momentarily. Fatty is in as well, so point blank looking to try and take it here, looking to try and take this grand finals with one of the most dominant performances we've seen. All the players need to collapse. 2 points. They get shut down. Point blank have done it. They win it. They take us home 4-1. What a series.
That is it. They finally close it out. Incredible. Try and get the camera on them. There are so many people in between, but they are over in that far corner. We'll get a couple of them on whenever they finish celebrating. They've got a little while to go, but we'll leave them for the moment. GG's to Mammoth. In the end, good stuff to them.
Good commentating, boys.
Appreciate it. But yeah, that'll do it, guys. Long weekend ends with a point blank team victory. They dropped 2 maps all weekend, and it took until the grand final to lose their 2nd.
Oh man, that was crazy to see. That one was going to be shot going in further on, but point blank, I mean, you don't expect anything less of them coming into this tournament. I think Mammoth gave them a good run for their money.
100%.
Regardless, this is easy cash, and they'll be winning the 10K DreamHack BYOC LAN, and I mean, credit to them, man. They're looking good for Toronto. They're looking strong. Given, yes, probably not the greatest competition that you could have, but still, I mean, they're up there, man. There's no discrediting Mammoth's roster. They are all very talented players. The top of the top.
100%.
winners, been at the top of the game for a long time. So
100%. Yeah, hats off to Mammoth. They had some incredible matches which gave us some thrilling endings. Like, you cannot take a thing away from these four. Spawn, Stocker, Plasma, Mish, you've been solid all weekend. They'll be fairly happy. They won't be content with losing, but, you know, they still made the grand final and they made it difficult. And now their goal is to look forward to champs. They'll see what they can do, and you know, it'll be the same goal for Point Blank. Now they look forward to this Toronto event. Toronto event. I believe it's Mind Freak heading over as well, or is it August?
I think it's all three.
All three. There you go.
Actually, it might not be August. I think it might be Mind Freak, Point Blank. But regardless, there's a few teams heading over.
So
a couple of teams, and
we need to get behind them.
We probably need to head out here because I think everyone's trying to get a LAN.
Oh yeah, 100%. They're trying to clear out.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Awesome to have you on.
Pleasure to cast, mate.
Bringing the passion as always, guys. Nasky, like, you should know him by now. If you don't, hit his channel up. Go check my socials on Twitter. I'll post his links there. But follow Clutch, follow Nasky. He's been killing it for ages. Not only here, but now EU, NA. He's everywhere now, so you're going to see more of him. But an absolute pleasure to have you on at the LAN, and yeah,
it's good fun.
Let's go celebrate.
Pleasure casting it. Pleasure seeing the boys play. That's been us, DreamHack. Hope you guys have a good day. We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Appreciate ESL for having me on as well. And yeah, everyone who's been on today, everyone who's watched, it's been awesome. Yeah, the player interviews and stuff. Figured I'd try it out for the first time. I think it ran well. The noise only picking up in the end's probably the only thing that I'd be annoyed about to say, but hopefully the quality of the stream's been okay for you guys. Yeah, it's been an awesome weekend, so I'm keen to pack up all my stuff now and go celebrate with the boys as they get their certificate. But yeah, appreciate everyone for watching today. That'll be me done for the stream. And yeah, thanks ESL once again.